Try that. Oh, hello. There we go. You been up on the mixer again? There we go. Don't want it too low, do we? Guten Tag. Oh dear, I've got some itches. Right. I was going to, while we wait for people to come in, I was going to load, well not load, in fact I was going to put in a new project. What the hell am I thinking? Can't find one that works though. Hello, sweet pea.
Hello, darling.
Yeah, oh, what have I done? Oh god, no, not that. Prat. Yeah, I have this awful habit of always loading up the same project.
Yeah.
Of course, what it does is lead me down the same road, you know. So I'm going to try and do something different for a change. I think because we're going to be in and out all night, essentially. We could just sort of like, you know, wing it. See if that works. Oh God, there's so many. Blah, blah, blah. Let's put that. Well, I don't know. It'd be such a pain in the arse actually setting up a new template anyway, wouldn't it? I feel sorry for Ty. He's going, oh yeah, I've got to put in a new template. That should only take about 3-4 days. It's like, what? Yeah, you've got very big templates, mate.
How is he? You all right?
Yeah, he's tired.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, but he's still got lots to do. He's nearly finished episode 1.
Excellent. When's the release date?
March.
Oh, he's got a bit of time then.
No, he hasn't. Episode 1 he wrote actually last March.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay.
Yeah, because they fucked up the episode so much, he's had to rewrite the whole thing again. But everything he'd done to episode 2, episode 3 and episode 4 is in the bin, and he's got to write them again because they've re-edited them after saying they're locked pictures. It's not a happy bunny, mate.
I hope they're fucking paying him properly for this.
Well, paying him, yeah. Paying him enough. It's BBC, so probably, yeah. But...
Yeah. See, shit like that, I'd fucking... Nah, walk away. Unless... Well, I don't know, you see, I don't know if I could put up with that kind of fucking messing about.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't be able to cope with it. He's quite evidently a stronger man than I will ever be.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Oh, homegrown. Pulled the trigger on an M4 Mini. Nice. Excellent. And you won't have to cough the extra 200 quid that I did for 16 gigs of RAM, you jammy sod, either.
Okay, if that's the left, or the right, depending on how you want to look at it. Where's... Oh, that's that one, isn't it? Right, so that should be now in stereo. Yeah.
Uncle Chrome, when did I become Ty? I don't know, when I lost my hair, probably.
Yeah, standard chord configuration. Yeah. Dull as dish.
What you got to do is get that actually sent down and written down and recorded, and then it's fucking done. You can't go near it again.
Oh, can I? Oh, should I do that?
Yeah. That would be my...
Yeah.
Oh,
Because I'm fed up playing this.
I love that. Oh, yeah.
But it's all the other stuff in my head that goes with this. Let's put a bit of tinkly on it. Let's put the tinkly on. Gotta have the tinkly, mate.
Love that sound. That's Kent Spong to me. That and the CS.
You know what? I can't get away from this sound.
It's a hell of a sound, though.
I turn on the Hydra and I go.
You see, mine comes up with when I switch mine on. Hang on. Yeah. Mine when it comes on.
Yeah.
That. Can you hear that? Did you hear that?
No.
No?
No, you got that thing again.
Check me loop back. Oh, hang on. Let's look at the settings.
Can you remember it?
Fuck. Don't know.
That's it. It's still a shitload to put on it. But there's something else I was listening to the other night. I thought, why don't I redo that one? I didn't like the way it was mixed or anything like that. It was all a bit. So I started deconstructing it. And go, all right, I'll do this. And then it got to the vocal parts, which is using a piece of software called Ra. Mm-hmm. And what Ra is, it's some phrased samples. So you got this sample, and it'll have this woman singing, and it's very Eastern sort of Arabic kind of vibe, right? And what you do is you can just hold the key. You can go between keys, but it re-triggers the sample, the usual thing. So what I did was press the key, and it plays the sample. And it's about, say, 10 seconds long. Right? Mm-hmm. Then what I do is draw MIDI data for how I want her to sing what she has just sung. Mm-hmm. To sing the notes I want her to sing.
Yeah.
So you put all the data in, like you enter it all in, blah, 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 and play it back. And you go, yeah, no, but on that word and not that word and all that sort of thing. And it goes in. And you mess around with it. And I had like two at one point, and they were singing, one was singing harmony and all this sort of thing. And I went, oh my God, I've got to do all this as well. And then went, oh, hang on a minute, where's that library? Oh, it was on the 22 terabyte drive, wasn't it?
Oh, bollocks. So you've had to pull in another download.
Well, I decided to make a list. Now, although this isn't Andrew's fault at all, but he said he was going to give us this
NAS, yeah.
NAS drive, yeah. Well, I haven't got it here, so I've been reluctant to download anything because all I can do is put it on the limited size external drive that I got.
Yeah.
I go, well, it's a big girl. It's 6 terabyte or something like that.
Mm.
So I go through the libraries that I've got in my accounts and blah, 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 blah. Right, I go for well, what have I got at the moment? And yeah, we're getting on for nearly 270 terabyte of actual libraries that I own, and they're
Terabytes.
terabytes, and they're floating on various virtual servers, as it were.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. So I basically go to my accounts and then start downloading the stuff I want. And I thought, ideally, it's download them if and when I need them, rather than trying to just bring it all down, because I'll just have this mountain of software and go, what am I doing? Where the fuck am I? So I've gone, rah. And I'm thinking, I'm going to myself, yeah, rah. Who made rah? I'm trying to remember manufacturers and go, because I know which website to go to then. I go, rah. What did rah come with? I go, was it part of a package, or did I buy it separately? No, I wouldn't have bought it separately. It must be part of a package. And it turns out it's part of, what's the phrase? See, the name's gone now. East-West.
Right, okay.
It's an East-West. Yes, it is, Chris. A ridiculous situation. And, I mean, I had limited, even the 22 terabytes, nowhere near the amount of libraries that were actually have, Mr. Spong is a greedy little fucker label on them. So, but I kept them virtual, and it was all like, well, I don't use that so much, so it can stay up there in cloud land.
Off-site, yeah.
I'll download it when and if, right? So, of course, after the big crash of not the 30s, but last year or this year, isn't it? There's next to fuck all on here, because I'm very, very reluctant to put anything onto the Mac Studio, because it's a limited size drive.
Yeah.
And it's not like I'll just take it out and put a bigger drive in it. You can't do that. Yeah, there is a thing.
Yes.
I saw it.
Did I send it to you, or was it Robbie I sent it to?
Might have been Robbie, 'cause I came across it it came up as a thingy in my Facebook.
Somebody's re-engineered the fucking memory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still nowhere near what I'm going to need, right?
Well, yes. Yeah, that is true.
It would make things easier all round. I perhaps could get Albion on there without having to scare myself. And do you know what I mean? So I'm going, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, Ty's got the money. He's got the NAS under the desk with billions and billions of terabyte on it, and all these libraries. And his list of libraries, I mean, I think he actually employs somebody to write down what he's got and keep an eye on it. Because I wouldn't be able to catalogue in my head everything he's bought.
I've heard the stories.
Yeah. Sometimes he just buys things. You go, well, it's new, and I haven't got it. Bye.
Fair play to him. Fair play to him.
The thing is, he earns money from doing it.
Yeah.
Not like dickweed here. It's just dead money.
Yeah, well, he's got it in his arsenal in case he needs it, isn't it? That's the thing. Well,
exactly. If the director goes, yeah, I sort of like want this sound of like a bear slowly dying inside a kazoo. I go, yeah, I got that sample, mate. Do you want it polar bear or brown bear? Any particular bear?
Yogi.
Yeah. Do you want standard size kazoo, or do you want like a massive coffin size kazoo? I got it if you want it. Yeah. So, and that's fair dues. Me, I'm buying them because I'm going, I haven't bought anything this week. I'd really like to buy something because I'll make myself feel better about it. Fucking what sort of shit is that?
I can't remember the last piece of software I bought. What would it have been? I don't know. I don't buy that much. I mean, situation as it is, I haven't got the fucking spare at the minute and won't have for a while. But, no, I can't remember the last time I bought something like software-wise.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
The thing that annoys me is sometimes I've got pieces of software that are genuinely enough. Enough. I have Spitfire's BBC Orchestra, enough,
Yeah.
right? My, so we say, orchestral skills don't go beyond having to have anything bigger or better than that.
Well, and same with me and Albion.
Yeah. Now Albion 1 is one of those libraries where it's there's a dramatic element in Albion that's not in BBC Orchestra, because BBC Orchestra is more, should we say, what's the word?
Mellow?
No, conventional. It's conventional orchestra. Whereas Albion's more, it's more film scorey, essentially.
Yeah.
There's, where a standard orchestra will have, say, 6 trombones, Albion's trombone section will have like 12 or 18 for that, dun 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 sound, you know, and it does it well. Do I need all the fluffy audio ones and all the, the fucking countless brass libraries, the countless string libraries and all the rest of it? Do I need them? No. I do not. I mean,
that's the sort of...
I got fluffy audio spaghetti western sample pack, right? And it's got all like those Morricone kind of strings, the Morricone guitars and stuff, the harmonica. But then it's also got, the sound of the guns, people walking on gravel as well, additional. So you could actually do your own spaghetti western with this sample library, and it weren't fucking cheap. And I think I've used it not at all so far.
So this is the difference. I know what I would use, I know what I won't use, and therefore I'm very focused on what I do and don't need.
Yeah. I mean, I used to know, and then it just became this sort of thing like, I can't blame Ty for this, but Ty is the reason I started to do this fucking Keep Up with the Joneses, and I don't know if you noticed, I think we're on different wage levels. Right.
Yes.
You know what I mean, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, and it was sort of like Keeping Up with the Joneses, except the Joneses happened to be, royalty. So it's just no.
Yeah. No, it's my only weakness is if it's got fucking Roland written on it. I don't know, and I don't know why.
Everybody has their weakness, mate.
Yeah.
Everybody has a weakness of some description. So. I mean, there's so many things there's things I was supposed to do that I still haven't done. And one of them's that Ambient Zero, and I haven't done it yet. And I'll tell you why. See, if I post that Ambient Zero now, this time of year, it's like flipping a coin whether it gets there or not.
Yep.
All right? I had an email today from the guy who won the Minimoog.
Right.
On the raffle, which is that November.
Yeah.
Still hasn't got it.
Fucking hell.
Still hasn't got it.
Yeah. This is something I did yesterday. Fucking around. That's my monitor at my screen on the top, and then below it the 2 Behringers. But I put downlighters from the desk.
Ooh.
Because they're actually quite difficult to see under there.
Yes.
So I needed something to sort of just light them up. It just looks a lot nicer. So he's still not had the Minimoog?
No, he still hasn't got it yet.
And when should that have arrived?
The end of last month?
Oh.
Easily. God, when did I ship that?
Fucking Wookie. Is every delivering it?
I think it ended up going by I think it was TNT in the end.
Because it was going to Belgium or somewhere, wasn't it?
Germany. And that's where it's sitting. It's sitting in a customs depot in Berlin, and has been for fucking weeks.
Not good.
And you look at the tracking information, and it said received, out for delivery, and then the next day it says received, out for delivery, with the same times on it. It's just in this fecking loop. He's talking to them from his end. We're talking to them from our end. And that's pretty much all that's happened.
That's as far as it's gone.
Yeah. I had a laugh with him though, because I said to him when he phoned me up, and I said, look on the bright side. By the time you get it, it'll be worth more.
I still haven't got my tickets for the latest Moog raffle, which I have to do because it's finishing soon, isn't it?
Yeah, Chris going on, Kent owning up to being British Gas. Yeah, I completely and unreservedly put my hand up to it. I have bought so much stuff just because, and half of me is very ashamed with me, and the other half of me is also very ashamed of me as well. Just going, you are a twat, Kent. But I came to that conclusion many years ago, and I've got quite comfortable with it now. But yeah, there's things I've bought that I love. I'm glad I bought that X32 mixer. Glad I bought that. Glad I bought the PB12. Love the Hydrosynth Deluxe. Really love the old A8X as well. But there's a lot of things that I've bought that I really, really didn't need to buy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things I own that I shouldn't really own. I mean, I'm an agoraphobic. I can't go anywhere, and I own fucking 2 cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. But your other half drives.
Yeah. She either smashes them up or doesn't know how to drive it. Hello, dear.
Hello, darling.
Good evening. Do
you know what? Every time I see you, that place looks more and more like a fucking shop. It looks like a music shop now.
Yeah, I know.
You've got the music shop look again.
Have I?
Yeah.
It's got the office look at the moment, I can tell you.
Yeah, it's very officey looking at the moment.
Yeah, I've been doing my paperwork all day.
Ah, good man.
Somebody has to do it. It's either that or pay a bloody accountant.
I had a legally blind roommate who owned a car. Yeah, but the thing about the Mustang was I've always, since I was knee-high to a grasshopper, wanted to own an American car. It's just a thing. So I did. And now I do. But I don't know why Mustang Mark 1s have a reverse gear. Because you can't fucking see out that back window. I mean, at all. All you can see is the spoiler. So you're still having audio issues, Matt? This has been going on for a couple of years now, hasn't it?
It was all working. Nothing's been changed, and now it's decided.
But that's just the world. That's just it. No, you don't change anything, but it goes wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just I'm not even getting any audio out of the fucking the Hydra now. Nothing.
Is this what you're going into though, Matt? What's the
Hydra's going into an ADAT, which is going into the back of my audio interface and out.
Right, I've never used ADAT, so I don't know much about.
Well, it's only an expander. It's only 8 more inputs.
All right.
Okay.
But you've got nothing coming. Have you got nothing coming out of the ADAT then?
It only goes straight into the audio interface via optical.
Okay.
It's connected via optical to the interface.
And it was working, but it's not now.
It was. I could hear it when me and Kent were first talking, and now it's just gone fucking
Reboot, mate. It literally just happened tonight then.
It's happened in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, be a reboot.
Well,
are you on Mac or PC?
Mac.
Mac. I mean, you know about Macs anyway, don't you? But I sometimes found that my audio card on the Mac will just stop sending audio until I reboot it. It's happened a few times.
It's really fucking peculiar. Right.
There's about 20 minutes before one of Ramsey's show, and I'm thinking, what the bloody hell? I've got no audio all of a sudden. Rebooted it and it fixed it.
My ADAT's
self.
My ADAT's just gone off. It's turned
Off.
itself off. Oh, fuck, looks like my ADAT's gone.
Oh.
Ooh, that doesn't sound good.
That must have just...
Uncle Chrome, I think actually a Shelby Cobra is an American car, full stop.
Yeah, that's just gone. That's just died on its arse.
Oh, man.
Bollocks. Right, okay.
Yeah, okay.
I'll switch all these off.
Well,
then.
normally with...
I'm getting no audio into the computer. Right?
When people come to me with problems to sort out, do you know what my first question is now?
Mm.
Do you own a husky?
No.
Straight up.
Wow. That's spectacular.
No indication?
Nothing. No, I didn't even know it had gone. Yeah, it's just died on its arse.
Yeah,
No power lights, nothing. Right, that's that then.
I think AC used to be American, used to be British, but a Shelby is a modified.
So why should I buy an ADAT then?
Yeah. What is my
I've never
ADAT?
used an ADAT, so I don't,
My ADAT interface, or my ADAT expander, is a Behringer ADA 8000. It's the older one.
All right.
Bugger. Oh well, I'll be pulling that out tomorrow and opening that up to see if there's anything I can do to it.
Yeah.
I don't know, can you fix light?
Yeah, true.
I don't think there's much to... It's basically light, decoder, hardware out.
That's a few.
Have you got anything you can just sort of like bypass it with altogether? How many
Oh, I
inputs
could-
you got on it that you're using?
On the ADAT,
Mm.
I'm using all of them.
Oh.
All eight.
Oh.
Yeah. Never mind.
Get yourself a mixer
I've
that's
got a
got a recording card in it. Something like a
I've got that. I can use that.
yeah, but will it
Yeah,
record through it?
No.
So
I could go into that and straight into the audio interface.
the Tascam Model 12 will record to the SD card, but it'll also record straight into your computer.
Yeah, okay.
It's actually better than mine. The 24 will do it, but it's not as straightforward with the 24. And they're not that expensive. You probably pick one up second hand, 300-400 quid.
I'll have a look round, see what I can find.
So are we all diving over to Jason's at 8 o'clock then?
Yeah, can do.
No, I wasn't.
Jervis.
Who's Jason?
Get Jervis.
Get Jarvis.
Oh, is he on tonight?
Yeah.
Tuesday, innit?
Oh God, I just get confused. Which days?
No,
Which
see,
really?
what I was going to do was...
You see, he's jamming with Jackson. He's too late for me, so I'm never there at 10 o'clock. I'm doing other things at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So, but we can do.
Leaning up against a lamppost.
Usually,
Yeah.
trying to.
Yeah. No, so what we could do, so what we do is leave the pub running, and then we go over to Justin's as well, you know, and then you can just
Yeah,
flip
Dave
around.
says it's hard to keep up. It is hard to keep up now.
Yeah, it is. There's lots of them now, isn't
Yeah.
there? Lots
Yeah.
of them.
I have to say I haven't engaged with the Systems of Whatever guys.
Systems of Reality. I pop
Oh,
in
you
every now and
should.
again.
I know I should, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to, not because nothing against those guys, but it's just another show to go and watch. And
Yeah. No, I know, yeah, I know. You know. I know.
I've got too much going on as it is.
Well, they're easy to keep up with because at the moment they're doing that marathon thing where they're trying to do a podcast every night for a year.
Yeah, jamming in Jim Jang's Wagyu. Yeah, I know. Oh, and I've seen it. I watched it.
Yeah.
Not live, but
Do you know what? I always thought Jamie was going to come back on a Sunday. He
yeah,
looked like he was for a little while.
it was back in. Was it which show was it? Was it PSN? He was on a show recently. I just said hi and how are you doing?
Yeah.
He was in the chat, yeah.
He's in the chat. He's just needed a break from it, I think. Bless him. And you know, we all need that sometimes.
True enough.
I mean, I have to say, poor old Jamie. I mean, his EMOMs to doing all of what he did on his own.
Yeah.
Was above and beyond, really. I know I didn't go and do one of his EMOMs, although I was scheduled to, and it was literally right when we were moving from Yorkshire. So, and I would like to, if he brings them back, I'd like to go up and, go up and do that and maybe do Jim's at the same time.
Wag says he spoke to him last week and said his show might come back in a few months.
Good.
Yeah, it'd be good to see him back.
Yeah, because I mean, I did his show plenty of times as well. But I mean, he put so much work into that, to doing that stuff.
Yeah.
That, and it's a pity you couldn't find somebody to help him, because really you need somebody to help him. When you're taking the PA, you're setting all the PA up, you're doing live streaming, you've got cameras, you've got audio, you've got all that on your own.
Yeah. Oh, his mum passed. Yeah, well, that's
and his mum.
Impact. Yeah, that's an impact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Matt and Sue.
It's, yeah, but I mean, it was like when I found. Did I? I'm trying to remember how I found it now. I think somebody put me onto it. It was Andy Synchrotron on a Saturday morning. And
you see, I very rarely I've been a few times, but Saturday mornings I've got other commitments on a Saturday morning, and I watched a bit of. I didn't watch it. I listened to it just before Ramsey's show, when I was doing a few things around. So I had him on then, but the show had finished by then.
That's where I think I'd heard about it. It was on in the chat in Rands, and I made a note of it and subscribed and everything. And then the following Saturday I watched it as well. But I think it was only about 6 people. It was only about 6 people there. And I'll hand on heart, I'll go, I like music that moves around. But I thought, all right, it's drones, okay. But, I can listen to the same chord for 2 hours.
It's clever, though.
But
I bought all his albums.
No,
it's
this
great.
is the thing. He does this drone, but somehow it is just mesmerising. And it's engaged. It keeps you engaged, And he seems to really, really know what he's doing. I thought,
he does.
I really like this.
It's clever, actually.
Yeah, and I was getting a lot of stuff done while the show was on. So I make a point of always listening to it, and I do. I get shitloads of jobs done while the show's on, and just telling everybody else about it. And I said to Robbie, look, do you mind if we promote this on PSN? This is worthy of mentioning. Because before we used to go, so it's Ramsey on Saturday, and, blah, blah, blah. I said no, it's Synchrotron Saturday morning, Ramsey Saturday afternoon, blah blah blah, and so forth. And it's picked up, and it's got its momentum now.
Yeah, good.
Profit, it's lovely. And he's such a nice bloke as well.
He's great, yeah.
Yeah, he's a lovely bloke. So it was good to help out there if it helped at all.
Oh, I'm sure it did.
Interesting.
Yeah, because he's been on Ramsey's a few times as well.
Yeah. I mean, I got something like that up in the attic, Ian.
Yeah, well, yes, you had certainly something very similar to that.
It might be a compressor.
You did show me. Oh, you showed me all sorts of stuff from your bloody attic.
Bloody tons of crap up there, isn't it? Jesus Christ. What's that black thing over there? Oh, that's a Polymoog signed by Bob Moog.
Yeah.
right up the back with a mattress on top of it. Yeah. I got my Worsey custom Insta strings up there as well. I think they made 5 of them. It's a lovely sound, but it sounds like every other string machine. You know what I mean? It's basically a Logan 2 in disguise, but it's all been luxuriously done in brushed aluminium and real wood and all this.
Well, I've told you, if you want to sell any of this stuff, we'll do a deal, and I'll sell it for you, and then we'll split the profit if you want to.
Yeah, well, there must be a couple of £100 million worth in the garage.
Exactly. Well, I've not been in the garage. You see, I've only seen it on. I know Matt's been.
Oh,
you're muted, mate.
You mute hard.
When he throws that at you and says, "Don't know if it works." You come home, plug it in, it lights up.
What is it?
It's a CZ101.
Bloody
Is that
hell,
or
man.
is that the heavily customised one?
No,
Is
that
it?
was
That was a standard one.
that standard one. It was dirty. It was just you didn't know where it come from.
That-
and it,
Yeah, no idea. Fucking
But-
Heavily so have you still got the heavily customised one? Because that sounds like my sort of circuit bent type
Well,
thing.
well, I can't remember if it's a CZ, but it's. I think I sat it over here for a laugh.
no, it completely stopped when I picked it up. But I've put OLED in it. It's the only thing I've done to it because the display was a bit.
And it works. And everything works fine.
Beautiful,
Yeah,
beautiful
yeah.
little synth.
Casio SK1.
Oh, that's
Oh,
a sampler. That's a sampler.
That's a sampler one.
It's got all this. Oh yeah.
Oh fucking.
Yeah, and where are all these modifications?
I saw something like that on eBay. Not within the last 18 months.
Oh,
You
hang on the
can't-
front, look.
Bloody hell! But
I mean,
you don't know
fuck
what any of
knows
it
what it
does.
does.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
no idea. But there's that. So, it does take batteries. Probably 13.
Yeah.
Last 4 minutes. That kind of thing. But yeah, there's that. No, I was trying to think, Matt, if we had anything here you could use to replace that.
That's all right. I'll work something out.
There might be in the attic because I mean there was more than when you showed me that compressor because I think you said do you want it and I went I've not got use for it. But there were other things there as well
Yeah.
in that massive just below that massive cables.
Well, if for instance, at the moment, if you open the garage door, you're immediately met with a complete Alka-Synthex.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
It's mad, isn't it? That's leaning up against a CS50 and a CS60, which are leaning up against a it's a drum boy,
Wow.
which is like a big sideboard mechanical drum machine.
There was one
Valve.
at Synthfest this year.
Oh, was there?
Yeah,
There's one of them in
Michael
there.
had one. I'm sure he had one, and he because he took he showed us how it was working. His was working. I'm sure it was it's a drum boy.
Yeah, the big old.
Yeah, like a big wooden sideboardy
Yeah,
thing.
you could put your coffee on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What else was there? God, what else is floating around in there? There's a couple of ARC 2600s in various degrees of crapitude. There's an OB12. There's 2 memory Moogs. A couple of Prophet 5s. Whiteface Odyssey. I must put that back together.
Oh wow.
Just tons of shit. Just tons of it. Oh, and that Infernal machine. Effects processor.
The what?
The Infernal machine.
The Infernal
I
Machine.
think it's called the Infernal machine.
It's before my time. That one then.
It's
We should,
I
because
remember I owned it.
you keep saying you're a man who's short of cash, so we should turn this into cash for you.
Well, we were talking about everybody coming up and helping you fucking rip it out and clear it out, weren't we?
Yeah, well the thing is, at some point I've got to clear out quite a bit of it because a lot of it is, just shit.
Right.
I mean, like there's a couple of CS80 front panels, and it's useless to anybody, even somebody who has a CS80,
Right.
because they tend to have a front panel with it, and they're repairable, and they can be resprayed and they can be re-silk screened. You don't need to get another front panel,
Yeah.
unless somebody dropped a satellite on it or something. You're not going to need one. And
Final
if they
fence.
did, the front panel is the least of your problems. So
So that's a skip job then.
yeah. So there's a lot of things that will probably end up in the skip. But if there's stuff there where people go, oh, bloody hell, I need one of them. Off you go then.
That's how janky old Jupiter panels end up on people's walls.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. Well, the thing is, I think it was me and Robbie were having a route about in the garage. We were looking for something stupid. I can't remember what it was. And while we were out there, I went, oh, look, it's a Jupiter 8 module control board. Right? He went, oh, yeah. I went, oh, hang on a minute. There's another one. And he goes, maybe you've got an entire Jupiter. I went, oh, well, let's have a look. And well, there's a dual voice board. There's another dual voice board. We just need 2 more of them. And then we go, and then Bobby goes, what's this over here? I go, yep, that's the base. That's the Jupiter. There's the base with the power supplying coil still attached to it. What else you got? We were trying to see if we could put a whole Jupiter 8 together and then surprise him with it. Okay. Go, here you go. You know that front panel? Bring it in here a minute. And we're having a look, and it was going, oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, that IC's missing. Oh, yeah, that's not so good. Shit, where we're getting one of them. He goes, why is it missing? I go, because there was a Jupiter 8 going, hello, I need one of these, please. Yeah. So that's what half this stuff is in here for. So,
I mean, it's funny because I've just been clearing some stuff out, just stuff I don't use, but I found, and I've had it. I must have had it for years, and God knows why I bought it. But I had a bass guitar compressor pedal.
all right.
Now, yes, I've got a bass guitar, but I'm never going to go and play bass guitar in a band because I'm not that good a bass guitarist. Why the hell would I have a bass guitar compressor pedal? So I flogged it for 50 odd quid. Tested it worked, made sure it worked, put a new battery in it for the guy. Happy days. 55 quid I think I got for it, plus shipping.
Do you know what? It's weird. I've always find selling things such a faff.
I know you do. I don't mind doing it. I'm geared up for it.
I really fucking hate it.
You know. Yeah, I genuinely don't mind doing it because, you know. So that's why I'm quite happy to.
Well, I mean, like I say, I got a few bits knocking about somewhere. I mean, I still got those bloody widdies sitting in the cupboard there.
Oh, I know that for me. Yeah, I know. I will pick them up next time.
Yeah.
Have you still got that Soma thing that I was going to buy off you? The
Case or something,
Colossus, is it?
Colossus. Don't think.
No, it's Soma Colossus. That's the one.
Fucking hell, yeah. If you got one of them,
Yeah. You promised me it, Ken. You promised me a Colossus.
Did I?
No. It's
Tom Carpenter.
It's that effects pedal thing, isn't it? Cosmos.
Yeah. Oh, that's still here.
You're not even sure if it works properly, but then again, it's probably so bonkers that,
well,
you know.
I've still got that crate of different coloured cases for
Lyra 8s.
Yeah. I got orange, black, that weird sort of like stale piss green one. I don't whatever colour it is.
Do you know, you might be able to just sell them as they are because they're all. Just hang on a minute.
But I've also got these huge bags of all the Soma type knobs,
effects,
pots,
accessories,
toggle switches, you name it. And I think I've got that. What's the drum machine? The 23.
Yeah.
I got that down there still. That needs a replacement or a fix to the board. But they wouldn't send me schematics. Go, well, you want me to support this stuff, but you won't support me to support this stuff.
I mean, that's.
In fairness, this
wasn't his
fault. This wasn't his fault. This is the intermediate people. I think it's a husband-wife team in Czech Republic. I think it was.
They have something in Poland, don't they?
Yeah. Well, I think Soma's based in.
Soma's based in Poland. Yeah.
Poland, and the people in the Czech Republic were the sort of like distributor stroke administrative part of Europe, and they were fucking useless.
Well, I mean, nobody is selling a Lyra 8 case on eBay.
No.
So it would be unique, and anybody who wants to change. I'm assuming it's not that big a deal to actually change
Oh, I
it,
imagine it is.
Oh, I see. Right.
Yeah,
okay.
That's a lot of shit you have to drop out of that case to change the case.
Oh, right. Okay. So you might not have much of a clientele.
Yeah, it's one of those one of those "what the fuck did I buy this for" kind of scenarios.
Yeah.
Where it's sit on the shelf for years waiting for something to happen, which will never happen. So, and that's the thing. It's that rock hard place thing about it. You know, sort of like, you know, the brand new cases.
Yeah.
But they're no use to anybody, and technically have no value.
Yeah.
To anybody, and it ends up going in a skip. There's stuff I've thrown away in a skip that would make me weep today.
I'll tell you what we should try then. Take a picture of just one of them. Just pick a colour. Just take a picture of it. Actually, take 3 pictures of it.
What, do a towing water test?
No. Just take 3 pictures of one of them. Pick a colour, like I say, you know.
Yeah.
Send me the pictures. I'll put it on eBay. I'll try and come up with a price, and we'll see if anybody's interested.
Just see if it happens. Yeah. Okay.
And then from there, you can gauge whether, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I have thrown an entire T8 into a skip before now,
Bloody hell.
which is just
Because there must be a market for some of the spares and bits, surely.
no way of knowing.
You know.
Oh right, Get Jervis has gone live.
So we're just going to be in the chat. We're staying here, but we're going to be in the chat. Is that what we're planning to do?
That kind of thing.
Right.
Because I don't want to take people from his thing. If you know, if they were here instead of at his. If you see what I mean. Where are we? Oh, there he is. See, what is he showing off now? What is that? What's the Arturia thing, but with the keyboard? Was it a key step? Yeah.
Oh, key step. The new one. It's the new one, isn't it? I haven't got out on there yet.
I don't know if that's new or not. So.
God, what is it with bloody YouTube? It, you know, it tells me that you're live, but it doesn't tell me that he's live, and I am subscribed to him. There we are.
There you go. Oh. What was that?
He's using an Alesis.
Is that coming through?
No.
You hearing that?
No.
Oh, okay.
Is that his audio?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a bit of a thump going on.
He's got a bit of a techno thing going on.
Oh, yeah. See, I've always admired people doing this.
What, techno?
No, playing live.
I mean, I could not do it, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, playing live like this, because I am shite at that. I really am.
What, just, I'm in awe of... I have tried to do this live streaming.
Yeah.
And I made a complete dog's breakfast on it, so that's why I don't do live streaming. I have recorded myself doing a live jam, and then edited it and then put it up and done. So I'm more likely to do it that way, with a couple of cameras. I don't have a setup here that's got multiple cameras on anyway. So, because obviously Jason's got 2-3 cameras there, and I know you need a black magic box and stuff like that, don't you, to do all that?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's if I turn him on and put the volume down a bit.
Because it reminds me, I must get my what's that? What is that? Do you know? I've forgotten what it's called. Hang on.
love the camera. Camera follows it.
Nuts, isn't it?
Yeah, damn
Absolutely
thing.
nuts.
Stop it, you. Yeah, it's basically my Arturia thingy. I can't get the
Polyroot
software.
12.
No. The is it a key step? But it's not a key
Oh,
step.
key step.
Keystep
Was it
Pro.
beat step or key step?
It might be.
Beat step. Has it got pads or keys?
Yes, it's pads.
If it
It's
looks-
a- it's a
if
Beat
it looks
Step
like
Pro.
a bigger version of that. It's a Beat
Yeah,
Step
yeah.
Pro.
Right.
You got that at a great price because I went to look for one of them on Gear Music and they were nowhere near what you paid for it. So
Yeah, well, they
well
said it
done,
was-
Sunbeam.
They said it was B stock.
Yeah.
The downside is I keep forgetting I have to take a photograph of the serial number.
Oh yeah,
because I
to
can't
register it.
Get the software at the moment because it goes it's already registered.
Yeah.
to somebody
Yeah.
else.
So have you not done anything? Did I hear you say you've not done anything with your Ambient Zero?
No, I haven't. I haven't shipped it.
You haven't shipped it?
No, not this time of year.
What do you mean shipped it? Where you got? I thought. Oh, have you not got it then?
Oh, it's there. I haven't shipped it. I haven't shipped it to Le Mans.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Oh right. Why? Have you sold it to him?
Well, I've given it to him.
I see.
I'm not getting on with it, so I thought.
You're not getting on with it. I've just
No.
been. I mean, I have to say, yeah, there's a bit of menu diving goes on, but actually,
Yeah.
compared to the Poly-M tracker, which I absolutely hated, it's a piece of piss, really. I mean, all I've done is work through some of the preset stuff at the moment, but I've got a gig coming up at the end of January,
Right.
and my intention is to use it at that gig
I'm with you.
with my own patches.
Yeah.
So I've got Christmas and mid-January till mid-January. If I haven't cracked it by say it was the 14th of January, then I'm going to have to do something else.
Oh, okay.
You know.
Yeah.
But-
Well, apparently, it was something he wanted more than anything else on the planet,
All right.
and I'm not going to miss this if it isn't here.
No, all right.
So I said, yeah, if you want it, mate, you can have it.
In fact, because I got a bill from FedEx about that, and the soft spanners have put the wrong price on. So I bought it for 230 quid. They've put the price as 279 quid. So consequently, I've got 60 quid's worth of import duty, which is slightly irritating. I mean, I can claim some of it back with the VAT, but
Do you know
I'm
what,
thinking, why the hell have they done that?
can anybody tell me, is that a actual Steve Austin he's got on the shelf there behind him? Or an Action Man?
It looks like an Action Man to me. It's Action Man with the yellow jacket and looks like an original Action Man. Might be the one with the furry head. Do you remember that one?
Yeah. That was
I had one
weird,
of
that
them.
was.
I had loads of Action Man. I had Action Man. I had the Action Man, the Apollo Action Man with
Right.
the capsule, the crash capsule, right? So I used to have it in the bath. So I had my Action Man in the bath with the capsule,
Yeah.
right? And then all of a sudden, one day I'm in the bath. It was being 9-year-old by this time, and the Action Man literally he just fell apart. I was absolutely heartbroken. All of the cables inside, because he'd been going in the water all the time, had just literally went, and literally all his hands, his feet, everything just collapsed.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
No, I always wanted the Scorpion tank.
I think I had that. I had a tank. Certainly had an Action Man tank. It might have been do you remember was it Johnny Thunder was the cheap alternative? It was nowhere near as good as an Action Man. It didn't move as much, because an Action Man, the hands would rotate and all that sort of stuff.
Right.
I had a Johnny, I'm sure it was is that gun thing? It was one that was, anyway, it was like a cheaper version of an Action Man.
Right.
No, Tommy gun. That was it. It was a Tommy gun.
Ah, right. Okay.
And you could buy some sort of tanks and things for that. Was it the tank I had or the Jeep? I could have had a Jeep instead of not the tank. You could get the Action Man Jeep.
Yeah.
But
Oh look, he's got the same trouble as me. He seemed to have a white and brown version of Lily.
yeah, it's a bonkers cat. That
I love it. It's a beautiful creature.
it's a beautiful looking cat.
Yeah, welcome to my world, mate. What was it? What was it she stole yesterday? Oh, mate, what was it? Found it in the garden this morning. It was a spoon. There's always a spoon. I don't know where she gets it. She always manages to find a spoon. It was a saucepan. She'd stolen a saucepan out of the wash bowl. But what was it? It was really weird. It was a cookery book. I think it was a Nigella Lawson, one of Fiona's Nigella Lawson cookery books. She'd taken it off the bookshelf, took it out in the garden, just left it there. But it's a big book. We're going, how the fuck did she get that through the cat flap?
Well, I'm still impressed by the fucking light bulb she nicked out of your bedside light.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know.
That's the one that done me.
Disengaged it, and then fucked off with it.
Well, that's why there was also a light bulb in her mouth on your birthday card.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I mean, because I remember my mother had Labradors, and she had a Labrador that would literally take the eggs out of an egg carton, put them on the floor, and then play with the egg carton.
Wow.
So it had because Labradors have got really soft mouths, and I'm assuming that Lily must have something similar in terms of a mouth to be able to not crush
Yes.
the glass.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, in all fairness, a lot of the things, I would say 90% of the things that she takes, she doesn't chew or damage in any way.
No.
She just thinks it's hilarious to steal it and leave it in the garden. It's bizarre. There's a couple of things that she will chew. One of them is my razor. I don't know why, but there you go. She chewed my razor twice now. Cats do like their attention, don't they?
They do, don't they?
Don't they just?
Although I wouldn't like to own a fuzzy cat like that. I like a Tom, the other one, the sort of tortoise shell, isn't he?
Yeah, like my old.
That's my I mean,
my old wit.
my last cat was when we had cats was a tortoise shell.
Yeah.
But like I say, I sort of fell in love with my friend Debbie, her cat Jess.
Yeah.
I was in York. I almost brought her back with me.
Because I think that little fella needs grooming regularly where possible.
I would have thought so.
I mean, Siri at the moment is catatonic on the floor here behind me.
Bless her.
She makes me laugh though, because sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night for whatever reason, and she's laying beside me. She'll have her head up on the pillow, and she's there going, right, honest to God, she's there going, I go, oh right, now I know why I'm awake.
Yeah.
Seriously, you cannot lay down without snoring?
Don says cats belong out in the yard. I'm not so sure about that.
Oh, cats do their own thing,
The
don't
cats run the house, really.
they? Yeah.
You
Well,
know.
you can have house cats.
Haley's cat certainly does.
Yeah, you have the outside cats, and you have the cats that you can't keep in for love nor money.
Yeah.
You know, depends on the personality of the cat.
Yeah, our cat. When we had Tigger, she was a house cat. Really, she didn't really go out that much. You know. Although as a kitten, she used to love. I'd be there washing up before we had a dishwasher. I'd be there washing up, and she literally would climb up my back and sit on my head or on my shoulder, and I'd have these bloody welts under my back where her claws were dug into my back.
I must admit, by now I would have moved the cat.
Yeah.
Come back later.
Yeah, he did say about.
Gives no shits, does it?
Yeah.
I would have thought that knob would be quite painful, but apparently not. Because our little black cat, Buddy, he used to like laying on the back grill of the 80.
Oh, well.
For all the
yeah,
obvious reasons.
Yeah, yeah.
So one cooked cat then, was it?
Yeah, he loved it. It was deliciously warm. And he just like drape, and he was like, yeah, man.
Yeah, that'd do, yeah.
But, you know, very light-footed, so it was all okay. But
I can see no signs inside of anything gone wrong with this fucking unit.
So there's no slow blow fuse then?
Well, that's the only thing that I can't test or even tell, really.
See.
There is a fuse in there, but hang on, so I'll pop it out.
Gaz has gone, was it? Get the cat out and get on with it, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only fuse I can see. Hang on. Tiny little thing, but it's all
Yeah,
covered.
slow blow, probably. Is it slow blow?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you. It's covered. Looks like it's covered in paper or something.
Yeah, it will be. It'll be a slow blow.
I'll have to see if I can find one.
Has it blackened like it's gone?
There's a little black spot on one side of it.
Yeah, it sounds to me like it's gone then. Yeah, it's blown.
Possibler. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There you go.
change
Could be a
that.
quick fix, my friend.
Okay.
It should be. It should say on it what
Yeah.
it is.
The lighting in here isn't
Yeah.
conducive to that, so
What studio lighting is.
that's my fault.
That's the whole point.
At least you've got studio lighting. I've just got.
Well,
Take me a while to get to this.
turn it
point.
off and use the glow from the monitor.
I could do, or I could put me. Actually, no, I can't now because I've bloody hidden me. I'm going to say I could light up my
I tell you what, the light does make the room look cold.
this one.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they are. They're just. You know, I've turned this one off,
Mm.
but left the one at the back on.
Yeah. It's like
That,
the lights that we got in the front room, when they're just on, they are both simultaneously useless, they're really dim, but they're also, what's the word? The light is bollocks, basically, is it?
Yeah.
So the little side light that we put on next to the settee, adequate.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've
Finished work then.
got a light on the rig. I mean, turn
Sorry,
this
what?
big light out.
Oh, sorry, there's not finished work. What was it? Finished lounging about, pretending to work. No, that's better. Look, doesn't that look warmer now?
Is that better?
Yeah, that's warmer.
Yeah. In fact, I could put that. I've got another light up here somewhere.
So you're exhausted from writing an email? Oh, yeah.
Is that worse or better?
1,200 fucking words. Thank you very much. Just now.
Really?
Yes, and I've still got more to do.
How many ways are there to tell somebody to go fuck themselves?
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Yeah.
I've just finished my best presets of the year, and what with all these companies coming out with things like firmware updates, or
Yeah.
companies announcing finally 4
That
years
may
after,
or may not work.
Yeah, I've got to do all these little updates, which are really annoying, and I'm having to do everything in advance because obviously Christmas.
Well, you would be a journalist.
Bit of a stretcher.
Fucking hell, we're all bitchy tonight, aren't we?
Yeah.
No.
Wow!
Fuck you. And the whole
I love you, Rob.
on.
You know that.
I'm being nice. I'm the only fucker being nice here.
Makes a fucking change.
Yeah, and we're all suspicious.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I see the cutting out on the drinks going well.
That, mate, is fucking deserved. I've earned
okay.
that.
I thought it was beer.
Oh.
Oh.
Dun, 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 dun.
That reminds me, I must get those patches.
What?
Those patches.
Which
you know,
ones?
those lovely musical patches.
Oh, what, for the Polybrute? Scott McCauley Sounds. Lustral Volume 1 with Volume 2 promised apparently before Christmas. Get your fucking
You're
ass.
fucking getting it. Or maybe I'll wait until 2 comes out and get them together.
I don't know whether he does packs, discounts and stuff.
Oh, I'm not bothered about whether it's discounted. It's just do it all in one go. Fuck about with all the cables and the shit and button pushing, and then it's all done. You know? Rather than do it once and then have to do it again.
Yeah. Have you installed any patches on your...
No.
Okay. You might...
Oh, is it interesting?
I would say you're going to want to speak to someone who's done it before, and that's likely to be me.
Oh, okay.
So, with the benefit of knowing what you're like,
What do you mean?
Ouch.
I don't know what you mean by that,
it's
sir.
probably best if I talk you through it rather than you do it, fuck it up, and me have to fix it.
Are you talking about the Polybrute?
Yeah, it's not difficult.
He's talking about fucking anything.
It's not difficult. It's just different.
Right, okay.
Because what it does is it uses Polybrute Connect, and Polybrute Connect is essentially a Polybrute on your desktop that doesn't make sounds. So there's a lot of dragging. Well, I say a lot of dragging and dropping. There's the concept of projects as well as the concept of presets, and they can
Okay.
Bloody weather. It's starting to piss
get a
down.
little confusing. So, yeah, we haven't had any rain.
Yeah,
Well, it's supposed to
you've got rain. It must be coming your way, mate. It's just absolutely silent down here. I can just hear it outside.
Oh, you can keep that then.
I know. Rain's in Froome a lot more than it did in Yorkshire.
The rain in Froome stays mainly on the
Broom.
broom.
Yeah. Point you didn't know it, eh?
So,
So yeah, it's been I've been trying to get to a point where I can literally stop work on Friday on all my jobs
Yeah.
and just not have to worry about anything until New Year.
Because it's getting close, isn't it? God.
This Christmas Eve next week. This
Oh,
time next week.
I need to.
well, this
I
time
need to
next
sort a
week,
t-shirt
we're
out
coming
for
up to
somebody.
Christmas Eve, isn't it? Yeah.
No, it is Christmas. It will be Christmas Eve.
Oh, it is
So,
Christmas Eve. Oh,
Yeah.
I do beg your pardon.
Yeah.
It's creeping up on us again then.
Look at him pushing his hair back behind his ear like he's got fucking hair.
Put my earphones back in.
Excuse me while I.
He has, but it's mostly on his back.
Like you wouldn't fucking believe, trust me.
Ew.
So you put a new pose in it.
I haven't got one. I've got to get one.
No,
Oh, was he broken
Fucking
now?
cigarette
Was he
butt with a
melted?
bit of tinfoil will do it.
tinfoil will do it.
Yeah.
Wrap it in tinfoil.
My ADAT expander's fucking just
Because then if
stopped.
it blows again, there's something else wrong, isn't there?
yeah.
And it'd probably blow another component, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to get one. That's all right.
Yeah, sure, and it's Belgian beer. At the well, not even midweek, really, is it? Yeah.
It's Tuesday.
I know. This has been sat in the fridge since the weekend. I didn't drink it the weekend, and I saw it when I was making my wife a cup of tea, and I thought, I could do with that. I've deserved that.
If you've, yeah, I can imagine it is quite tough at times like this, Rob. To be fair,
But it's not.
when you've
Can
got,
be.
It's trying to be original
yeah,
over and over again. You can only sort of use certain phrases and terms so often, and when you've got so
Yeah.
much stuff going out, people read that and go, "He just copy and paste it."
yeah.
So, and then it's just sat in front of a fucking screen, which I had been since like 9 o'clock this morning.
Mm.
So, yeah. Bottoms up.
Good man.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I've got one more best of to do, because that's what we do a lot this time of year. And that, what is that? Best software synths of 2024. And it doesn't help when bastards keep releasing new software synths, like this week.
Well, I would say anything that's released this week is too late, surely.
Well, no, it's technically still 2024.
Yeah.
And
I
this
suppose.
article is not scheduled until the 30th. So
Right.
I've got to
okay.
maybe see into the future. No,
Yeah.
I don't think much will be getting released next week. I hope not. I mean, my editor pinged me this evening and said, Mode Muse update. I said, yeah, but have you seen it? It's just like, it's not all that. It's not like it's added tons of features.
Yeah.
It's just lots of fixes and things. Oh, but it's a top product. Oh, yeah.
Does your editor actually edit you?
No.
Yeah, I had that because you know, I was doing things like the film show that I did when I did that back in 2013, and I'd send it to my editor, expecting him to correct it, and you know, if I've got a typo or you know,
Yeah.
I've written it at 3 o'clock in the morning and the sentence, you know, the stat sentence doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
No, he would just publish it. And I'm thinking, come on, Dave, bloody hell, man.
We are.
You are an
pretty-
editor.
Yeah, we are pretty autonomous.
Mm.
We are expected to make sure that all of our content is publishable from the get-go. And when I say he doesn't edit, yes, he does. He'll read through things, but it'll be after the event, and he'll say, "Oh," and we actually read each other's stuff.
Yeah.
And we have a gentleman's agreement amongst us that, you know, if I find a spelling mistake or a grammatical mistake, I won't go. I'll just go in and change it
Yeah,
because I know
yeah.
that it's right, and somebody will do that to me as well,
Yeah, yeah.
which is fine. But yeah, I know that feeling of, you know, having typed something at, you know, late at night, and you think you've looked through it like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah,
it
exactly.
reads
Yeah.
perfectly.
Right. And then
And then the next morning, some wise ass has typed, and you can't spell this right.
yeah.
So then you just go in and fix it and be done with it. So, yeah, the bit I hate is, well, I've managed to find a form or a way of doing things now, because, you know, when you write for a magazine, you just write words. That's it.
Yeah, you
Write
get paid. You
words.
get, in most cases, you get paid per word, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With this, you not only got to write the words, but you've also got to format things. So you've got to think about, you know, well, where am I going to put these pictures? And you've got to make the pictures,
Ah, right. Yeah.
because the pictures have got to be a specific dimension, and nobody that I've ever come across from any company has provided us pictures in the dimensions that we use. So I
Yeah.
have to use Photoshop. So I'm always got Photoshop open and editing this. You have to find the right videos. You have to put you know, where am I putting the videos in the piece? Where am I putting the photos in the piece? And the audio demos, all this kind of stuff. So yeah, you've got to think about all of that as well. Whereas in the print media, you know, somebody else does all that.
Yeah, I mean, because it's not that. Listen, when I was writing academic articles, I'd have that. We didn't have to worry about pictures because they very rarely would put pictures in an academic article. But every journal would have its own sort of style, and you would have to format it in that style of that journal, which was just a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I mean, there are certain things that we have to observe in terms of how many words or how many lines in a paragraph, and that's based on the template that they're using, and not necessarily a standard in writing. It's just, you know, this template looks better if you do format things in these ways. So you have to kind of learn how to do all of that, and then when you put links in the thing, you have to set things like no follows and sponsored links. And a sponsored link isn't a link where somebody's paid us to put it in there.
Yeah.
It's a link to our affiliate. So it's got something to do with the way that they get.
Yeah.
It's all to do with SEO, and SEO is a complete fucking nightmare. You know, keywords and
Yeah.
placement of keywords, and the amount of times you use a keyword, and power words and numbers. So Google SEO likes numbers in titles. So if you're
Oh, is
writing
it?
an article, 5 great ways to edit your songs,
Yeah, so you want
is
the
great
word-
because
you
you
want-
use 5 and great. It's a power word and a number. But when you're writing something that neither has any need for numbers or any power words, you sort of go, oh, well, I'll try and make up my SEO score somewhere else. So, yeah. But I've found a way now. What I do is, like with my longer or bigger articles, if it has to be published on a Wednesday, on a Monday, I'll do the structure. So I'll do the title, the excerpt at the beginning, table of contents, all the chapter headings, or, whatever. Then all the affiliate links, videos and images. So I don't worry about the words at all.
Yeah.
And then that's enough for one day. And then on the second day I'll go back and then I'll write all the words, and it seems to, I seem to sort of get through it a lot easier then. Otherwise, it gets a bit hairy. Yes, never mind. Such is life.
Yeah.
Been a good month this month though. Got Sound on Sound coming out today as well, so
Oh yeah.
that was a nice little learner.
Are you're writing for Sound on Sound, are you?
No, not the. Well, I haven't. Not recently.
Not yet.
But
Oh, you haven't.
podcast came out today. So,
Oh, right. Which one?
The
Well, we
emulator, the emulator 2 at 40, where I interviewed Dave Rossum, Kevin Monaghan, and Paul Witham.
There it is.
It's a long one.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So I got somebody contacted me today, and it definitely made my day. They said, and I am blowing my own trumpet because no other fucker will.
Go for it.
May I say, this podcast has turned out to be a classic. I think it's the best oral history on the Emulator 2 out there.
I mean, I enjoyed the one on Susan Ciani. Been a bit of a fan.
Yes, yeah.
You know.
That was Caro that did that, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, it wasn't. Was it?
Native.
Yes, very good.
What?
Oh, it was the time of my life.
No, it was somebody else. It wasn't Carol.
Unlikely.
I thought it was Caro that did Suzanne Charney. No, I've been actually. It's funny because this is my first podcast for nearly a year.
William Stokes.
Oh yes, you're right. Yeah.
See, I can hear him from here.
What's that?
Kent fix my 6-track.
Oh dear.
That's a whole different discipline.
I have to say that I found Paul's one on effects, because I was looking forward to this, effect pedals with synths.
It's easy for you to say.
Yeah. It was a bit, have you listened to it? It's a bit dry.
No, I haven't, because that's not really my
No.
thing.
It was just, I think it just wasn't, I mean, who am I to say really, but I didn't get that much out of it.
Each to their own, I suppose. No, I think most of them are pretty good.
Yeah.
I've got some good ones to pitch for early part of next year. One very good one that I'm very excited about. So yeah, there should be some good stuff coming on there.
Yes, Steve Elbows. Bit dry. Should have put some effects on it.
Oh, that deserves a.
Yes. Well done, Sunbeam.
God, this key step's very clever, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. From what I've seen here. Clever little unit.
I've never used one.
No, me
Have you
neither.
not?
No.
Well, I got a beat step, and I've never used one either.
So I'm never sure whether to use the beat step because I do like having sort of drum pads, or the key step, but then that's just another keyboard.
Right.
And I'm not sure because I always get the impression that they may be better suited to people with either modular or who use CV gate.
Yes, I think.
And I don't.
I mean, certainly, I think the beat step is. I mean, Andy Brooks would be able to tell you for sure because I think he uses one, doesn't he?
I think so, yeah.
But yeah, you do tend to see people who's doing modular using them.
Yeah, but they have interest. I need to research and figure out if one will suit me, and then I'll have a word with my mates.
Well, get a freebie.
Well, get a loaner anyway.
Yeah.
Just haven't paid for that yet. I am paying for it though. That is in the contract. So.
Well, it's in the contract you're paying for it, but you just haven't paid for it.
Yeah, they say, "Dick as long as you like." Okay,
that's all right.
How about
Uh-huh.
10 years? Because I just paid my bloody first tax bill for the company. So,
Yeah, I've got mine too, which is I don't have to pay it till next year though.
no, I just like to
Get it out early.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got.
what,
another.
if the money's in the bank, pay it, and then worry about
I
it.
yeah, and like I say, 1 year I paid more corporate tax than Facebook, which was rather irritating. I can tell you.
Yeah.
And I put money aside each month because it was quite a sizable bill to take out the business in one chunk. So every month I put so much away, split it into 9 for 9 months, because they give you 9 months to pay. No. But I've got my accounts to do at some point. I usually do them February. My end of year is end of October.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, so I normally do it. You've probably got an accountant, don't you?
I have, yeah, because I'm useless with any of that. So.
Well, I mean, I have to say, for the first 3 years, I had an accountant, but I've got a son who's better than an accountant. So if I have a problem, and I have got my head around it. Yes, it takes me about a day to sort out. Really, still better me spending a day doing it than 600 quid or whatever it is for.
Yeah.
Yours should be a bit cheaper because you're not limited, are you?
I am limited.
Oh, you are limited. Oh, well,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
usually about 600 quid then, isn't it?
Yeah, 500 plus VAT.
Yeah.
Yeah, my accountant's called Tony, and he does this with his shoulders a lot. This. I trust him.
Rather a stereotype there.
Today, because I've been doing paperwork all day, I have done my VAT return last quarter today. And although that wasn't due until mid-January, I thought let's get it out of the way, really.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But I've spent more than I earned, so.
No, pretty.
That's the natural state of things, I think.
Well, it is at certain times of the year. I mean, the fact that the bill for Edinburgh accommodation came into the business meant that we're going to get a refund. It's not a big one, but it helps. And that's usually how it would work. So the quarter after something like Edinburgh, which is a big expense, and actually doesn't make us any money. We actually lose money going to Edinburgh.
Yeah, but you have a good time.
I have a great time. Yeah, I'm going to try and get some sponsorship because I want to go for the whole month.
Right,
I can't afford the accommodation for a whole month. I can just about afford the accommodation for 10 days or 12 days or whatever it is. But
But there is a lot, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot to cover.
Aye.
So if we could get some sponsorship, even if it's sort of, so we can have a monthly accommodation bill, really.
Yeah, I just paid everything up now for Super Booth, so that's all done and in the bag. So.
I don't think I'm coming to across to Synth East.
No?
I don't think so. We've got stuff on in February. It's February, isn't it? But
Yeah, end of February.
and I know that Pete would give us a lift, which is lovely of him. But I'd rather stick to Synthfest and Bristonica. I'll go back, although I'm accused of trolling it.
You'll be barred at the door when you'll travel all that way. Well, it's not all that way.
It's all that way, yeah.
It's just up the road.
It's just up the road, but it still takes me an hour, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure about Bristonica. We had a good fit this year because Dave was there.
Yeah.
And it is very modular. And that's fine. But
I should have gone back on the Sunday. I didn't go because for the music, because I watched it. I sat here and watched it, and I thought, oh God, I should have been there because it was the people that were playing on that lunchtime were so. In fact, I'm going back to see one of them. There's the Japanese girl who played, and she's supporting William Beslinski in London in February, I think it is. At Union Chapel, which is a great venue. So I'm going to go and see them. Tickets weren't that expensive either. They were only like 20 quid, something like that. I thought it was really reasonable.
It's not bad these days.
You know.
Yeah. Oh, what's the date? Oh, it's tomorrow, isn't it? 18th, yeah. Sorry.
There we go. Oh, it's gone in. Bloody hell, that bleeding time.
I've I got darkness. I've got fish. I've got those booked up for next year, but have I got anything else? I'm sure there was something else. But no, I think I might go to Bristronica as just as a punter this time.
I hope it's not the weekend after because it's. I'd rather it be earlier if I'm honest. September would be good.
Yeah, it's got to be a few weeks between them.
Yeah.
Give us all the rest, I think. 'Cause,
monkeys.
there was a lot of people at both,
Yeah.
you know. So, and they're at completely opposite ends of the country.
And I mean, Gearfest.
Yeah.
Well, you see, actually, it's easy for me to get to Gearfest because I can go for the weekend and stay with one of the boys. So it's not that much of a chore. I can actually now. We've got quite a good bus service into London.
Oh yeah.
It takes a bit longer, but it actually, in hindsight, it doesn't take that much longer than the average train. It's about 2.5 hours. It leaves early, so it leaves about 10 to 8 in the morning. So you're there by mid-morning. So you got all the rest of the day, and then you can come back. You pick when you come back, and it's really quite cheap. It was something like I think it's 40 quid.
That's all right.
Because the cheapest trains we're finding now from here is 90 quid return.
It's crazy.
You know. It wasn't when we first moved, actually. First few times it was like 30, 40 quid.
They lulled you into a false sense of security.
Yeah. That was Train Pals. So I think first 4 or 5 journeys I had were quite cheap, and then suddenly there's nothing below 130 quid return. You know, and you've got to change.
Really? Where'd you change?
Well, you either change at Westbury from here. I mean, we can drive to Westbury. Westbury is literally 6 miles from here. So it's almost better to drive to Westbury, park up there, and then go. So you either change at Westbury or Salisbury.
Okay.
And what usually happens is that you'll change at Westbury anyway. You then get on the train. It tells you you're going to change at Salisbury, but you don't. You stay on the train because they put an extra 3 carriages on, and then it goes into London. So you've got a 20-minute wait, but you're actually staying on the same train. But it's technically called a change.
I got excited the other day. We decided to go to Norwich to do the last bits of Christmas shopping, and we said let's go by train, and then we can have a drink, and go to the pub for lunch or something, and you don't have to worry about driving or parking or anything like that. And we did it, but oh my god, the walking! It's just under a mile to the station here, a mile back uphill. And then we walked from the east side of Norwich to the west side of Norwich to get to this cat cafe for this.
Thing,
which was quite nice. Then walking all around Norwich doing the last bits of Christmas shopping. Then walking back to the station, and then walking all the way back home. Killed my legs, but whilst waiting for the train home in Norwich Station, I used to go on to Norwich Station, aged 12, younger even. train spotting with my little motor power book.
Yeah,
all the numbers.
I did all that as a kid.
Yeah. And pulling into the station, I haven't pulled into Norwich Station for some years because I always drive there, but it was just like, oh, this is I remember it hasn't changed an awful lot. And when I was waiting for my train to pull in to go home, and this special came in, and maybe only you and me will understand the excitement here. It was being hauled by 2 Class 20s double header, nose to nose, with the rear of the cab, and they'd all been buffed to hell. I mean, they were gleaming, and one was in the old-fashioned blue with the yellow front and the old-fashioned numbering on the front panel. The other one I couldn't quite get close enough to see, but it was burgundy, something or other. And honestly, there was me and about 6 other anoraks with their cameras all going, oh, look at this.
I used to do that. Yeah.
I'm thinking, I've regressed to my time.
Well, when I used to work for a builder's merchants. This was when I was 17, 18. And this builder's merchants was right by the railway station, railway line. Mm-hmm. So on a lunchtime, there'd be me and my mates actually out there with our cameras. And actually, when we arrive at work at sort of 7:30, there'd be a load of blokes stood along the side, just outside the entrance to Monk's Builders, with their taking their cameras. You know,
train spotters never grow up; they just wear bigger anoraks.
Yeah, it was great. Actually. Well, have I ever told you a story? My father was my grandfather. Sorry, was an engine driver.
Okay,
and when he was retired, and I would have been about 7. So I had a lot of time for Jack. He was great, and he would take me to pick up his wages from the railway in York, and then where he used to pick up his wages was the shunting yards. It's all gone now, but it was at the time. Where the railway museum is now, actually.
Yeah.
But that was all shunting yards. So, and he would say to one of his mates, he said, "Have you got any trains that want to go up the yard?" And they go, "Oh yeah, that one over there, he wants to go." So we'd get on. It would be under, because it was steam. And as a 7-year-old, I would be driving a steam train up a shunting yard, and it was just absolutely great fun.
I was there was one particular afternoon on Norwich Station. I must have been about 12, 13 years old, and there was me and a couple of other mates, and we'd got our anoraks with our high vis jackets on that we'd been given by other rail workers. They'd sling us one because they get them for nothing. So we've got these oversized things on, donkey jackets maybe, and we'd always try and chat to the drivers, and one said, "Do you want to take it up to the end of the platform?" It's not a euphemism, by the way.
No.
Sure about that?
Yeah. So,
yeah.
Come on. So it was a Class 31, and he got in, and because obviously there's the seat which the driver sits in. If I sat in that, my feet won't reach the dead man's plate. So he would do the dead man's plate like on his seat, and then I would stand up and I'd do the throttle and whatever it is. I can't remember the names of the controls anymore, but and I gently took it up to the end of the platform and then got out, and I was just like,
it's just great,
because it's that noise and that
exactly. It was the smell of the oil and everything. Because Jack because he'd been an engine driver all the way through the Second World War,
right.
And his hands were crippled because it wasn't a dead man's plate; it was a dead man's handle. And this hand they were both hands. It was like he would hold a pint like that,
right?
Because but this hand was. I used to remember sitting on his knee trying to straighten his fingers, and it was impossible to do. Because he never got any compensation for the cripple, having his hands crippled by being an engine driver. But it was trying to straighten his hands while he was, But I used to love all that sort of stuff.
Them were the days. All right.
Are you coming in?
For. Oh yes. Got to go and watch my show.
What's your show?
Strike.
What's that?
It's that detective series written by J.K. Rowling.
All right. Here's something. I think it's on Netflix. Black Doves.
Oh, the one with Keira Knightley.
It's absolutely brilliant. It's
Yeah, a
the
lot of people
best
say
thing.
it's
It's the best thing I've seen this year.
Oops.
It really is. It's absolutely, and there's going to be a second series.
Yeah, it does sound quite good.
It's brilliant. Yeah, so highly recommend that.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's only 6 or 8 episodes, but it's just, and at the end of each one, you go, "Oh, it's finished." Let's watch the next one. It's like that.
It's always a good.
Yeah, Kissing Machine says just watched it. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to add that to my view list. Right, I'll be back in a bit.
Oh, done.
I'll probably have gone, Rob,
Oh,
by then.
mate. Well,
I'll
I'm
see you
sure
later, mate.
Yeah, I'll see you before Christmas, won't I? So,
You will. You will.
indeed. All right, chaps. All the
That's
best.
all.
Later,
I'll
mate.
put it back. See you
Cheers.
roll.
Bye.
Well, I can honestly
Yeah.
say that my library situation within my Cubase is a travesty.
Yeah, I know you get. I had you 'cause before. I had you on in the background when I was still finishing up my paperwork. You're getting a NAS system, aren't you? My NAS system. I don't know what Andy's sort of NAS system Andy's sorting for you, but my NAS system I can only really use for backup. I can't stream things from it.
Really?
It's not It's not fast enough.
Yeah. I don't know which one he's got, but I think he uses it for video. So
Right. So it's probably be better
it
than.
might be. It might be.
Mine wasn't
Right.
particularly expensive, and I've got 2 8 terabyte drives in, so it's backing up to both of them in case one of them fails.
Yeah.
And I only really use it. So I've got another drive here which I can run stuff off, it's called the studio drive. And then when I've finished a project, I then back it up to the NAS.
Yeah.
So it's literally just for storage.
Yeah. Well, I've got. I mean, even things that are installed are not showing up, and it's like. Oh,
Yeah, that's not good, is
here
it?
we go. So, and there's a couple of things that I'm rather concerned about. One of them is that Equator is now blacklisted.
What's that mean?
Well, what Cubase will do, it'll blacklist.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay.
A VST or whatever if it feels that it doesn't bed in well, and it's blacklisted my Equator software, which means I don't have access to my Rolly instrument.
Oh,
Okay.
Equator, of course, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
I always found that Equator's. I've got Equator 1 because I don't have Rolly anymore, but I have still got Equator 1. But it always asks me to bloody log in every bloody time. Is yours the same?
No.
Yeah,
No,
that's
it used
weird,
to
isn't
just-
it?
didn't- No, it used to just be there. But it's
Right.
weird that, I mean, for the years that I've had the Rise, never had a problem with Equator and Cubase, and now suddenly it's blacklisted. And you're like, why?
Yeah, I don't have it on here because when I tried to install it on here, it just wouldn't load. And I've still got it on my laptop, and it does work quite happily on my laptop.
Right.
So if I need to use it, it's a good. I should probably, if I had the money, I'd buy Equator 2 actually,
Yeah.
because it's a good synth.
Yeah, I've got Equator too, but that's not even on there yet. So,
Yeah.
but like I said, I was reluctant to put on too much because then this NAS system will turn up and then I have to move everything
Yeah.
about again, But
See, I don't use external drives for software because I don't. I mean, I've got I don't have very large sort of some of these sample libraries. I don't do all that sort of stuff. So you'll need to do stuff like that because you can't store it all on the hard drive.
No. Yeah, so it's because I was like wanting to sort of like take this opportunity to actually do some proper writing over the Christmas period and that.
Is this for the album that you're going to give me?
Well, the thing is, yeah.
Hey, there's no. I'm not putting pressure on. You know that, don't you? I'm
Fucking
just
agents.
teasing.
Fucking agents, they're right fucking at you.
Yeah,
aren't they?
well,
They're
I
just
mean,
at you know what I mean?
I've got,
Well, I promised myself some considerable time off over the Christmas period. A lot of my customers have gone, fuck off.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're gone, okay, see you in the new year, maybe. And I'm going to give myself some time to. And of course, I'm here with this thing going, oh, we haven't got that library on. Oh,
Yeah.
and this one won't work. And, it's like, for fuck's sake. I'd like to have it at least set up before I start. So, but I mean, it's like this thing where I was going, right, I want to put some like nice, not overly epic, but strong brass on this.
Yeah, yeah.
And my go-to would either be East West or possibly an 8DO one, but ideally a Spitfire one. So I just put on Albion. It doesn't take long to download stuff now with this new internet, I must admit. Put Albion on and then pointed Cubase at it, call it up in the list. Nah, not there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we
And
go.
you don't use another door, do you? Because you can't cross-check that everything's okay. Because if I've got a problem with something, I'll automatically so if I've got a problem with Reaper, I'll check it with Logic and vice versa. Like I need to go. I've been doing quite a few things in Logic, but not. When I was having that problem with recording audioing.
Yeah.
I haven't tried it since. So I don't know whether it was just a glitch or whether I have got a problem. I've got a session's been put back, but I've got a couple of girl singers coming in to sing, and it won't be till mid-January now.
Right.
And one of we're singing. They're doing 4 songs, 2 are in Reaper, 2 are in Logic. So the ones in Logic either need porting over, or I need to make sure that Logic's working.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, mate, I don't know. Okay, because normally you load something like Spitfire, you load Albion on. It's like there it is. Yeah, it's never.
I've only got the free stuff from Spitfire,
Yeah.
which I think is great. I've used loads of the lab stuff.
Yeah, they do. They put up some good, pretty good.
Some of that stuff. I mean, I know they've started charging for it. I get that. That's fine. And, they've got to make a crust. Bless them.
Yeah. But no, it's not showing up at all. It's like, here we go. Here we go. This old kettle of fish again. So what do I do? Tear it all down, start again? But I can't really do that unless the NAS drive's going to turn up. So hard play.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's almost tempting to just wait for the NAS drive.
Yeah. Which won't be this year now, I wouldn't have thought.
No.
So it'll turn up and I won't have time to use it.
I need to
figure out a way to get it to work.
Yeah, I need to do some more changing around in here because I've put another computer in. I've put a PC in.
Yeah.
To do these white label CDs. But it means I've got another monitor which is now sat over here, and I'd like it all sort of integrated. I have a dual system switch, so I can use these monitors, but just switch over. It's probably packed in a box somewhere in the garage.
I've just had a quick look
Yeah.
about my ADAT unit. Apparently, they have a high failure rate on the power supply.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
So that's that. Fuck. New one.
Well, is it an external power supply or is it
No,
just?
it's internal.
Oh god.
So where the hell have they put it?
Can you not just scan? Just Cubase scan for? Because
It'll scan the folders you assign to it.
Right, okay.
I mean, I could try pointing it at the drive itself and just see what we
See what happens.
Yeah.
Because I know that Logic will scan and Reaper will scan. So if I've got, it's not happened for years actually, but
Yeah.
when I've not been able to find a plugin,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, I have Studio One set to scan like every time it starts up.
yeah, that's what my Reaper does. Yeah,
It takes a while for it to go, but once
Yeah.
it goes, it's like, okay.
So every time there's an upgrade of Logic or I install a new plugin, I know that it's going to do that next time.
Exactly.
So I usually give it a bit more time. Just give
Exactly.
it 10 minutes or so just to make sure it scans everything and finds it.
Exactly. When I got the GeForce, the new GeForce Lindrum, started it up this morning. I only had a couple of minutes to play with it, but it found it like right away.
Yeah.
But then again, I think it installed as a VST3, and all my VST3s go to the same folder. So, like, as long as you remember where it's installed, and when you install the plugin, if you have the option to choose your folder where the plugin is installed, make sure you remember where you have all of your plugins installed.
Yeah, all mine.
And it should find it.
Yeah, all mine are in the same place for both doors.
Just done a scan, nothing.
Nothing.
Can't fucking find it. Can you believe it? Okay, let's have a quick look what we got here. Right, the Spitfire Audio app says it is present. What? Say what? Alright, let's have a look, see what we can do. Can't reset it. No. That's great. So it says it's there, but it's not. Auto login, yeah, blah 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 blah. Default content.
Yeah.
Ooh, hang on a minute. Let's pull this back a bit.
So how much is a new ADAT, Matt?
To get the uprated version of this one, it's 140 quid, so it's not that bad.
Yeah.
That's not much.
It's an expense you could do without, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it just depends whether you
It's an
actually
expense
got it on you.
I can't fucking afford at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
So
So it says it's there. I wonder if it is. Let's have a look in here. I wonder if it's been put somewhere stupid. No, it's not there. Nope. No.
Can't find it.
Nope, can't even find it on the second drive.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that is very interesting, actually. Why is it not even on the... Oh, hang on. Oh, dear. Hang on a minute. Oh, you haven't. You stupid fecking thing. Oh, it has. Oh, it fucking has. Right. The Spitfire app put my Spitfire libraries onto the Mac Studio.
Yeah.
And I wanted them on the backup drive.
And
Yeah. Not so good. Oh, mate.
Yeah, there's the one. The Spitfire one's still using Contact.
No, it's standalone.
It's using their own.
Yeah, I thought they were using their own.
Yeah, it's standalone, but you can access it. You access it in the usual way, but it doesn't come out in Contact.
Because I know that when I first got the Spitfire Lab stuff, it lost the drive, and I had to get them to basically show me how to rebuild the library.
Right.
It wasn't, but that was in their app's early days. That's the only time I've ever had any trouble with missing.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I think this computer's be getting a little on the messy side. But it's fine. It finds everything else, but it's not finding. And although I've downloaded it, it doesn't appear anywhere on the drives. How cool is that? Fucking brilliant. I suppose I don't really want to do that, but I suppose try again. Here we go. Make it that. Okay. Here we go. Let's have a look. See what says. There must be no, you can't move it, you bastard. No, I'm absolutely bloody lost here.
If you're lost, I would try MapQuest.
Yeah, this is done, mate. Fucking thing. I don't know what's going on with that. I really don't.
It's technology, mate. It's there. It's sent,
Yeah, that's what it is.
It's sent to screw you over.
I'll have to sit down and have a look at that one. I suppose I better get that mode source done first. Before I take time out altogether. But,
Train.
oh dear me.
Hearing it. Let's see here.
Right, see if we can find this one. I'll be pushing it. Okay, where did you put that? Oops, nowhere to be seen. Okay, this gets better and better. That one. I think it's that one.
I'm hearing an echo somewhere. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't think it's me, though.
It's not me.
Now, let me try a different plug-in. I'm under headphones. I don't have any monitors on. Copyright strike.
Yep.
Right. I think it's found that. Okay, no problem. You found her. Albion is in the folder fucking next door to you.
McFly, anybody home?
Look to your left, dude. Mate. All right. So, okay. So it found that. Okay. Right. Fine. Okay. Come in. I don't know. I don't understand. Oh, mate. I don't understand anything anymore, to be honest. Oh, hello. Where'd you come from?
What time did she end up having her tea, Kent?
5:30, early.
Oh,
Very, yeah. Instead of 6, you had it at 5:30. Because I literally saw her. She went up to Noah, and there was some nuzzling and sniffing and all the rest of it and wagging tails. Then she come over by me. She jumped up, waggy tail, all expectant. Noah saw her, and from that point on, just whinged and whinged until I went into the kitchen. So literally, she told him that I had said about dinner.
the food, yes.
Yeah. So, and she knows what a huge pain in the arse it is when he wants to eat, because he just won't shut up. and he uses that excuse of, yeah, but you see, I'm deaf, I can't hear. I can't hear you telling me off. So I had to get up and go and feed him, didn't I? Yeah. You tattletale. I don't know. Yeah.
Taxography, the hi-hat. Actually, this is the LM1 sample.
That's good. But we're still short brass or two. Bum. Huge bum. What do we have in... Fluffy. Work. I don't think Fluffy's even showing up.
I was going to say huge bum. He's talking about the dog.
Bonsoir.
How's the car?
It's all right. It's the bottom
Only
right.
a little bit missing.
Yeah, it's only the lens for the daylight runners on the right hand side. And a tiny little dent on the black bit, which I can knock out. It'll be all right.
Yeah.
So I forgave her. I wasn't hard on her or anything like that. Because it doesn't pay to be, does it?
True enough.
Bite the hand that feeds you.
Yeah.
How are we all doing? All right.
All right.
Well,
All the best for seeing you, Pete.
Yeah, you all right then, Ian?
I am, mate.
Good. Long time no see.
I know. Have you been avoiding me?
No, not really. He's sorting my mother out. She's been in and out of hospital. And
Oh,
knows
I'm
what,
sorry
but-
to hear that, man.
Nah, she's all right. But
yeah.
she's got heart problems, and they've stuck her on
Yeah.
these bloody water tablets now. And of course, now she's thinking, "Oh, I'm going to be weeing everywhere," but she's not.
Yeah.
But she's this lofty
He's
confidence.
thinking that.
Oh yeah. That's like, oh. But hey ho, we get there.
Yeah.
Won't we, dog?
Uh,
Yeah. We'll get there, won't we, doggy? Yeah.
yeah, that's the one that looks like Moog.
Yeah. An Ewok, aren't you? Need a haircut, you do.
No.
Right, let's see what this produces, if anything.
Yeah, speaking of dogs, where I was staying in Vermont when I was doing the Christmas concert, we had a couple of house guests.
All right.
Let's see if I can't. Oh, that's one of them. Come on. Hard to see.
Right, it is. Oh, yeah, right.
There's one of them. Look at that face. That's like begging face number one. Let's see. There's begging face number two.
Oh, yeah.
Look at those eyes.
No.
Puppy
There.
nose.
The other house guest. Oh, look at that face. Yeah, those two dogs do not get along with each other.
Yeah.
No. No, the husky is a little bit of a bully to the beagle for some
Yeah,
reason.
right.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, here we go. What is CC48?
So what's new in Froome then, Ian? Anything?
It's wet.
Yeah, well, yeah.
It's probably wet there where you are as well.
Thank you very much so.
That's
Yeah.
a start.
No, there's not much. I mean, you're saying about your mum, but Jane's been up and down to Devon
What down her
with her
accident?
dad. Yeah. So she came back at the weekend, and she's going back again towards the end of this week. So
Yeah.
but no, there's not much going on really.
Oh, fair enough.
I've got a gig at the end of January. Well, 1st of February.
Oh, right. What, Wells?
No, in Froome.
Oh, right.
I'm playing the Breeze Block Beats.
Oh, right. Okay.
So So I'm just starting to think about what I'm going to play because I need to do something new, so it'll be improvised. I was just saying to Ken, I'm going to probably try and use the ambient O.
Right.
If I can get myself something together in time for it. I know I've got like 6 weeks, but it was
they fly by once you got Christmas.
Exactly. Yeah, we got guests for Christmas.
Yeah.
Because and New Year, which is rare for us, because normally, the boys and girls will come for Christmas, but then they'll go for before New Year.
Right.
But with Matt and Belle's coming for Christmas, and then Josh and Aideen are coming after Christmas because they're in Ireland for Christmas.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, so
busy time then.
Yeah.
All our kids are doing their own thing this Christmas. We're on our own.
We've not had that.
No.
Really, because they've no, I think we've either gone to them, which is what we did last year in London, or they've come to us.
Oh, look who it is.
Oh, God, he's here again.
You got more hair than me now.
Right. See, guys, I've got to go.
Oh, okay.
No, I am, but it's only a few minutes. I've got a few minutes.
Yeah.
Do you want a hat?
What a naz.
Do you want a hat?
Give me a naz.
I like
Give
a
me
good
naz,
hat.
mate.
Hang on, I'll just throw that out to you.
Hang on a
Peaky
minute. Let me go
Blinder.
and get me hat.
Do you want a hat?
Yeah, I'll
Who
have
wants-
a hat. Yeah,
You'll have a hat?
Go on my way. Yeah.
That's a 1930s French
Hang on
detective.
a minute. Do you want another hat? Different hat? Another
Colombian drug dealer.
Thanks for
hat?
that.
A Colombian drug dealer, there we go.
Yeah.
Even got the line
Proud
on it.
drug
Look.
No. That's East End gangster.
Okay.
This is the best
30s.
hat, because look.
Indiana.
Indiana Stroud.
Reap me liver. Where's my wares? I got that hat.
An
I can't
Indiana-
hear a thing now, because
Got
it's
that hat.
Oh, that's,
Oh, yeah.
that's his Jack Russell cricketing hat. That is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got hats.
Oh, that's much better.
I need hats. Yeah, so
Oh, your sound's really broken up, bud.
whose?
Justin's.
That's. I bet I know why. Ah, that's
No.
why. Let's try that.
I feel better now.
That should be better.
Yep. That's better.
I don't know why I had my echo cancellation on. Oh, I might have had it on when I was in Vermont and I checked in with one of the workshop pubs.
Yeah.
That could have been it.
There's nothing like a bit of elegance in the pub.
Good
is
evening,
there?
gentlemen.
low.
Evening all.
More sustained.
That was an advert for Thames Water. Because they need it at the moment. Because our water pressure is so low. I'm standing there with the cooker tap going. It's going.
Clench your buttocks, your water pressure will go up.
Oh, mate. It's
I'm
like,
gonna say he's got a tap with prostate issues.
It works.
Fiona goes, oh, it probably would have been quicker to get the kettle out and boil it.
Ian,
up.
you're wringing your hands. What's going on, mate? Oh, well.
Ever so humble.
He's coming into
getting-
money.
It's getting near. It's
He's
getting
got
near
all
Christmas.
fagin on us. Yeah.
It's getting near Christmas.
He's going to go, I'm reviewing the situation.
Reviewing the
Yeah.
Ah,
Loved it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Whenever I feel depressed in here and go, look at all this money I've spent and I've done nothing, I do that and I feel better.
Yeah.
I go, I wish that keyboard was mine.
yeah.
Just send some fucking tracks out, some stems for fuck's sakes, Kent.
Can I have a NAS drive, please? Because I can't,
yeah.
use
No,
that
you can
as the
send it.
instrument.
I've got a Dropbox. You can upload it to those overnight with a project. Cubase. just upload whatever you got. It's fine. Or do it to Ian or, anyone.
Send it
But
to
not,
me.
But not Ian, because he's terrible.
I don't use Dropbox, but I use what's the other thing?
WeTransfer.
WeTransfer. Send it to me on
I use all of
WeTransfer.
them. I don't care. Just send it to me.
I need to
Or
get this
Ian.
something.
Why is he sending it to you?
Talking of Nazis, I haven't yet cleared it off, but I've got most of the time between now and the new year off.
Oh,
so I'm going to clear down the NAS I've got. I've got to grab some stuff off of there.
Because all the
get it
like I
over
was
to you,
telling
young.
Matt, all the library stuff I got that I need to download to do this bloody track I've been meaning to do for years. I got nowhere to put it. I got nowhere to store it.
Well,
actually,
72 terabytes should do you.
it should. It should.
Yeah. That should be.
What was it, Matt? Did I do about, what was it? A quarter of the library?
Yeah.
Just get. I think having the library is just a fucking excuse. Find something else. Get on with it.
Oh,
You wanker.
Well, I did put a nice library on, and now I can't find it. Nor can Cubase.
That's not storage. That's just you being a nonce.
Oh yeah, no, that's me being a nonce.
It's a user error.
But there is no. See, what I would normally do is if I had one drive, you put it on that drive, and Cubase goes, it's on that drive, isn't it? But I got this external drive, and it's going. Oh, I don't know if I want it. It's all the way over there. I don't know.
It's too far.
Yeah, it's a long cable.
It's one
2
USB
foot
cable
long.
too far.
Yeah.
The only
could, of
thing
course-
I think the cable's not in properly, and the data's just fallen out on the desk and it's gone under the.
Yeah,
X32.
probably.
You could, of course, do a
And then
track
Lily
on
probably ate it all up.
the ambient zero, Ken, before you get rid
Lily
of it.
probably grabbed that data and moved it out to the garden.
Oh, that would mean going on YouTube and finding out if you changed the presets on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about that, mate.
There's they've got 3 basic videos now on how to use it.
Really?
Yeah, they've just launched the 3rd part.
Oh, pardon me.
You can do a whole track on it.
No, well, like I said, I've already polished her out. It's just that I would not ship her round this time of year.
Nah. If
Like
you don't
I
have
say-
to ship it, I mean,
So Kent, I've got
Yeah.
something to discuss with you regarding NAS. Is the NAS I'm going to be, that I've suggested you might want.
Yes, darling.
It's 1 gigabit per second. That means it's about 125 megs a second, megabytes per second. But you can do it on dual or 4 times, so you can bring it into the computer lots of times. But it's all done over Ethernet. Are you able to deal with that? And is that fast
Yeah.
enough for your virtual instruments?
Oh, God, yeah. I don't mind sitting waiting for them to load. That's not a problem.
Okay.
Oh, God, no. I've got no problem with that. No problem with that. I don't need it to be like, you sort of like click on Albion 1 and it's there. No, I can go make a cup of tea.
You mean
Oh,
like
wow.
this NAS
Do you notice it said go and make a cup of tea, not go and make a cup of coffee?
or that one?
Fucking
Well
did you
done.
hear that? Oh, wow. But anyway, and I can, rub on out, whatever, while I wait for it to all come up. That's fine. Not a problem.
One
So blasé.
out.
What?
right, on that note, gentlemen, good night.
Ian's fucking.
Good night, you wanker.
I think that was
See you later,
a
mate.
Oh
fact.
no, that's Kent. Yeah.
That was only to Andy.
Bloody soft southern Devonshire Somerset
Hey,
bastards.
I'm
You leaving the fucking
a hard
Devonshire
northerner,
alone,
I'll have you know.
yeah,
In
yeah.
the soft southern.
Where do you live? Where do you live?
Yeah, I'm a hard northerner who lives in the soft south.
He lives in From.
From,
Because you're not hard enough for up north, so you had to move down.
that's
south.
it,
We liver.
They're out in t-shirts in this weather up in Yorkshire,
Yeah, I noticed you got a jumper on. Anyway,
I've got a
listen, it's
jumper on,
good to
yeah.
see you. Anyway, it's good to see you. Listen,
Yeah,
we must
but
hook up here.
I've got all the jeans on, so my knees are showing. You see, so I'm hard, me.
Yeah, right, okay.
Good night, lovers.
Yeah,
See you later,
see you
darling.
See you
Cheers,
later.
Ian.
Bye.
Take care,
Bye.
matey. Bye.
Yeah, that's brass.
What, Matt?
Nothing. I didn't say a word.
I don't know, really. I'm not quite sure about that.
I was up your way the other day, Mr. Longhurst.
I felt something.
I beg your pardon. I thought
I
felt
was up
something
your
in the
way.
pants. What was?
Yeah.
And why didn't you say hello? Well, actually, no. You're probably absolutely right not to say hello.
Well, yeah, a bit busy, unfortunately. No,
The
boundary
reputation would take a bash.
Well, yeah.
I had a boundary dispute in a little place called Slad.
Slad, yes, just
Yeah,
100
exactly.
yards.
Yeah, probably
50
your boundary
metres
that
of-
was disputing it.
Slide.
Yeah, but yeah, we have some neighbours around here, as you know, will dispute 2 inches of land.
Oh yeah, that was a bit like what we had.
And it was, we've had that happen several times. My neighbour came to me, 2 of my neighbours came to me just after we moved in and were claiming all sorts of things.
Yeah.
Those 2 inches there, that foot there, and this. And I just said, yeah, all right, whatever.
Yeah,
Do you want
exactly.
it? Yeah, well, you have it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It's the
I've still
size
got
of
it on the
a fence
deed, so when I sell it, you have to give it back then, but I don't care. That's fine.
Exactly. Yeah.
And they were entirely perplexed by my reaction, which was, yeah, all right, fine.
You need that reaction because it just gets ridiculous.
Yeah.
It starts costing money for them. That's the trouble.
And they said, can we have it in writing? And I said, no.
Definitely
If
not.
you want it, do it. If you want it in writing, fuck off.
Well,
Yeah, it's fine. It's all good. Or pay me a lot of money. There you go.
that's it.
I
Definitely.
haven't heard a thing since.
No. Good-o. Yeah, it's mad.
It is mad. It is.
Oi, 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 oi.
Well, next time you're up this way for any
Yes,
reason,
I will call in,
we must,
definitely.
we must do that thing.
Yes, must do. Yes. Have a play with the Pharaohs.
Yeah, we must talk about that. Yeah, that's something else. I meant to call you about that, but I've just been mad busy.
Yeah, well, we're all busy. I've got those crazy clients that want their jobs on their table this Friday, and they think, "Are you walking over Christmas?" Yeah, we need it for Christmas. And you know damn well they're going to ring you in February and say, "Just open the job."
Yeah.
Same old, same
I've
old.
got an answer for that though. I've
What's
got
that?
a really good client. I mean, one who I've done a lot of work with in the last 2 years, and we're just pitching for a massive job next year, which fingers crossed we'll get really big. And they were asking about Christmas. Do you do Christmas? I said, look, we're happy to provide you with Christmas cover, but it's double rate over the whole Christmas period from Christmas Eve, starting Christmas Eve through until the 2nd of January. It's double rate. And if you want us to do anything on Christmas Day, Boxing Day, New Year's Eve, or New Year's, whatever, New Year's Day, then we'll be charging you 4 times the rate.
That usually shuts them up.
They said exactly. They said, isn't that a bit steep? And I said, not if you need it. And if you don't need it, then it's not.
Yeah.
And
No, I think
we're
you're
all
right.
good. And we're all good. I'm making it available to you. You're asking for a solution, and I've given you a solution. You just have to decide how badly you need it, if you need it. And I'll always be on the end of the phone if you just need some advice.
Good tip. I'll remember that.
Yeah. It does make them think a little more.
Yeah, just a bit, doesn't it?
What time's SOR tonight?
You've gone very quiet, Kent.
Pardon?
Eh?
What?
You are?
What?
That's better.
Yeah. What time's SOR tonight?
The what?
Symptoms of reality.
Symptoms of reality. I forgot.
Whenever I suffer those,
Yeah.
Oh, 10:30. 10:30.
almost 10.
Oh, boys, 10.
So what is this thing? What are they doing? They're doing this thing every night,
Yeah.
Every night.
right?
Yeah, it's a good laugh. Good giggle.
They jam,
Love
they
it.
talk, they bring other people's stuff on that they've put together. It's
And they got Vasquez from Aliens on it as well.
Mm.
5:30.
Yeah, 5:30. That's 10:30 in old money.
No money. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Forgive me, hands.
No, that wasn't the key. I promise.
You feel better
No,
now?
no. You keep that D sharp and G sharp on. I used to keep moving it, and you don't. Apparently,
You don't.
You discord it, or whatever the fuck they call it. I don't know what the musical term for it is. Yeah.
At one point, it changes keys. I think before it goes to that C sharp, that C minor, it starts in the G minor, and the B flat is constant.
Yes.
El Tormented Ninth.
It's a thing on the end.
Emphasis on the
With the
20.
bit on it. Yeah. My tea has gone.
There we go.
So, young Peter,
Yes.
Frosty release.
I had an interesting discussion this last week or so
Pray continue.
about Gen AI for
Right.
both video, well, particularly video or moving images, and 3D stuff, and music.
Yeah.
The general consensus from all of the professionals that I've been talking with at the very top of their industries, testing all the latest things, is Gen AI for moving images, for generative video,
Yeah.
is still utterly shit.
Right.
It cannot provide a usable piece of video at a quality that is good enough or that is repetitive enough to be able to use it in a professional workflow environment. It's cheaper and easier and quicker and higher quality and more predictable to use people using other tools rather than Gen AI.
Yeah.
And reports, and the problem is that our clients, of course, think that Gen AI, because of all of the people we work with that say we're doing great things, and they show off a couple of demos which look amazing.
Yeah.
The problem is our clients think that that's now here, want it,
Yeah.
and don't understand that it's not going to be quicker, it's not going to be higher quality, it's not going to be groovy, and it's going to cost them a fuckload of money, and they're not going to get what they want.
No, exactly.
So that was interesting. And then I had the same conversation with a bunch of industry professionals, music industry professionals, who are beginning to run into the lawsuit issue. Well, there's two issues they're running into. One is the quality of the instrumentation that Gen AI is creating, as whole mixes and all voices, where people are beginning to pick up there's a flatness to the sound that is very it's not particularly noticeable, but you kind of are aware of it, and lots of people are switching off from that. But more importantly, a lot of the big companies, including Spotify, curiously, the fuckers, but others, are beginning to get lawsuits starting to arrive for Gen AI, and or are your systems and processes robust enough to be able to be able to assure any tracks that are played on your system or played out to the public are not going to be breaching copyright, someone else's artistic copyright in one way or another. Can you give us that assurance? And if you can't, we can't let you use our library, kind of thing.
Yes.
That's really beginning to happen now.
Right.
That's really, really beginning to happen. So it's really interesting that everyone's worried about the jobs that are being taken away. And I get that. There will be some go, mostly to do with workflow stuff, secondary sort of things, backroom stuff. But the art of creation is, people are beginning to realise it's not quite as A, simple as it looks, and B, the value is in someone a creative being able to turn something around that is absolutely theirs, that has their signature sound, hallmark, whatever, and that is indisputably theirs to be able to exploit. And that's becoming a really big thing all of a sudden.
Well, it's
And
good.
it's growing. It's growing. This next year, we're going to see some really interesting stuff happening.
Brilliant.
Essentially, what I'm saying is, just because you can doesn't mean
you should.
No. You should for as long as you can get away with it, I guess.
Well, yeah, there is that. Yeah.
But the should bit isn't any longer relevant. Just because you can, you have to be able to prove that you own or that there is no infringement of someone else's copyright.
Yeah.
Genuine infringement of someone else's copyright.
Yeah.
Their hallmark sound. So, yeah, it's been an interesting week or so.
Definitely.
And a lot of the companies, big companies that I'm talking to that are developing, are seeing hits on their stock at the moment.
Right. Yeah.
Because people are suddenly going, is this really everything it's, we've put everyone's said Gen AI is the way to go. Everyone's put their resources into developing that, ignoring the other technologies they have.
Yeah.
And a lot of the shareholders saying, you've been doing this for a year or 2 years now, and so far we can't see. You've shown us some very impressive demos, but they're demos.
Yeah.
What's the feedback like from the field? And the feedback from the field is pretty negative at the moment.
Yeah.
Almost universally. So it's it's interesting. We shouldn't be that worried. Carry on tinkling those ivories, boys.
Yeah, you're right though. You are
Well,
right.
apart from me, of course. Yeah. Talking of which, we're going to have a conversation about AI. You and I. Young Peter.
Defo.
Point cloud stuff.
Point cloud's great. But
Yeah.
like you say, you've got to educate your clients because they think, oh, we want the point cloud, and you give them the point cloud, and they go, oh, I got a system that'll run this. Oh, funny that.
Our goal is to deliver point cloud raw data, not quite live, but with a few hundred milliseconds to be able to give
walkthroughs
really
and
good
everything else.
renders almost immediately.
Yeah.
As over tinterwebs.
But what really annoys me, all our software runs on PC. I really want it to run on the Mac because it would be fantastic on the Mac because the Mac would actually mince it. But
what do you use? Well,
I use Scene and Faro and.
Oh right, yeah. Faro and
But it's all written for the PC, which you've got to have a fairly fast PC, not a problem. But I just know a Mac M4 would absolutely mince it. But they just don't write for the Mac. So
yeah, but you like mincing.
Well, there is that. Yeah, yeah, cool.
A bit like Mac.
Yeah.
Not Mac. Well, although Matt likes mincing as well. He's a bit of a mincer.
Careful.
Yeah.
Oi.
Oi.
Oi, lad.
Oi. Leave it, you slag.
Oh, mate.
Stubborn Siberian Husky tricks.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Have you've not seen this? Hang on.
No. Go on.
Right. Stubborn Siberian Husky trick.
It's going to follow.
I
Camera followed him.
It worked earlier.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Exactly that.
Spotty dog, literally.
Yes, very much so, I trust.
I'm not sure that huskies aren't cats, actually.
I think there's cat DNA in them, you know.
Mm.
I what was it? I think a couple of Saturday. It'll be Saturday. Lily wanders into the front room. She jumps up on the settee, and she comes over to me, and there's a packet of biscuits on the coffee table. And she goes up, and she's putting her nose right up to the packet and having a good old sniff. And I tap her on the arse, and she looks at me. And I went, no, leave that alone. And she went, like that. I said, no. And no means no. And I'm not kidding you. She went, and walked off. And it just went off. She went into the kitchen, jumped up at Fiona. Although she was going to go, Mum,
Yeah.
I wanted a biscuit. He won't let me have a biscuit. But I loved the way she just went, hold on, like that, and stomped off. But I just watched her and went, wow, seriously. And Siri's sitting beside me, and she's just looking sideways like this, going, yeah, nothing to do with me, mate. I'm over here being good. So, yeah, she's full of character, that one.
Yeah.
She really is.
Something else that's full of character is Justin's studio and Matt's, actually. They're both looking very good.
Very pretty.
White Goose Husky used to do much the same sort of thing.
Yeah.
They
It's
do
all
this
right.
huff and stomp off.
It's all right where you could get your fucking synths piped into your computer, but I can't.
Mm.
My ADAT died earlier. Well, my rack unit.
I've got... What have I got? I've got an Oasis
I
HDR24,
think I have seen it, Wags. Yeah.
which you can route through straight in and out, balanced inputs and outputs, 24 balanced, but also 3 lots of ADAT ins and outs.
Yeah,
And it
this
does
was
conversion on
8
the
in,
fly.
8 out, and it was just to give me the 8 in for this lot going to the interface. But there you go.
Yeah, there is a lot of pink going on tonight for some reason, isn't there?
A lot of what?
Yeah.
Pink.
Well,
Pink.
purple.
Okay.
Pinky purple.
Well, I've got pink and purple and red lights going on at the moment.
I see some blue in the back too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I've got blue up, like around the top of the.
Not
A lot of pink pics from Leeds too.
I need more blue.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, me too.
Ooh.
There you go.
Yeah, me too. Alexa, turn studio light colors to blue. Thank you.
Peter's rocking the brown look.
The brown
Beige
look.
look.
Beige look. Yeah.
I'm rocking the can't be arsed look, really, basically.
The battleship square missing look.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say D5 is missing.
Yeah, well, I would have put it back up, but a certain husky ate it.
So that husky sank your battleship.
Yeah. That red tile is now 30,000 pieces all over the back garden.
Yeah, it's H7 that's up there, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was going to
G7.
take.
Come see.
There's a couple of tiles on this side, right? The big grey, you know, the big grey ones,
Yeah.
and there's little bite marks at the bottom of them where they were just out of her reach, so she had to jump up the wall to get it. But she's growing so big now. She's nearly she's technically taller than Siri now. So she's getting big. You've been ignored. You've been ignored, mate.
Yeah.
Letting
What
you
it's all
know.
about. Isn't it, Floss? Goopsie Papa. You silly dog. Aren't you?
So I'm getting rid of my studio.
Oh?
Yeah. My studios, I'm just not bringing enough business through those. I'm getting lots of business in, but I'm doing it all from here. And it's just, really, it's not
Bit of an overhead, is it?
expensive.
Yeah.
It's just an overhead. I'm not
ground
making
rent.
any money back
Yeah.
from. So, yeah, green screen studio, voice booth, audio room, client room, kitchen, storeroom, all going begging for less than £1,000 a month.
Every month.
It's about 1,500 square feet for the
Do
studio.
you own the property or you rent it?
No, I rent it. But it's on a lease and it's,
Yeah.
floating floors and the whole thing.
Right.
If anyone's interested, wired with Ethernet and HDMI. Lots of furniture if anyone wants it, sofas and blah, blah, blah. So if anyone knows of anyone that wants one, get them to get in touch because
Yeah,
I'm going to
definitely.
be giving it up in January.
All right.
What have I done now?
And I'm too old and fat.
to rent? Is
Yeah,
that a thing?
yeah.
Is that a thing?
Not. I go down the docks often. Not too many people wants the old fat ones. I went out the other night. I came back and I had to give refunds.
You go for your checkup at the doctor, and he goes, "You're too fat to rent." Is that a thing? I can't know.
There's a track there somewhere.
Yeah.
Too fat to rent. Sounds like the Pet Shop Boys.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Is it called Penguin of Death Studio?
Penguin.
It can be. It's called MMO UK Studios.
Where's
We've still got the seal of approval.
Hey, where's Fuck It Frog?
Fuck it, frog.
I mean, look at it. It's just
And I've got the toothy cunt.
Just go. Fuck it. Matt, go like that. Yeah, look, look, it is. It's him. Look.
It's a toss up between me or Ty, isn't it? So
Yeah.
Oh, time.
Fucking dinosaur scores. Fuck 'em.
how dare you? You leave dinosaurs out of this.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. I don't know. And of course, the Penguin of Death. Cannot forget.
Ty said he might actually try and get in tonight. If he can pull himself away from his task in hand, poor little sod. Banging his head against that for weeks. And
I expect he's put his Christmas decorations up in the old garden, yeah?
oh, by now.
Christmas
It
decorations.
will be very grotty, won't it?
Yeah.
I might put some lights around one of our hedges. That's about it.
Well, there's somebody down here with a 36-foot Santa because it's taller than their fucking house. Kid you, I'll
where's
get a
the-
photograph of Santa.
Where's a good storm when you need one?
Yeah.
That'd be fucking brilliant.
Where's my fucking air rifle?
Last seen in Torbay.
Last seen Battersea Power Station with Pink Floyd chasing it. Yeah. Talking of Pink Floyd, the Division Bell.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not bad time either.
Can anybody do a really good Vincent Price impression? Oh, poor. Sorry about that. Oh. Oh, that's Eggs Benedict if ever heard it.
Bastard, I had a mouthful of coffee.
We've heard that before. Oh yeah, that's all right. Yeah. That was a night. Oh God, amateurs.
Yeah.
That's how you do it, okay?
Ooh.
Easy. You just push them down and they do it.
Ooh.
Oh, I can feel a cup of tea coming on. Although at the back of my head's going, oh, please give me a coffee or I will die. No, it's a cup of tea.
So what's your opinion of the PB12 against the 80 then? Is it come
Against
close?
the 80?
Well, yeah, I'm just thinking about the keyboard and the ribbon and everything else.
Yeah, no, it's lovely. It's a
Yeah?
lovely action. Yeah, it is a lovely action on it. And you know, you get so many different modes on it. It's really, really sweet. It's very responsive. You know?
Better than the Hydra keyboard?
Well, the Hydra
Or
I've
just
really,
different?
it's different, and you know, it's a single action rather than a multiple action that this does. But between that, and all the rollies,
And a Rolly. You got it all.
yeah, fucking sorted, mate. Absolutely sorted.
Well, get recording then.
I can't.
So you're not worried that you got rid of the
I don't know
Osmos?
where to put the libraries.
So you don't miss the Osmos then?
No, not at all.
Right.
No.
I still quite fancy an Osmos, I have to say. But then I fancy the Mask 1 as well. Still
Yeah.
fancy both of those.
And with a face like yours, you need it.
But,
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Here's a hat for your bald. Oh no, never mind.
yeah, that's true, Wooks, but I believe it's not as bad a caffeine, if that makes sense. There's something different about it. So, just as long as I'm consuming less caffeine a day. I don't suppose it really matters too much if it's coffee or tea, but
I didn't realise that Red Bull has less caffeine in it than a cup of coffee, standard cup of instant coffee.
oh, you heard that yesterday, yeah, as well.
Yeah, I
What was
saw
it
it
on?
on something.
Yeah, it was on something.
Yeah. And I want to know if that's true because all these knobs are out there drinking Red Bulls. They could just
That
have
and
a
the
cup of
Monster.
coffee instead.
Oh, there's lots of illusions out there. What did I hear it on though?
I think I can't remember, but I was talking to Liz about it, and I remember
Yeah.
my favourite caffeinated drink in the entire universe is entirely sociable and lovely and wonderful, and it's called a bica. It's a Brazilian thing, and I first had it in Lanzarote, and you get this tiny glass or tiny cup of espresso, which is just madly stuffed full of caffeine. It's it's just whatever beans they use, and you have that, and you go
Instant
two
wake
of
up
those,
job.
you're going for the whole night. But it comes with a brandy beside it, so you have the beaker is traditionally this sort of espresso on acid plus this brandy, and between the two of them, you're not quite sure whether you're it's an immensely wonderful thing. You only have one or
right.
two, and they're just yeah, they're very good things.
Yeah, well, I'm actually trying to wean myself off of constantly wanting a cup of coffee. I think more than anything else at the moment.
Wookies, it's the sugar content, Andrew, with the caffeine. How dare you suggest I'm sugar confident and
You can't even
tough-
speak.
How dare you?
You've
Thank you, Wookie.
You've had too much coffee. No, it's
Not enough.
No, I
Not
found
enough.
that since I've cut the coffee back, I'm tired all the time.
That wears off. That
Yeah.
does wear
Oh,
off.
yeah. No, I understand that. But between finishing the workshop pub and coming up here, I've been asleep.
Right.
Literally, because Fiona woke me to go, "Oi, eat your dinner."
Strange.
Sat down, gone.
Well, it's nice to see you up and about properly, though.
Yeah, yeah. It is. It is.
Do you remember sending me your dick pics at all? Do you remember that?
Don't, mate. I can't remember
Yeah.
a fucking thing over the last 10 days. It's all a blur.
That's one pixel I'll never look at again.
Well, I did have it enlarged.
That
My
is true.
pixel.
That is true.
Yeah,
It's like that
Could-
space photo, the pale blue dot, isn't it?
yeah. Because, oh, there is a size limit on the size of email you can send, and that one's far too small.
I love the blue dot image. Was it behind? Was it Saturn or Pluto? Not Pluto.
It's through
Saturn.
Saturn's rings, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's just this single blue dot, which is that was a wonderful thing. Have you seen that, Justin?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
It's an astonishing photo.
Yeah.
You know all that shit that's going on? That's where it is.
Yeah.
Right.
Matter of fact, Dream Theater wrote a song that was inspired by that image
Oh, really?
called Pale Blue Dot.
You're right.
Yeah.
I know. I saw them. I saw them on that tour do that song live.
Such uncertainty.
Just been fact checked.
By me, because I saw them on that tour.
Yeah, because you just fact checked yourself.
And I've got the album.
Proof you need.
There you go, from Neptune, apparently. That
Nice.
seems. I think that was right. It was from Neptune rather than
That's right.
from.
Yeah.
It's a long way to
So-
go to take a picture, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
The tripod wouldn't stay still.
Pride's mother kept getting in the way.
Yeah.
Don't. So,
I don't know.
Right, boys and girls, I'm going to bugger off
Fair enough.
Okay.
Now, what's brought that on?
because I'm tired.
Ah, you should drink more coffee.
Yeah.
not Red Bull.
Yeah, not Red Bull because it's got
Listen.
fucking no caffeine in it apparently.
Yeah.
I'm what, a month, 6 weeks into going caffeine free.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I phased it out. I phased it out over 3 months, and it's been about 6 weeks.
How do you feel?
Fine, fine. It's,
So what is your beverage now? Just decaf coffee then or something?
decaf coffee? That's what I did. All I did was blended different amounts of full fat coffee and decaf. And
Okay.
just whittled it down over the month.
Wow.
I did wonder at one point whether the headaches I were getting the last time I packed the coffee in was not giving up the coffee, but actually whatever it is they put in the decaf.
No. It will be the lack of caffeine.
Yeah, giving up straight away without some sort of taper is.
Oh, we'll slaughter you to pieces, which is, again, another reason for doing it, sort of weaning myself off it.
Yeah, because somebody said to me today, they go, well, how many cups of coffee do you have a day now? And I said 3. And they go, oh, I thought you were giving up. I went, yeah, I am. You go,
Yeah,
you're having 3 cups a day? I went, yeah. It used to be 15 or 16. I mean, 3 is pretty much cutting back quite considerably.
Wookie says decaf coffee still has caffeine. For it to be classified as decaf, it's got to be 97% caffeine free.
Okay.
Right.
So there is a tiny amount in there, but yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a big difference.
It's the same
Big
with icing sugar, isn't it? That to be classed as icing sugar, it has to be about it's got to contain at least 3% paving tiles.
87% ice. That's what it has to be.
It'll melt, won't it?
I'm going to have to give up baiting as well. I'll cut down from 15 to 10 a day, but none. I say.
On that note, I'm going to fuck off. I shall see you all later.
Sorry, it's a bad habit.
Oh, fuck me.
I don't know.
I feel a caffeine headache coming on.
I heard
Yeah,
a really,
go and have a nice coffee, Matt.
I heard a really, really brilliant joke, and just to save time, I just wrote the punchline down. And I saw the punchline earlier today, and I went, yeah, but what's the joke?
What's the joke?
I look at this punchline, I go, that doesn't make any sense on its own. That's not good. Fucking hell.
I didn't know it did that.
I'll see you all later.
Yeah,
See you
cheers,
later,
Matt.
Take care,
care.
free back.
Cheers.
Cheery B. Oh, 4 squares.
No, this what? Square.
Yeah, squares.
I'm
Now, see
hip.
where I says at 2 coffees in the morning, I'm 5 or 6 before I go down to the workshop with another coffee in hand. Honestly, God, it's fucking ridiculous.
So in fact,
All I need is just caffeine, just intravenously fed on one of those things on casters that I can take around with me everywhere.
Yeah, an IV.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous.
yeah. I can only have 1 cup of coffee a day. Seriously, it's the first
Yeah.
thing in the morning. I have a cup of coffee, big cup of coffee, and that's it. Can't do any more for the rest of the day. Otherwise, I can't sleep.
Yeah.
Can't
Well,
drink,
I
can't
can't
smoke.
sleep anyway.
Oh,
Hello,
here he is.
God, it takes you a long time to have a wank, doesn't it?
lobby.
It's not the
Mind you,
size,
he
it's
does
the
have a very
enthusiasm.
vivid imagination.
You've seen my wife.
I'm not going there.
Oh, dear me.
Nor am I.
No.
I saw that dark, scary path and went, nah.
Well,
No. Stay in here. Two-man job.
Anyone got a PB12?
No.
Yeah.
Shite.
Good.
Do you see?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Nick's,
sold mine. I got a Genos 2 on the way.
Moog Muse thing earlier.
Who do what?
Nick's
I haven't-
Moog Muse review.
I haven't watched it yet.
No.
Yeah, it's good. I noticed, and I'm not I mean criticising. I noticed how he held that review off until the 1.3 firmware came out today. Strangely, so he must have had a beta of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'cause
Has
that
it
had some
fixed all
issues.
the?
Oh, so
little
it didn't catch
ripples?
fire before the end of the video.
Or go out of tune,
Oh, hey.
which is what I'm reading a lot about. So.
Yeah.
It's funny because we always used to have this analogy that every time Moog went down the toilet, it's involving a poly version of something,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Poly Moog,
Yeah,
memory Moog.
but this thing that Moog recommend.
It's all right, she can't hear you.
Yeah, they recommend that you put it in the place where you're going to use it, and you turn it on and leave it for an hour, and then run a calibration, which takes about 45 minutes. If you're a gigging musician,
Was it
that's a
trained
pain
ants
in
with
the-
screwdrivers?
Awful
What
long
the
time,
fuck,
isn't it?
45 minutes.
I mean, I know I haven't moved this thing around, but I've not had to tune this once.
That sounds like my Citroen BX19 GTX or GTI I used to
GTI,
have, which
yeah.
was you had to leave it running for 20 minutes before
Fuck
you
me,
could drive
I
it.
can fucking restore a memory Moog in less time than that. Fucking hell.
Indeed.
Not from what you've told us, you can't.
Oh, fuck you. 12 points. Yeah, not the bad ones. The nice ones.
You only get the bad ones.
I know.
These and other lies, yes.
Yes.
The Muse.
I was going to say an 8 voice. Oh, wait a
I
minute.
still want one.
Yeah.
I really like it. I still
Yeah,
want one.
me too.
Yeah, I like the sound of it. I must admit.
Yeah.
You know.
We shall see.
Yeah. I love the sound of the synth that was the box, the hexagonal, what's it called?
The
Boxy.
Redshift 6. was
Redshift, yeah.
critical.
Bloody hell, I love the sound of that.
Yeah, it was nice, wasn't it? Yeah.
Couldn't get
Very
fucking close
nice.
to it.
About
with
a grand.
Super Biff, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's very, very nice indeed.
Have our boys started?
Oh, our boys.
SOR should have started, didn't it?
Oh,
It's like 20 minutes.
Let's go and check, see what they're up to.
Wasn't Jason on earlier?
I
Or is
did
he
Yeah, he
still
was on
when
earlier.
I was working.
No, it's still upcoming. Oh, yeah, another 17 minutes.
Let's see.
So how much is that Behringer LM drum then? 360 something or other?
$3.99 US.
69.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Defo. I see
Yeah.
GeForce have got their software version out as well the same day.
Do you know, they both launched at 10 a.m. this morning,
Today.
and I spoke to somebody at GeForce today, and I said, was that a coincidence? And he said, we knew nothing about what they were doing.
I wonder if they knew something about what they were doing.
I'd be very surprised if they did.
Yeah.
But you never know. You never know. It could have just been a complete coincidence.
Thing
I
is,
think
you
it
just-
is, otherwise Behringer would have released earlier.
Well, that's
Yeah.
what you said that before.
Yeah.
Thing is, you can have both anyway, aren't you? Well, I probably will.
I have to say, like the Wave, it was one of the ones that I thought, do you know, I might.
Yeah.
But seeing as none of them will ship before the end of February,
Well, there is that. I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah, well.
This hand your money over and wait 6 months. Just no way.
yeah.
No way.
So neither of those will be on the best synths of 2024 list then?
No.
Thing is, what is?
What best sense of 2024?
One behind you.
Well, there's two obvious ones.
Yeah.
This one and the Muse.
Then there's in the smaller categories. There's
The little
things-
Obi. The little Obi.
Little Well, the
TO5.
This for finally coming out, the LZ1.
Yeah.
That is a monster synth. I love it.
Looking forward to Superbooth. See what they're going to have next time. Should be interesting. I see Behringer are going to be at NAMM. That's going to be interesting as well.
Yeah, I think they found that. I found that out last week.
I wonder if they come to Superbooth.
It would be good for it to be normalised, for them to actually be appearing and to actually start interacting with the rest of the world.
Instead of having a hotel down the road or whatever they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean that lots of companies do that. But lots of companies don't put on. So when they did that thing at like 50 miles out of Anaheim, and they put on an event rather than just because what a lot of companies do is they'll just hire a hotel suite.
Yeah, that makes sense.
With things that they're developing, and then invite the press to go and check them out. Whereas this was, look, come and see us. Anybody can come and see us, and we're 50 miles away. It was a little bit of a. It seemed odd. Just seemed very odd. But no, they're going to be at NAMM, and let's see what they've got. Let's see what they're going to say. So,
VCS3. What I'm holding out for.
Honestly, even the original doesn't excite me.
No, I just want to replace the one that I silliness got rid of.
But will it sound like the original? Because the 2600, it's a very good thing, but it doesn't sound like a 2600.
Yeah, no.
A lot of people saying the Wave sounds too clean. Apparently there is a feature on there that can dial down the sample rate. But I've not seen anybody demonstrate it. So.
But for me, that would be distortion pedals and all the other stuff, because that's kind of what the sound that I remember. That just needs to have that.
Just a bit of grit.
Needs a bit of grit in it.
It's got
a little bit of grit in it.
Yeah.
It's like what Dave was saying in your podcast, isn't it? Once the E3 came out, it was too clean. They wanted to revert back with
a way to like drop the bit rate on it.
Yeah.
I used to do a lot of recording of synths through amps. I used to have a JC120 standing by all the time. And there was a guitar amp, stereo guitar amp called a Riviera that belonged to a mate of mine, so I used to stick stuff through that. And bass amps as well. And it was always you're recording a synth, going straight into an amp and then miking it up. You just got the most glorious sounds.
Yeah.
Just snoring.
Brought it together somehow.
It's not me, it's Flossie here.
Yeah, you say that.
Well, it might be
Let me check and see if Fiona says. No, she's not.
No, it's this. That's what's snoring.
Oh, bless. Actually, I don't know where Sissy Pants is.
Peter's snoring cock.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or dog. It's one or the other. It's one of those animals. It's either avian or canine.
Avian. Bloody hell.
Avian?
Yeah, it could be helium.
What?
Yeah, Bab.
There's actually calling
go.
Andrew
We're
all sorts
good.
of names under her breath.
Behringer Wave has a modern mode that kills all the aliasing sound, but you can turn that off and get all the grot back. That's good to hear.
That's very good to hear.
Well, I'll wait till I hear it.
Yeah.
And then I'll ask Andy Thomas. And if he says it's good, then maybe.
Yeah, other than the 4-octave keypad. That's where I'll be waiting for the desktop.
To be honest, the difference between the original Wave 2 and then the Wave, the PPG 2.2, was also sonically they were quite different. So it'd be interesting to see. I'm sure it's going to be the 2.2 kind of thing it's looking at, or 2.3.
Probably not as much as that 2.2 I got in the garage.
Yeah.
I imagine that sounds very grotty.
Everything in your garage sounds grotty.
Oh yeah, that's why it's there.
Shut up. You're noisy. Yes.
She's going, Andrew's a wanker. Tell him to fuck off.
Yeah.
He's been totally... He called me your penis. He's a fucking bastard, he is.
I didn't. I called it cock.
Same thing, innit?
Yeah. I find that's different.
No, saying I'm foul.
Oh, I just thought of a terrible, filthy joke, but I'm not going to tell it.
Why?
Past the watershed.
That's the one we wait
Two
for.
white horses fell in the mud,
That's the one.
Come on.
and 3 came out.
It's like that fucking punchline I got in my iPad going, what was the joke? Mate.
Yeah, that's right. Your Robbie, your 49-inch
Easy.
careful,
Easy.
easy,
on,
curved screen that you do have in front of you.
Oh,
Yes.
Has that got a Visa mount, or you use the stand
Yes.
on it?
I
has, so
use the stand, but it does have a Visa mount.
Oh, right, okay. Because I've got a really good Visa thing coming out of the wall, which I think I'm going to have to purchase one of those because they're getting quite cheap now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know. Good job. Bit more real estate on one screen.
I tried the curve thing for what I do, and it just didn't work for me in the end. It was just driving me nuts, and I ended up with all sorts of perspective things. For
Yeah, I wouldn't use it for CAD. No way.
Music,
For music, I think it's ideal.
Yeah, for music, I think it would be a good thing.
Yeah.
In fairness, this one, the curvature is very gentle.
Really.
You don't even really notice that it's curved.
I tried one with CAD before, and my squares were very oval, and I didn't like that.
Mind you, the only Visa this has got is what I used to buy it.
Very good.
Hey, hang on.
Yeah, could have done
Try
that
the
earlier.
fish.
Oh, he gets both.
Oh, everyone's a fucking critic.
Or does the trombone override the rim shot?
And funnily enough, that's exactly what Robbie is.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's very, very, very gentle.
Right.
But it's also very wide.
Yeah, same thing with this one. I find it very ergonomic.
Yeah.
Even though mine's a normal like aspect ratio, I don't have an ultra wide, although it's pretty tempting.
This is good. We get to see who's abandoned the pub.
What, and gone to the other lot.
Gone to the dark side. No, I really enjoyed the show because I love.
Still 7:23.
I like
7 minutes
grossing her
23 till
out.
it starts.
I love just grossing her out. It's good fun. God, I can't remember what it was I said yesterday. It was pretty bad. Oh, mate.
Oh, yummy.
Oh, God. Oh. In all honesty, I could just go to bed now anyway.
Thanks,
Permanently tired now.
Are you?
Yeah, get up in the morning and go, oh, God, I'm tired.
I think getting to the end of the year, I'm feeling really tired now. This last bit of the year, because I've kind of finished most of the major stuff. So I'm kind of going, I know I've got time. So yeah,
Catches up with you, doesn't it?
it does. Talking of such things, Robbie, I can use StreamYard to record an interview, can't I?
Yep.
You can.
Yes.
Good.
You can record the session. Yeah.
Yeah, you can record the session.
Without having anyone, so you don't dial in, you just give someone access, record them.
Well, you click on the record
Yeah,
stream.
there's a record function, so you set up a
So you've got live, record, and the third one. I can't remember.
So I want to record both ends and then get them uploaded.
Mrs.
Easy. That's how I met my wife.
Oh, I told
Is that what I
Fiona
meant
about
to
that
say?
love eggs thing, Robbie.
Eh?
What? Sorry, yes.
Is that the punchline?
No.
I said to my wife, "Do you know the difference between a sausage roll and a blowjob?" And she said, "No." And I said, "Do you want to go on a picnic?" So that's how we met. And
So you were talking about love eggs, Ken.
And she still doesn't.
No.
What?
You were talking about love eggs.
Yes, you were talking about love eggs.
Well, I was, yeah.
I told Fiona about it.
Yeah.
it's
went,
nowhere near
"Oh,
easy.
I see
I've
that."
lost 3 sets.
Yeah, but she turned around and she goes,
3
"Well, how's he getting past the knickers?" What?
Oh dear.
Have you seen what ladies wear for knickers these days?
Yeah.
Pretty much everything gets past them. There's not a lot to get in the way.
No border guards here, I think you'll find.
Oh.
Was it a Ben Elton sketch going on about love eggs falling out in the supermarket?
No, it's a true thing.
Oh, it is it?
Oh, no, it's a true thing, yeah.
It's a true thing.
The
Apparently,
most
one of the most
found
common
thing in
found
supermarkets in the evenings when they're sweeping up.
Really?
under the shelves
Yeah.
are love eggs.
What?
It's obviously only Waitrose.
Well,
Yeah.
you get a better
He
class of
pulls
love
out a
egg at
vibrator
Waitrose.
and goes, "Oh, look, old school."
Yeah, in
Yeah.
Tesco's or Lidl's, it's Kinders.
Yeah, complete with toy.
Oh
Oh dear.
no! Apparently,
Pez dispensers.
one of the more commonly found things underneath supermarket shelves are love eggs.
Yeah.
Because statistically, women are more commonly visitors into supermarkets and.
I wonder what aisle. Which they get really
Oh,
excited.
I don't think. No, yeah, it's just when they just maybe.
About 5 minutes in. So,
Maybe they cough or sneeze. Oh, and you don't pick them up, do you? And you ain't going to put them back in. So
Clean
you just
up on
kick 'em
aisle
under-
5.
you just
Matt,
kick
you're
'em
supposed to
under
be
the
in bed.
Oh, dear.
yeah.
Oh, look, kissing the machine. What's the difference between lobster thermidor and a blowjob? There's a chance of getting a lobster thermidor at home.
Ta-da.
So when you get your blowjob,
Oh, mate.
Oh dear.
That's just one of those things, I suppose, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, not to derail the conversation, but to derail the conversation. For StreamYard, you have live stream, recording, and on-air webinar.
Oh, that was it.
That's the third one.
Yeah. I didn't mention it because I don't know what the fuck that is.
Being a man of technology.
It is what it says it is.
Yeah. Being
That's all you need to know.
a basic person.
Yeah.
Webinar.
2 minutes and 12 seconds.
Dun, dun. Oh, incoming.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to make a tea.
Right, I gotta go to bed.
Are you
I'll
bidding,
see
are
you
you?
later, gentlemen.
Good
Thank
night,
you, bye.
Peter.
Yes, see you
Good night,
again.
Peter's cock.
Steve
Yeah.
Hobbo's happy shopper.
Happy shopper. Brilliant. Right, we gotta go to bed, usual. Right, cheerio then.
bye
Au
bye.
revoir.
I see you again. Bye bye. See ya.
Take care, buddy.
Yeah, cheers.
Cheero.
Cheers.
He really smells, doesn't he?
Yeah, we're going to change the barrels in a minute. Going to nip over to SOR.
106, 105.
Oh. It'd be funny if all 53 of us all just shot over there all at once. Just going,
Ew.
hi everybody, hello, hello, hello,
Sorry.
hello.
Pub's in.
Yep, pubs
Yeah.
in.
Oi,
Invasion.
oi, oi, oi. Give us a drink, lad.
Sounds like a heart rate monitor that's having a really hard time. That beeping on the touch screen.
I'm sorry, Andrew. I can't do that. Oh. Come on, when was the last time the Brute was on?
This afternoon.
The Brute was on this afternoon.
It was.
The Brute, not the 12 Brute, the 6 Brute.
Oh,
Brute.
well, there's a Polybrute 6. There's a Matrix Brute. There's a Mini Brute 2S.
Matrix.
The Matrix. That's not been on for about a couple of weeks, I would have thought.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Get bits don't actually go
But
get anybody near them
it's
anymore.
not because I don't. Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, I know. Because you're going to have Happy Christmas on it or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'll tell you what I could do.
Go on.
I could actually
Oh, they should be starting soon.
I can practice when we're listening to SLR. What was I going to do? Oh, yeah, no. Bosch.
Bish bash.
Oh, they've started.
Yeah. Right, I'm kicking.
Looks like they've started.
I'll go over in a sec.
Righty-ho.
I don't see any. I don't hear any
All
audio.
the lights have gone on.
Oh,
So I got Maxine, what's her face, telling me to support some charity. Oh, there we go. Right, so let's see.
I've never seen it so bright.
no.
And now it's on. Come on, guys. Oh. Nothing. Big C. Right, I'm going to do myself a tea quick before they start.
Right.
Hmm.
Let's see what they're
Let's
about.
see. I see a Hydra.
Oh. Righty-ho. I'm jumping off.
Bye.
See you later. Bye.
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 Aw,
There you go. Look,
yeah.
for the Christmas show.
Aw. I know. All I got is this non-blinky stuff over here.
Oh. Oh, can't bloody type. wasn't Ty coming on?
Oh,
I don't know.
wrong chat. Where is it? There we go.
Move that over there. Oh, gee knows.
Wagyu Santa would not fit on that matrix. Guy's so big he could jump up in the air and get stuck.
Pixel art of Santa come down the chimney. Ew.
As soon as Marilyn comes on, everyone's gone. It's okay.
I wonder what that sequence sounds like.
Yeah.
Sounds like that. Not really, Keith. No. No, there wasn't a huge amount.
Yeah, no.
I mean, the CS6X looked in good nick. And mine is a little battle worn, but
Oh, they've already started.
they've started now. Yeah. Let's have a look at your shirt, Ken. Oh, you can't hear me. Show me your shirt, Kent. Stubborn Siberian Husky tricks. Sit down, shake, what's the other ones?
Oh. Fetch, roll
Fetch,
over,
roll,
stay.
yeah.
You know what makes it funny is it's true.
Oh, that means they'll do Andrews in the house, aren't they?
I hope that means you.
Hey, Justin,
Yeah.
you aware of the Phil Collins documentary that premieres later this week
Yeah, I want to check
on
that out.
Drumeo?
Oh, it's on Drumeo?
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, I want to check that out.
very excited about that.
Oh, yeah. I don't care how cheesy people think his music is. I love it. He's brilliant, brilliant guy.
Mm.
I just said to Marilyn, nuke it from orbit just to be sure.
Should I tell her I know what she looks like now?
Wow.
That just seemed a bit stalkerish, wouldn't it? By the way, did you see Kent?
What?
Look.
Hang on. Ah. Oh, sweet.
Hmm. Oh, he has no idea. Yeah, I can do all that crap.
Mm. Well, probably on the front of her head.
I said I can do that crap in my sleep. Show me a hypermixolydian scale. Yeah, thing was the hand.
And we think we talk some bollocks.
No, go with a D diminished.
What? Oh, for God's sake, you two.
Oh man.
Oh, of course, Steve won't know what we're doing.
Yeah, really.
Millie.
Steve.
Steve the bastard, mate.
Oh yeah, Steve Smith.
Oh yeah.
Oh, hello. You joined us, have you, little one? God, you're as tall as Siri now.
Gosh, this is the Saw backstage.
The green room. Well, there's your bit.
Hate slap bass. I think you know someone.
If you don't like it, maybe you need to practice.
We've all got to wave at Marilyn now because she's going to take a peek at us.
Uh-oh.
Everybody wave! This could be a long while because there's a delay.
This is about a 30-second delay.
No mistakes. And not from anyone. What? Oh, no, Siri!
She there yet?
I don't know, but my wrist aches.
Yeah. There we are.
Yeah, shut up.
No.
We're waving at you.
No, we're here.
No, I've done it in the wrong window, haven't I?
on your bed.
There we go. Pona bonds.
I missed that.
He was pairing the horse's hoof, ready for new shoes.
Oh, right.
Oh, VP, I just got the lights.
He sits there shouting all day at them and they don't change.
Well, no, they change. They change. I just have to. Freaking bimbo just has to listen to me when I tell her to change my lights. Like, I guarantee I'll do it now. It's not going to work. Alexa, change studio light colors to blue.
Okay.
Oh, she listened.
It listened, yeah.
Wow.
Just say the words lights blue or lights red. That
right,
does it.
let's
That'll
try
do
that.
it.
Alexa, lights red.
Okay.
Yeah, that worked.
There you go.
See, I thought if I was polite enough, it would actually work, but apparently that doesn't do the thing.
Yeah.
So now she doesn't listen. She goes, randomly, like, I don't understand what you're saying. I'm like, shut up. Yeah, VP, I can have my Echo control the overheads. And then I've got a row of LED strip lights around the crown of the walls. So if you see any blue here, like reflecting off the karma, that's what that is.
It must be nice to have a brother with similar interests and roughly about the same age.
Rough between roughly. There's probably minutes between them.
Yeah, maybe, maybe not. You never know.
No.
do you? No, if it's snowing, I suppose.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a metronome. Needs more cowbell.
Yeah, there might be some sort of
Needs an LM1
electrical
cowbell.
tool involved. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, that's a worthy job, isn't it?
yeah, really.
Carries a little bit more weight than repairing a CS80.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, no, there's more. There's more at stake, isn't there?
Two minutes.
Save a horse, ride a cowboy. No, I'll only take a thoroughbred. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cowboy, it better be a gelding, too.
It really explains a lot.
Something sounds sharp. Tune down a little bit. Nope, too low. Let's go. That's still a little out.
Check your Facebook messages, Spawn.
Why? Do I get paid?
No, don't ask. Just check.
Oh, okay. What am I looking for, darling?
Should be a link.
Not seeing a link. No.
In your
Just
Microsoft.
says-
Not Microsoft.
No, it just says see you at 8.
What?
No.
Somebody's
come in
read
yet.
it. You've read it.
Have I?
Someone
Brilliant.
has.
I haven't fucking seen it yet.
See you at 8. What?
Okay. Yeah, you've gone. Be there in a tick, just dropping the kids off at the pool, if you know what I mean.
God, that
okay, see you at 8.
That was months ago.
That's all that's here.
What the hell?
God, fucking that is all that is here, bud.
Did somebody clone your profile or something?
Well, it must have been Fiona that read it then.
No,
On the iPad.
Oh, all right.
No.
God, this is what I hear all day. less enjoyable part of my job.
Give them all a hard time and nitpick. It's still a little out. Oh, now you need to fix the scaling.
Where else am I going to be able to send you a link that only you can see?
The private chat, and I won't look at it.
Yeah, but you will.
Oh, you don't know that.
No, but I don't not know that.
Tell you what, if I have got another camera, I'll even point it at the screen. Be like, look, I'm not going anywhere near the private. Does he have like an email, or could you email it to him?
Email with him?
Fuck off. What's the matter with you?
When
I
was the
didn't
last
say-
time you accessed your email?
I didn't say it was a good suggestion.
Let me try something here.
Yeah, try Facebook messaging Robbie and see if that works.
Oh, I wonder if it's got something to do with the
Why is
encryption that they now do.
Oh, yeah.
Grace is like, I don't know what's going on.
Chat history is
How's it going?
missing. Enter your PIN to restore chat history.
Now, does he know what his PIN is?
Yes, I do. Yeah, it's been changed to security settings. Oh, okay.
There you go.
Right, yes, there we go.
There. Dropping the kids off at the pool, bloody hell.
Fucking hell, that's
That was
a while
ages
back.
ago.
So that's Marilyn.
Yep.
Ah.
Now you see Vasquez.
Yeah, it is Vasquez. Yeah, because she's a payroll accountant for Netflix, isn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see a little bit of fucking sleuthing.
Yeah, I know. You're a clever little bugger, aren't you? Is that a Timberwolf?
Yeah. That is a Timberwolf. No wonder he's still tuning it.
Hasn't he got a Peterson?
No.
She really likes you.
Interesting conversations.
Is this so we're in forest mode?
Probably deep forest. So,
Yeah.
What's German trap? What does German trap sound like?
I don't know, trap, but it's in German.
Is it a lot of shouting
Yeah.
and long words?
A lot of goose stepping.
I didn't go there. You did.
It's like Sean Locke, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He goes, oh yes, he brought up Hitler. So I can see the good side and the bad.
I signed my first licensing agreement today.
Oh my God.
I've licensed music to someone and they've paid me.
Wow. Well, congratulations. Yeah.
Didn't pay me much, but
Where's the?
No, it doesn't matter. It fucking more than I've done.
Yeah, me too.
yeah. Oh, I suppose technically, I didn't license my performance on the film, did I? Because that was just. No, it wasn't like. No, so yeah, this is definitely yes, my first license. Yeah. You had a genius idea.
Yeah, it was clever.
I'm gonna have to put my name in the hat for one of those.
Yeah, because I did notice I featured in your collaboration, along with a few other people.
Hmm?
In your collaboration with
Yeah.
With Uncle Crow.
There appeared to be other people there.
yeah.
Yeah, but they don't have to know that.
Oh man. Oh, that's better. What are you up to, Husky Pants? Not you. You never do anything wrong. No, you're a good girl. Always there advertising. Look at that. Yeah?
There you go.
Good girl. Yeah. You're a good girl. You love being told you're a good
You see,
girl.
but
don't
I
you?
wouldn't ever know what. I don't even know what trap sounds like, and how different it is from any other form of urban music.
Urbany, it's just urbany. Oh yeah.
Apparently, Uncle Chrome's full-length version of that track is 18 minutes long.
Wow.
Bunch. There's three of us, Ken. There's only three of us.
Trap. It's what you listen to on a long drive where you can't get out of the car.
Yeah.
You trap listening to that stuff.
Ken, did you get my message today? Acknowledge, please.
Was that on Facebook?
Yeah, I think I sent it to him
Yeah.
on Facebook.
Hopefully he's updated his
Yeah, hopefully something.
security account as well.
Oh, no, he hasn't. He's going to check.
It would have turned up on the iPad because the iPad is updated. Because this one, I did look on Facebook on this, so that's probably why.
By the way, Ken, if you find your message, don't mention what it is I said in your message on here.
Oh, or anywhere.
Or anywhere.
Yeah, I'm sure Ken is aware of that sort of thing, surely. Anyway.
What sort of thing?
Well, the sort of thing where you
what,
read
inside
something and you go,
information?
that's something I'm not going to repeat on a public forum. Yeah. Because certain messages have a sort of like automatic shut the fuck up about it built into it, don't they?
Oh, he has replied. Nice one, Ken. Thank you, mate. Why are my thumbs not working?
Huh? No, it hasn't been working on mine either for a while.
There you go.
But not the other thing. No. Look.
Oh no.
Oh,
it
there you
worked.
go. There you go. That'd be very 70s, wouldn't it?
What's that? I'll try to listen to all these different things at once. It's doing my
Afros and...
I feel like we're neglecting.
Huh?
I feel like I'm neglecting people here, just like. But I suppose
Yeah.
most people in here are over there as well.
Yeah.
And if they're not, let me share the link.
Oh, that's an idea,
Yeah. Be like, we're stealing you guys. Me, but I'm not going to tell them that. Say, I'm single, but I'm not. I'm married to my quadricent. Both of them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, bigamy. Oh. That's very bigamy.
Bigamy? Somebody mentioned bigamy?
Mm. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
That's kind of hard work trying to do 2 shows at once.
Yeah.
To be honest. It's not working.
So I'm going to turn them down a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, no, this knocking coffee on the head. I'm tired all the time now.
It's all about flushing out the system.
Yeah. I know.
Do you know what works better than caffeine to wake you up?
Go
A
on.
glass of cold water.
No, I've heard that. I have heard that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think a lot of the time I'm.
Or a ton of Red Bull.
Yeah, but that's it. I
Apparently
think
it gives
half
you
the time
wings.
Yeah.
I am running on caffeine most nights. I imagine, which explains why it could be 3-4 o'clock in the morning. I go to bed and then I'm laying there staring out the window and can't get off. You know.
But you will go through a transitionary phase.
Yeah.
It will get better.
Yeah.
It will get better.
So, yeah. Of course, this isn't the first time I have given up coffee, or cut back at least, because it's just it just goes on and on and on. What's the brand on your analog El Cheapo Amazon mixer?
Didn't you buy a mixer from Amazon that was like 130 quid or something?
Oh, there was one, wasn't there?
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, Marilyn should do audiobooks.
Yeah, really.
She's definitely got a voice for radio.
Got the voice for that.
If I ever get a cat, I want to name it Octave. If you know, you know.
You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, she's got a voice for radio, and I won't say what she's got a face for.
Was it? It might have been this one, wasn't it? It was dirt cheap. Oh, for God's sake. Depushung?
What?
Depushung? DA12. I will spell it out.
Oh.
Fuck, trying to pronounce it.
Go on then.
DEP
DEP.
US
Yeah.
HENG.
Oh, is that like a cheap Amazon board?
There you go. Put it in the Depusheng.
Depusheng.
Yeah, sounds like some
DA12.
Chinese thing,
Yeah, that
doesn't
sounds like an Amazon product.
Yeah. It appears to have.
Looks like it's got like 12.
Yeah, she's 12 channel. I don't think it's got any built-in effects or anything like that. Plenty of inputs and outputs. Quality of which I can't quote. It does have a USB. And an MP3 level control. I mean, if you're going to be using it as like a nice, cheap and cheerful line mixer with loads and loads of little bits of gear to go down to a to a stereo pair, I imagine it's probably fine for that. But fucking hell. And that strip, this doesn't work as well as I thought it would.
What's that?
That's that strip.
Oh yes.
Ribbon.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody's got a steam pipe.
Can I join?
And
But we
and an
can't
echo.
have an echo from you.
Oh.
I can feel it coming.
It actually sounds rather good. There you go.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
it
bad,
does.
Echo. Yeah. You have joined, my friend.
Yeah.
How are you, Ken?
He's muted.
He's muted.
figuring it
Fixing my echo. It should be gone now, I hope.
Yeah, you've sorted
out.
it. bud.
Testing. Yeah, it's gone.
Okay.
You've forgotten the T on the end of your name, but I'll let that pass.
Yeah, that's not going to be confusing much.
No.
Yeah, I'm busy working today nonstop, and I was like, you know what? This is where I need to be. Don't look at that. There's no Chips Ahoy in that trash can. I'm on a diet.
Yeah, right. On those
And there was me
nice
thinking
low
he was hiding
calorie
some exclusive
Oreos.
piece
Yeah.
of gear.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. So
These Oreos are nearly 90% air.
I thought I would show some of
They're a
the
mirage.
side
They're not even here.
setup here.
Oh, nice.
Oh, look at
This is
this.
So what do you think of the steam pipe then?
Very, very interesting. It's like I was pretty familiar with the reactor ensemble from years ago. I've been a heavy reactor user for many years, and I didn't realize at first that it was of the same ilk and by the same designer.
Okay.
I found that out kind of after the fact, and then I was like, wait, this sounds really familiar. And then I went back and I loaded that old instrument up, and it's quite a bit different, but it's also got the DNA is definitely there. And it's been improved in a lot of ways, especially with the way that you handle things like tuning on it is really interesting, because basically when you're making sounds on this, I'm going to try to move my mic this way a little bit. When you make sounds on it, it's not, you know how if you're doing, subtractive or FM synthesis, like you kind of think of things in terms of like, okay, this is what the oscillator is doing, and this is what I'm going to do with a filter, or this is how I'm going to adjust, your modulation and your carrier and that sort of thing, to shape the timbre. In this, like you can sort of do a little bit of the filtering stuff here, but it affects your tuning directly, right?
All right.
And really the way that you end up thinking about it is, as a physical space. Like I start thinking about like, oh, okay, I'm shaping the size and the force inside of a physical object, right?
Yeah.
And I think about the sound in the term of like just imagining in my mind, what does this physical space look like and what sort of forces are pushing against it, that kind of thing, as opposed to, you know, oh, I need to set my oscillator to this pitch, or I need to, you know, have this amount of envelope control for this. So all the I did a bunch of the factory presets for it, and all of them that I did using Hydrosynth as a controller, and using polyphonic expression on it, because to me I'm like, well, if it's got 8-voice polyphonic expression ability, and the way that this thing functions is great for like breath controllers and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I thought, you know, better make each patch really expressive in that way. So, yeah, just trying to think of it as like a physical instrument, and like how I can make it feel less like you're playing a keyboard and more like you're expressing a wind instrument. Or, you know, in some cases I did some like guitar and string pieces. I have this one that I really, really like. Everybody else may hate it. I don't know, but I like it. So
I don't know. We'll find out.
I like that analog scrolling on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
That's a
UI
nice touch.
is really nice.
It is.
Yeah, I really like that touch.
I got a lot of presets in here, so I'm trying to find. Oh, you know what? I don't even know if it's in the factory bank. Let me check real quick. I think it might be.
There's one of his patches.
I'm still going. Where is it at?
Yeah, did he do?
They're not in the
Yes.
order from when I designed them, so that's why it's kind of making me.
They're
have
kind
to
of
search.
like, it's almost like shuffle mode.
Yeah. So like when I was designing them, it was blank. So like I knew the order of everything, and now I've since updated it with the factory bank as well as the patches that I did in addition to that. So
they
I'm
moved-
still kind of like.
So they moved everything around.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Here it is. So yeah, I was pretty surprised to see that my patch is actually one of my patches is the first patch you load up besides the default. So like there's the default initialized patch, and then the very first one after that is one of mine, and that's always like a sound designer's point of pride.
Badge of honor.
Yeah.
Badge of honor.
So, first,
But no, this one is really cool. So I'm actually gonna play it from the deluxe here, but if I can get some sound.
I hear it.
So when you use poly aftertouch on this,
Bends the string.
nice.
it just sounds really natural, you know.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice.
I had a patch on my VFX SD that did that.
And the velocity is really nicely done too, because you can.
So you play really soft or really, really hard, yeah.
So I don't really like. I've mapped out mod wheel to it as well, but like I find that when I'm playing it, like I don't really reach for that much because I'm busy doing polyphonic aftertouch on it, which is really just super fun.
Yeah, sounds great.
Yeah.
And I noticed, who was it? Oh gosh, my brain is blanking at the moment. Drew.
Schlesinger?
Yes, did some presets on it that were really great, where he used so it can kind of soft saturate inside.
Okay.
But there. And an aspect you have to be aware of when you do that is obviously like your patch volume is going to be much higher. So there's two areas of volume on it. There's volume for here, which on mine it says mod control, but it's on the final version it says patch volume. And then you have another volume here, which is like your actual master volume, right? So I design a lot of my stuff with the volume up. Right,
Yeah.
and then I kind of tend to back everything off to keep everything like super clean internally. Whereas he had it back around like 3, like 12 o'clock, and then he had the patch volume like whacked way up, so he's getting like really hardcore distortion.
Yeah.
But when you back it off and go the other way, and this one was kind of like I made
Cleans
that
up a
patch
little
where
bit.
it's it'll clean it up a lot.
Yeah.
But he had some great ones that are very like just an overdriven sound. That I was just like, oh man, that's such a cool like opposite end of the spectrum of the way that I was working on them. So just really fun, cool stuff to do. Just trying to make sure I don't have anything in my studio that I'm not allowed to show behind me. One of my daughter's Christmas presents is behind me, but hopefully she won't see that. I'll move my head so that she can't see it. She doesn't watch me anyway.
Wagyu wants to know, do the rack ears come with it?
You know, I don't know. Mine did not because it was early unit. But I don't know about that. It would be the 5U.
Yeah, got to be something like that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 5 or a 6.
Yeah, it's what's really interesting about it is, and it's similar to the Perkins where you look at them and you're like, man, that thing's gonna be heavy, and then you pick it up, it's actually really light.
Oh yeah.
It's light, but it doesn't feel like it's built cheap. It's weird because it, obviously like these things are digital, so they don't need like a gazillion boards inside of them to do what they're doing. But it's just interesting when you see such chunky knobs, and it is a metal enclosure, and it's got wood sides, and it's still really light. I was like, man, it's just very. We live in a different instrument creation world now.
Don't tell me it's a VST in a box.
Oh God, that.
Yeah, no.
Let me tell you,
Raspberry Pi.
You know what? I'm a rant slightly. Can I rant just because this is the pub?
This is the place to do it.
You are among.
I'm a rant slightly. I have been biting my tongue, and like I am so irritated by certain comments and videos that I see where people are mocking the idea of a Linux-based board inside of an instrument, especially an instrument that's like 10 plus years old. I don't know how old the instrument is at this point, but like the level of misunderstanding that comes with that sort of thing, of complaining about something like that, is unhinged.
Yeah.
And it's honestly, it drives me nuts because I look at it, I'm like, I don't think you realize that especially at the time, that was extremely costly. The R&D to do something like that is costly. Like the I/O board, in addition to that, is costly to develop, and to create. And the fact that it uses that, it's like it allows so much more memory and like than a traditional architecture. Like,
that's
if
why
you're
the
complaining
Oasis
about
was-
that, you really don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
is kind of
Oasis.
how I feel. Like,
The Oasis was a P4 Linux, and it was
and
like
that sucker was like what, $11,000 when it came out?
8,500 for the 88.
No, she was, because I bought mine absolutely brand new. She was
The
In the U.S., they were at least 9. I can tell you that.
they were
List price 9.
It was a lot of money. Yeah.
Street price was like
5,699. They were.
The thing is,
Yeah.
for somebody to say that and go, "Oh," synthesizers since the late 70s have been processing CPUs running custom code.
Oh yeah, Profit 5.
Essentially,
Mm-hmm.
how many what the Z80 processor is in God knows how much stuff, Lindrums, Profit 5s, all
Memory
sorts of-
Moog.
and it's running custom code. That's all these guys are doing.
Yeah.
And they just happen to do it in a smart way by using a small board. But just to look at the board and say, "Oh, it's nothing but a PC in a box."
It really kind of shocked me when I was seeing these kinds of complaints, and then seeing the comments, and it's not just that particular person or video that I'm talking about, because really this was going on with the Korg stuff when people saw Raspberry Pis were in there, and I'm like. I don't think people realize like that's a really powerful board considering the space that we're in. Like
Yeah.
when you're doing products that are like niche, like a synthesizer, like you don't have the ability to just slap like an Apple processor in there or like an Intel. Like the fact that the Push 3 has an Intel processor in it is mind-boggling. Like that's crazy. So, you know, it's really not apples to apples when you're talking about like music tech versus consumer tech, right? It's not the same thing, and it doesn't even have the same requirements, you know? So that kind of thing is just wild to me. Like when I see those kinds of gripes, I'm like, I just can't believe it. And then if you go a little bit further into it, when you see people complain about like failure rates and whatnot. So you could say, oh yeah, like this power supply is known to fail. It's like, how known to fail? Like,
what
is it
percentage?
known to fail on the internet or is it known to fail by the actual data? Right?
Yeah.
Because that's a big difference. I can tell you right now, like I see numbers of failures, and I can tell you when you read online, it is not the same as what an actual failure rate is. If Sequential really had a power supply that was like constantly prone to failure, I think that they would replace it with a different power supply that would work, because it's costing them money. It's extremely expensive, especially if you have to ship an entire, like, what do they have like 88 key versions of that thing, right? You know how expensive that is to ship back to do a repair? Like, if there was like a legit issue with something like that, I would be amazed if they weren't on top of like changing that out, you know, that sort of thing. Like that's, but the reality is it's an extremely common power supply. I bet you the failure rate of that thing is like well under 2%, you know, something like that.
Yeah, it's Meanwhile, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's just, like those things are used in everything. The amount of products, like not just music products, but just products in general that those things are used in, I don't buy it. Like, I just don't. I feel it. And that's not something that like is going to be ready information just given out, because like, why would a company be trying to do that? Like you start arguing with people about that kind of stuff. And it will do nothing but backfire, as it kind of did for them, which it shouldn't have, in my opinion. But I saw that and I was just like, nah, man, this is not the way. Like, that's my personal rant.
I will say this is my second Hydra Deluxe. I had to send my original one back because the original one I bought had a glitch in it where, when I'm scrolling through the patches, every once in a while I'd get a loud burst of white noise.
And that's a great example where we have some reports online of that.
Yeah,
the actual number of units, like obviously I can't get into company privileged information, but I will say the number of actual units that we've had with the issue are so low, it's taken us the better part of a year just to get enough units back to evaluate it. And look at the issue and figure out, like, is it a software thing? Is it a hardware thing? Like, what is it, right? The numbers of them are so low that it's, like, really hard to get a hold of that stuff. And it's also an intermittent thing, which makes it a little bit more difficult.
It does.
But you read it online and you'd be like, oh, okay, well, this is common thing. It's not a common thing. That's just it. I've got six deluxes. None of them will do it.
It was funny because I was on with my I was on the phone with my Sweetwater rep on speakerphone trying to get the Hydra to do it, and it wouldn't happen. But as soon as I hung up from him, went back to that behavior. But luckily, they're such a good company to work with. They were like, "No, just send it back. We'll give you a brand."
Yeah,
new
they've been great. Like they're really easy to work with on a lot of things. Like I've had a lot of products over the years that have issues, and I don't blame the company. Like I can't tell you how many pieces of gear I've had where a screen has failed. Like screens, like OLED screens in gear are probably the number one failure point on just about any modern gear, because that's the nature of a screen. Like they can do that. And I had like just looking around my studio, I can think of a few different pieces of gear, and I'm not going to sit here and name names because it's not going to do anybody any good. But all those companies were great with it. Their support was great. I will give a shout out to exceptional support from companies, because that I think is always to be applauded. It's a difficult task to do quality support, especially the more popular a product is.
Oh, absolutely.
Like Motu, I had some issues with my Motu interfaces early on when I have a full AVB setup in here, and I had some issues with that. Man, I was blown away by how good their support was. Like I thoroughly expected it to be like a long process dealing with them because they do such volume, and they also had the software side of things, and like once you introduce software, it's like the amount of support stuff just goes through the roof.
Right.
But they were like, man, I was blown away. They were knowledgeable and they were super fast, and I have zero affiliations with them at all. Like sometimes I get a little skeptical when I get a support request back, and it's like I can kind of tell they know that like I'm in the industry or whatever, and I may or may not be getting some kind of special treatment. I know those guys didn't know me from Adam, and it was just excellent support all the way around. I was blown away.
Oh yeah, Sweetwater. As soon as I got off the phone with them, got on the phone with their tech, they were like, "All right, we're gonna overnight you another one. Keep the one you have, until you get the new one, and then send it back." So the times where the defective one would work, I still have something to use, and they don't leave me without, they don't leave me high and dry without anything.
Yeah.
I absolutely love dealing with Sweetwater. Yeah. Not to mention, this thing just sounds so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still making patches on it. Like I don't know. I have a blast on that.
This one is one of you. This one is one of yours.
Deluxe became my masterboard.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, mine too. To be honest
right
with you,
here.
Unless I need weighted keys for like piano stuff, then I'll go here. But everything else here.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm missing in my studio now. Is I used to have a nice weighted board, and I don't have one anymore. And I kind of like, aside from I have a Rhodes in here, but that doesn't count because that doesn't send MIDI. It's an old Rhodes. It's not one of the new ones that does. Which that's a very sexy thing to have MIDI from your Rhodes. Like, man, that must be nice.
Yeah, I had an SP88 Kurzweil over here, which is semi-weighted, and I was working on a couple piano pieces last week, and I was like, I need to swap it out and put the CK88 or something over here that's weighted, because I mean, this is just when I'm playing piano, I have to have weighted action.
Yeah.
But anything else, like I said, this has got a beautiful key bed.
What's the one at the top behind you? Is that a Karma?
So CK88, MX61, and Karma.
Oh, okay, it is a Karma.
Yeah, I this is one that I won't get rid of. It
Do you use the accompaniment aspect of that a lot?
I don't. No.
No? Because that was like kind of one of the big selling points of that one, right?
It is. So they build it as a mutant arpeggiator on steroids. So you can generate accompaniment, but you can also generate things like guitar strumming, piano arpeggios. Like if I go to the piano patch, let me see. Here we go.
And he's not even moving his fingers.
Yeah, it depends what you're playing.
It's witchcraft, I tell you.
Whether the Karmas fit or not. It was the same on the Oasis, but you couldn't mess them about, couldn't you?
No, because if you
on the Oasis you can mess them about, Robert. You can substitute and get it to suit more along what you want. But what would have been a lovely feature is if you could actually like write your own patterns that you could then dump into the slot in the Karma. But
eventually they came out with the Karma
much.
MW software.
Yeah.
From Stephen K's Karma Lab. But it was like a $70 thing. That was the only way that you could get custom generated effects or GEs into here.
Yeah.
But really, I bought it as a $400 way to get a Triton engine in here.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I love the Triton engine, but every patch that they've done, and I've talked about this before, always sound really thin, and it was due to their master EQ. It was always a heavy boost in the lows and the highs and a cut in the mids. So to fix that, all I do is on the patches that I use, I reverse it. So like this sound here, again, it didn't have that mid-high presence that it has now, because I added a bunch of things to it. But the biggest thing I did was fix that master EQ. And then behind me, I've got 2 quadrisynths. I got an original and a quadrisynth plus, and then I've got my Old Faithful DX7. Another one I'll never get rid of. But yeah, this girl is a.
I will say that that's actually one of the reasons why I use my Jupiter XM the least, is because it has that eye ARP.
Yeah.
And I don't want that. Like I just like basic ARPs, man. With my modular stuff, I'll go crazy with like all kinds of like weird ratcheted ARPs and all kinds of wildness. But like what I don't like is if I'm just trying to get an up-down ARP, I don't feel like I should have to scroll through like 25 presets to get to just up-down. Like that should be like right in the very front. Like all the basic stuff should be here. The eye stuff should be like way in the back. And that kind of drove me nuts because it's actually a really, it's like over powerful like that the XM, because it's like there's so much going on inside of it that I feel like I'm kind of programming like, you know, like building a ship in a bottle kind of thing. It's not insanely menu divey, but certain areas where I have to go into a menu or do a shift item or that sort of thing feel like things that should be on the faceplate. You know what I mean? Like if I'm going to like the second oscillator or something and I want to just detune it a little bit, like I don't feel like I should have to hold shift to do that. Like that should all just be right up front kind of thing.
Yeah, no. And that's the nice thing about, you know, the Hydra is you've got all your basic ARP controls like right here. And if you want to go further, you know, shift edit will get you, you know, down a little bit deeper. But it's nice that you've just got the basic controls here. You know, like if I want to just ratchet, grab the knob, go for it.
Well, it's like I was saying to somebody a couple of days ago about they said, oh, you know, how hard is it to actually clone the CS80 sound? And I go, it's not hard. It's done. There are many really, really good CS80 representations now.
And apparently another one coming out.
But not always right across the spectrum. It will do one part of it very, very well. And then there'll be little weak spots.
Yeah, like the guitar sounds.
The guitar 1 and 2 will be weak, but the brass will be excellent. And why anybody would want strings 1 to 4 anyway is beyond me. And then you got, you know, the funkies and stuff like that. And, you know, they nail them. And but the thing is, the one thing you cannot clone is her presence. It's when if you play an 80, that physical presence of her when you're playing her is actually part of the playing experience.
I was thinking you were talking presence like on an amp for a second
there. Yeah. But it's actually physically having her there. It kind of it reflects somehow.
It's like the DX1. You play the DX1 and you go up to the DX5, which is essentially internally the same, but it's different.
Yeah.
And it is noticeably different what you get out of a DX5 and a DX1. I think our friend Keith is beginning to understand this as well. The DX1 gives you so much more because of its physicality, and it does make a difference.
Yeah, but do you know what I always thought was weird? Because in the DX5, if this is memory serving me correctly, and let's face it,
that's not
previous history doesn't mean it's that strong. But if I remember rightly, the DX5 power supply is linear, and the DX1's switch mode.
I believe
For some bizarre reason, they didn't put a switch mode into the DX5.
I'm sure I've got a picture of a DX5 power supply because I opened her up.
I seem to remember something about it being, you know, coil, capacitors, bridge recs.
I'll have a look.
The old traditional way. But I could be wrong, but I just got this feeling I know the power supply is not the same.
Oh no, it's completely different. I know
Yeah.
that much. But then the DX1 is having to power a few, well, at least one extra thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was like a whole new beast altogether.
And they've refined it, I guess. I suppose. I don't know. Some of that.
Yes, keys did need a service, but it'd been done a couple of years ago. And then it sat in my workshop forever. Oh, no, it had a quick holiday in Belgium, didn't it? And it came back again.
That's right. Yeah.
Somebody bought it, then didn't like it, and sent it back.
Yeah.
Not like it.
One of the buttons was wonky.
It happens.
Well, at some point, something very heavy had been dropped on the front panel, and the button sat at an angle. And I looked at bringing it back, and I go, that bastard's going to snap.
Yeah.
You know, and it's one of the weirdy buttons.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to find it that easy.
No.
I'll tell you what, those quadrasynths are a lost bloody gem.
Oh gosh, yeah. Are you kidding me? I love these.
Yeah, something about that.
So gluttonous.
I have always said that those instruments are so criminally underrated for what they are.
Yeah, I mean, when you got it like first off and you were playing it, and I'm going, hey, what the fuck is going on here? That's not right. It shouldn't be sounding like this. What else you got that plugged into? No, just the
It's
quadra.
dry. It's completely
What?
dry.
Man.
Well, think about this. 1993, Alesis had the ADAT out. They had the Quadraverb. What else? They had the HR16, the MMT8, a couple other things, and boom, they come out with this. But in 93, it flew completely under the radar. And it's 64 voices of polyphony. It's each program has 4 layers or 4 sounds. The mix mode, which is their combination mode, you can layer and split up to 16. The only thing is it's a 6 dB non-resonant filter. I care nothing about that because, analog emulation is
delivering.
not what that instrument does.
Yeah.
For me, pads, you want a good pad, like a good thick, wall of sound. Those are the instruments to go to.
Yeah.
Right, here goes DX5 power supply.
Linear. No, it's not quite linear, is it? No, it is switch mode. After a fashion.
You know, I will say you were talking about the presence of the CS80.
Yeah.
I had the pleasure of a friend of mine had gotten Robbie and Kent, you both know him, but had gotten a CS80 and a Deckard's Dream, and we sat the Deckard's Dream right where the user preset area is for the CS80, which it's so similar, like when you do that, because it's almost the same throw and everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And yeah, like there's something about like when you're programming the CS80 with the full size controls, it feels one way, and then when you program it on those little ones, it feels a different way.
Yeah.
And it's, to me, the Deckard's feels like you're programming on the user space of that, right?
Yeah.
But it's like you can't deny that like the big chunky controls are just something impressive to do. I personally, I think the Deckard sounds amazing. But yeah, the big CS80 controls are crazy. And that was like I had gotten the Prophet 5 Rev 4, and before, like, it was a gift for a project I had worked on, right? And like I personally, I don't have the money and I probably wouldn't have bought it for myself because I think it's awesome, but I was like, oh, it's not doing all the crazy doodads of everything else in this day and age, and it's big and this and that. Man, I took it out the box. First, I looked at it and I was like, the wood grain was amazing. And there is something to say about that. Like, it's, you know, each unit has different wood grain, and like, it's such like it's not an audio thing, but it's such a tactile and visual experience of having your own instrument with this sort of thing on it. It was really inspiring. And then I started programming sounds on it, and it's like this big space. Yes, it can be squashed down into a box this big because the internals are SMT and it's all small now. But having that huge layout where it's like all spacious, and there's something very special about that. Like, it's a different vibe from like even the Prophet 6, which is kind of technically more powerful in a lot of ways. But the vibe is different when you're actually creating on it and messing with it. You know what I mean?
What was that? Manny came up with that phrase, didn't he? It's not what's in the box. It is the box.
Yeah. Yeah, he nailed it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he nailed it there.
Yeah, there was something about an instrument.
Yeah. The other thing, of course, about that is that all of those controls, that first row of controls, are performance controls. They're there to just quickly reach up and adjust as you're playing, you know. But I think the problem that the Decker's Dream had initially was because it didn't come with a ribbon strip, and it didn't come with the ring mod either, did it?
Yeah.
That was a separate unit that you bought, wasn't it?
I don't know.
And so it was lacking some key features out of the box to start with. Got there in the end, but no, I found it to be quite accurate, but there was a few areas where it just wasn't quite right. But then I could say that about every single emulation so far. There's always something somewhere. There'll be a little thing not quite quite right.
Yeah, we've said it before. I think the Arturia V4 is like the closest.
It is. I think it's the closest as well. There was one emulation I did. I tried out. I can't remember which one it was, but as I'm going through it, it didn't take long. It took about 5 minutes, and I realised that what they'd done is modelled it on a CS80 that hadn't been correctly calibrated.
Wasn't the Cherry Audio, was it?
No, it was.
No, I don't think it was the Cherry Audio.
Or was it the
soft tube one? Soft tube 77.
It might have been the soft tube, or it might have been the. Was it Memory Moon did one?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, and that sounded. There was something at the BA board. That BA board hasn't been calibrated correctly. And what it does is the balances between the brightness and loudness between each half of the keyboard. The speed of the portamento, things like that, were off. It was like, it wasn't calibrated correctly. But they've taken it as read and modelled it. So they've modelled the 80 perfectly. It's just that they modelled one that wasn't very perfect to start with. Yeah.
So what I like about the guys at Cherry Audio is they'll always try and have more than one of the thing that they're doing, because they appreciate that that they're all a little different anyway, and some might be wildly different, and then they take that into account and investigate why that one is particularly different. But
now I know, and because Vangelis's studio one, the Nemo studio one, it was calibrated by Dusty Miller, and he calibrated all of them because he was originally Mr. Yamaha for the 80 in the UK. So he's been with them all his life, as it were. And, of course, he's my mentor. He taught me. And he was saying about, he says like the envelope generators, you can't get the envelope generators right, because he says he says on the attack, when the slider is set to, I think it's 3 volt, the attack should be 25 milliseconds. I go, right. He said, then you set it to 7 volt, and it should be 125 milliseconds. I went, okay. He says, right, do that. So I did it. He goes, now put it back to 3 volts. I put it back to 3 volt again. He said, now, what timing have you got for your 3 volt setting? And I went, 32 milliseconds. He said, yeah, because you opened up the top one. So he goes, set it at 25 milliseconds again. Okay. So set it 25 milliseconds on the scope. He goes, right, now put it back. Let's put it back up. You go, yeah, this is shorter than it was. It doesn't matter what you do.
Really?
And you could go backwards and forwards until the end of time, and it will never match. He said, so what you do is you always have the 25 millisecond right and the 125 millisecond wrong.
Good.
Always. And all of these, they've taken a reading. If say it's properly set up, they take a reading, and it'll say, 100 and it'll say 25 milliseconds. They're constantly moving around, so it even depends on which voice you try. They go, right, it's 25 milliseconds, and then go up. Or they look at, they haven't got an AT, and they've got the schematics, and the schematics tells you how to calibrate it and what those timings are. And I've heard a few where it's 25 milliseconds and 125 milliseconds, and it's spot on. But when you play it, it's wrong, because now the presets don't match up properly.
Yeah.
So...
damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is when they're going, I don't understand why we can't get these presets to sound just right. And this is why Guitar 1 and 2 is nearly always wrong on all of them. But you have to have been, under the shed under the shed floor, milling around in the Fox shit to know about it. And that's the difference. So, and of course, most vintage synth techs know shit all about programming and, and machine code and stuff. So
it makes me kind of chuckle when I think about, like, I was watching the Sonic State video on the Muse, and I saw, like, there was a comment, somebody complaining about the fact that it has, digital envelopes and everything in it, and I'm like, that's such a weird gripe at this point. And it's something that I even actually brought it up in a meeting when we were talking about, like, just product design and whatnot. And I was like, you don't really see anybody making a polysynth with analog envelopes. And I know why, but I almost wonder, I'm like, would that almost be like a selling point to somebody one day? And I'm like, and the more I thought about it, I was like, no, it shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be.
That's it.
It's like the oscillators and the filter are like your main, as far as I'm
well,
concerned.
even beyond that, because I mean, like, sound wise, you can talk about all kinds of things, like everything from oscillators and amplifier drive and all this different stuff. And yeah, like, analog envelopes are gonna have some difference, but the flexibility and precision that you lose by doing that, like in a polysynth at least, like in an analog you can get away with it because it's like things don't have to be so perfect. In a mono, I mean, you don't have to have everything be so perfectly. It becomes glaringly obvious how bad things are when you do things in a polyphonic way. Like if you just have, like, a sub 37 or a mini brute or whatever it is that's mono, right? You'll be like, man, yeah, this is bang on, this is great. But if you had 8 of those suckers and you individually went to each of them and you were like, yeah, this is bang on, yeah, this is bang on, yeah, and then you put them all together and you play them, you're like, man, what happened?
Something's a little off.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it doesn't show up more than, in any sense, more than it does in something like the memory mode. It really, really shows up. That common analog board in the middle, where it's, 3 channels. It's like, yeah, okay, so you want these all to kind of match. Yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
Not going to happen. Never. I mean, well, obviously, some people will say, oh yeah, but it's the difference that gives it the character. And I would imagine up to a point, there's a degree of that is true, and the rest of it is just being delusional. But I don't know. It's horses for courses, isn't it?
Yeah.
I will, go to the other side of the planet to have an 80, whereas other people will go, I can't be bothered with that great big lump of crap, fuck off, don't want it. give me something I can put under my arm.
Yeah. That's the thing. I appreciate the 80. I love the sound of an 80.
Wouldn't if you had to take it upstairs, mate.
Exactly. Even if I had room for an 80.
Have you guys ever seen the Valente piano, electric piano?
No.
So this is a thing. I have not played it. I haven't laid hands on it. I want it. Somebody let that happen for me. But so I've only found like I think 2 shops in the U.S. that even have it. One of them happens to be in Philly, which I'm not far outside of Philly. I'm in Delaware. But I haven't gotten a chance to lay hands on it. I saw it like maybe a couple years ago, and I believe it's Brazilian made, and essentially it's pretty shallow. It's kind of like a hybrid between a Wurlitzer and a Rhodes, and it's electroacoustic and really light. You can just pick it up and you can take it on the like. I say this because like there's no way I'm moving. I got the Stage 88 Rhodes and it's not going anywhere. I have it on an awesome stand that I got off of Amazon for dirt cheap, and I can move it around the studio with 2 fingers. But going up and down stairs, like when I first got it, I was so excited that I took it down my stairs. Yeah, that's it. That's the Valente.
Interesting.
And it's really cool. It's like $3,000, but honestly, I think it sounds unique. It doesn't sound exactly like a Whirly. Doesn't sound exactly like a Rhodes. It has its own sound, but it's really cool looking, and I want to play one bad.
That does look nice.
It looks really, really cool, and I hope that, I don't say this in a negative way. I say this in an earnest way, that I hope that they stick around long enough, that they do well, because I want to be able to play those. But usually that sort of thing is like such a niche of a niche of a niche that it's hard to...
Well, it helps if it gets picked up by a name.
Yeah.
If it's seen in the right place
Especially
at the
with
right
those
time.
things.
There's some videos online of it being played, and there's some great videos and very funky, but there's very little press about it. Like I searched the topic out, and that's how I found it. Like it wasn't like I stumbled on it. It was like I was actively looking like what modern electroacoustic pianos are out there, and because I was looking at the vintage vibe stuff, which that's another one that like I would absolutely love, one of those new vintage vibes. Really what I was looking for at the time was vintage vibe used to make a clavinet. They stopped making it. And dude, that thing is so dope. Like I want that. It's just, I could never play well enough to make it sound as good as I would actually want it to sound. But like we all like to pretend we're Stevie, like, no matter how crap we are, So I'm just like,
black keys.
I always.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I would do, is I would just be wanking on it. Like,
I always had a problem with Vintage Vibe with their pricing. 'Cause I'd say, oh yeah, I need 3 times for this Stage 73 Mark II.
Well, also probably getting it over to you shipping wise is probably a fortune.
And they give us the price for these 3 times, and I go, no, I only want 3. I want 30. Fucking hell, how much?
Yeah, I used their refurb kit once now to completely refurb that. This is an MK2. It's got plastic keys, so that's.
Oh man.
Yeah, I know. But it sounds great. It just doesn't feel great when you're playing those plastic keys. I will say, and this is purely out of luck, not out of skill, that when I refurbished mine, it has the nicest action of any Mark II that I've ever felt. Like actually plays really, really nicely. Yeah. And I don't have any broken pins or anything like that on it. It plays great. I just hate the clacky sound of the plastic keyboard, because when you, especially up high, when you smack a key down, it doesn't have a thunk like wood. It has a clack like hard plastic. Yeah. And I'm sure I'll break it at one point, but I got it for $800.
To be honest with you, it'd be hard pushed to break it, because that plastic is actually it's high density polystyrene.
Well, I had heard that the pins break easy, but I just never experienced that. So I'm a little bit careful about that now.
It depends on how. If you're very vertical when you're playing it, you shouldn't get.
I play as if I'm funky, but I'm really just terrible. So there's that. And I run it through. I have a Echo Fix, the tape delay,
Yeah.
So I run it straight through that, and it's like it feels so gluttonous when I do that. I just feel like there's no world in which someone with my lack of skill should have such a cool setup.
Yeah.
But I also did a lot of multi-sampled instruments and stuff, so I've done that like
Yeah.
a lot with it. That's how I justify it.
Yeah.
I did a bunch of multi-samples into the Emax. I have an Emax 1, and that is so cool. Like I love the sound of my Rhodes sampled into my Emax. That's like one of my favorite things.
Yeah.
So dirty.
Nice. Ha! Oh, mate.
Yeah, I need to get better at playing though. I'm still working on it, but man, it's rough.
I tell you what though, those the Mark 273 that I restored here, it's a hell of a lot easier to carry about than a Mark 1. Because it may have plastic keys, but they're a hell of a lot lighter than those wood ones. The weight difference is enormous. Real pain in the butt they are, those Mark 1s.
Yeah, the new ones are lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that Valente looks really cool, and I would love to like have that, and you can move it around, and like I keep trying to convince my wife to let me have the Rhodes upstairs, and she's like, no, like she doesn't want any of my gear up there. Like she, I get no love up there.
Yeah,
Like,
Ken, like you can. Yeah. Just, hey, guess what, guys?
truth is if I put it up there, she couldn't move it. It's too heavy. It might end up on the floor in bits, but she can't move it from there. It would be too close to the fireplace, I think.
Yeah.
That's dangerous.
But I mean, getting the 80 up here, I took all the keyboard out and put that into a carrier bag. Took the power supply out. And it still took both me and Fiona a considerable amount of time to get it up the steps, you know, one at a time type of thing, to get it in here. And then put it all back together. So I've got to do all that again to get it downstairs.
Yeah. When's it go?
March.
Yeah, March.
Yeah, and he's dropping off another one.
As you do.
Yeah, well, he's got 3, isn't he?
Yes, he has.
Yeah.
Kevin's got 3 of them. I think he's dropping off CS80. I think it's CS8 because that's CS83. I think he's dropping CS82. CS82 is my favourite. I like CS. She's the oldest one.
Right.
Because the old 80s have got, believe it or not, it's like the minis, that warmer sound than the later models. Absolutely identical circuitry, blah, 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 blah. And yet, somehow...
It's like
they
some
sound
secret sauce that nobody knows about.
God, no, I don't really... I mean, I know CS80s inside out, and I don't know what it is. It shouldn't sound different, but somehow to my ears it does.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
weird. It's like the Nemo one is a very early 80. So we can hear it on the records. It's glorious. So, but I asked, funny enough, I asked Tiny. I said, Tiny, you don't happen to have the 480 XL lexicon as well, do you? By any chance, you know, that would be nice. Yeah, no, thick. It's got the GS1 though. What do you reckon?
Ooh.
It's got Van Gelis's GS1.
Are there any old instruments that, or any instruments that are maybe terrible instruments or just not great instruments, but you still want them just because of how they look?
Yes, there is.
I have one in mind. That, like, it's so bad, but I love it.
Mind you, this is based on, a lot of this is based on personal taste, but one terrible instrument that it just looks great and it always looks fantastic in a studio is the VCS3.
Oh.
But it's a bag of cats inside.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
and
But,
it's just-
but I feel like when you get one, you're after, like, you want a bag of cats.
Yeah, basically, yeah. But, you know, I can spend hours with a VCS3 and going, no, Still haven't got a sound alike. But
That's how I feel a lot of the times when I use Buchla stuff. Like I'll get a little bit of what I like out of it, but you know, I tend to come away every single time like I could have gotten there so much to damn near the same sound so much faster with my Eurorack.
Yeah.
Now, granted, we can get into like little details about that, like noise floor and things like that.
Yeah.
I think the Buchla does do better, but yeah, like every time I use the Buchla stuff, I'm always like, I always walk away like sweating.
Seems like there's a bit of a learning curve with it.
Yeah.
The instrument for me though is and I struggle to remember the exact name, but it's a giant. I guess the slang term would be the Moog White Elephant. It's like an organ.
Constellation.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I know what you mean. Yeah.
I love that like retro 60s futuristic vibe. Like I love that
Call up
so
a pic.
much. It looks
Call up a
so
pic, Rob.
good.
Oh,
It doesn't sound great at all. The synth that's in it is not great, but it is so, I love that. I would probably be happy getting a shell of one and then gutting it and putting a better synth inside of it.
Yeah.
And dude, if I could put a Hydrosynth inside, I would love that.
Stick a couple of Hydrosynth engines in
Dude,
there.
I would be all
Like,
about
that. Would
that.
be...
Like I'd do a Hydrosynth and then I'd do like maybe like a 3U set of Eurorack just for the like little cables and stuff in it to make it look even more sci-fi.
Yeah.
But I have, so the house that I'm in, when we got it, this house was built like I think like late 50s or something like that, and the couple that lived here were like, they didn't have kids and they entertained a lot, and it's definitely was like a swinger house, and like there's like this silver and black like velvet wall in our bedroom. We kept that. We were like, that's got to stay. It's amazing. We got like egg chairs that came with the house and stuff, and I was like, dude, that Moog would go so well with this. It looks like something out of the Stanley Kubrick film. Like, look at that. It's amazing. And if you see it from the back, it's like it's all sloped and like it looks like something out of you know that what is he? Is he from Denmark or Finland? I think he's from Finland. The guy who does, is it Antihoven or something like that? He does like really unique minimalist kind of looking instruments, but he'll take like a mini log and put it into what's that?
Love Holton.
Yeah, that guy. Man, I would love to have him just kind of like put his spin on it, like just be like Kubrify this. I'd be all about it.
Yeah, Dead Man's nailed it. The Moonbase South.
Exactly.
Set. It's that kind of thing, isn't it?
I absolutely love that whole style is just like that it's like that and steampunk are like two totally opposite but equally awesome things. Look at that.
There's
the slope, come on.
There's one of the pictures I took from my trip to Jersey this past summer. If you go to my shared screen, I went to Three Wave Music. They have two of them.
They do, yep.
Yeah.
That's at, I think that's the new shop, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the new shop.
Yep.
That's actually where I got one of my quadrasynths.
Three Wave is awesome, man. They're so much fun.
They are. I mean, I was talking to the owner's son about about possibly getting the CK88, and this was before I had it. But I mean, they had a couple in there. But it was like 2 hours from where I was staying. But I convinced my friend to, hey, you want to drive me over there? I just, and then as soon as he saw the store, he got it, like why I wanted to go.
Yeah.
But the owner, Sam's, I forget what his son's name is, but that guy's into sample playback instruments. And I had him hook up the quadrasynth, and I played that pad sound, and he was blown away, like he had never heard it. And I said, dude, you can get an S4 module for like less than $200. But yeah, I love that store so much. They had like nearly everything you could want in there. I didn't see any Jupiter 8s though. I didn't see any Jupiter 8s. I saw a Jupiter 4.
What, at Three Wave?
Yeah.
Well, I know that there's one there, but I don't. It's kind of a sore subject.
Yeah.
It's there for repair right now.
Well, they had 380s, all of which were for repairs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then they had
Good luck with that, gentlemen.
yeah, exactly. They had a couple of EMLs. That was kind of cool.
Oh, okay.
They had a 100 and the 101. So the 100 has let me see. I have a picture of it somewhere. Here we go. If I share this, I'll show you some of the photos I took. If I go here, share. There we go. So that's one of them. There's a 2600. I can't tell if it's a tonus or a G clef. AX80.
See the speaker grill.
Yeah. Then there's a PS. I think that's a 3100. There's the 101. And we've got the big MS20.
Oh yeah, the educational one.
Yep.
Yeah, 101 there.
Oh, that's a G. It looks like a G clef. 2600.
Uh huh.
Yeah. Let's see. There's the PS 3100. Couple of. I'm not sure what that
32?
keyboard. Yeah, could be a 32.
I tell you what, you want to see the 32 in the office here.
Yeah.
Oh, she is beautiful now.
Yeah.
New rosewood case and everything.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
BP 330 or a
BP
505?
Probably a 330, I think. There's an Alpha Juno from Matt. There's a rack of Oberheims. Yep. OBX.
Several minis.
Yep. There's a Simmons kit. There's a Yamaha strings.
Mm-hmm.
String synth.
Was it SK20?
Yep.
Or something like that?
SK20. Yep. Right there.
Yeah, cool.
That's one side of Digital Land. There's a couple Tritons. There's a EMU Vintage.
Looks like my
key.
garage, doesn't it, Rob?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I count. Looks like 3 Tritons. Pro X's.
Dear me. Oh,
There's all the.
Fucking hell.
So they got a couple of S5000s, a couple S6000s.
Yeah, I recognise the 60.
Yeah, and if you're in that Jersey area, it's they do like workshops and stuff there. Like they're really cool people over there. They got used gear. Like it's fun. I did a workshop there for ASM and had a blast. And I'm like, I think I live like maybe 2.5 hours from the new shop, so it's a little bit of a drive for me. But it's like, yeah, it's super cool, and like you really won't find a place that has that many like vintage classic pieces of kit
stuff,
like directly for sale right then and there. You know,
I can't work out if that's a Pro 1 or a Monopoly. I think it's a Pro.
Oh,
yeah,
that's a Monopoly.
It is a Monopoly, right?
Yeah. As I'm looking at the side panels, and I'm looking at the way the AC cord is wrapped around it. There's a Vox Jaguar. There's a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah.
Kind of around the back there.
Was that a Chase Bit 1?
What?
In white. Was that a Chase Bit 1, the white one?
Oh, back?
Yeah,
that's
there.
a Krumar Bit 1.
I was a Krumar Bit 1, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still call them Chase Bit 1s.
Yeah.
When Chase used to push them.
Make them,
Remember in Euston Road?
Rather interesting way to lay out the control wheels. Pitch and mod.
The one before that, which was the... was it the Bit 1? Was it called?
There was a Bit 1 and there was a Bit 99.
Bit 99, yeah.
It might have been the Bit 99. That's the one where if you MIDI'd it to a DX7, its note off data was different. So you played a note and the other one would never shut the hell up until you pulled the MIDI plug out.
Oh, that's... Yeah.
Yay!
Yay. We get a Roland, and then on top of that is a Hammond. Looks like a string synth. Like, that's something I'd never seen before.
Yeah, that's a bit weirdy.
Yeah. There's your Oberheims, and then we've got a JX3P, a Juno 60, HS. Yeah. It's either a 106S or an HS60, depending on how they badged it.
Source on the floor.
There's a source. There's a Rev 3 Prophet 5.
That's all right. It's a Rev 3.
Yeah. And then memory mode.
Members, yeah. What's that, 50?
I think so.
Is it the Matrix or is that the expander? I can't see.
That's an expander.
Yeah, man. I want one. I want one.
No, you don't.
I do.
You don't.
I do.
You don't.
Yeah, I really do.
Don't,
you know what my issue is? You know what my issue is that two of my coworkers have them, and I do not, and that irritates me.
Yeah, see, if you look to the left under that E2, that's a monopoly.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ken, I'll say this to you. SEM 3374. You lose one, you're throwing it away. Honest to God, you cannot get them anymore. We are done.
Let's see, what do we get here?
Hold on, I'll show you something.
So there's a DX5 all the way in the back. P600, there's a Rev 3. I got to play that Rev 3. Glorious. There's the EML 100 on top of a, looks like an OBXK. Let's see, there's Digital Land. So there's, looks like a CS2, no, that's CS6X, I think, in there. There's the other
You
side
could
of
wander
Digital.
around in there all day, couldn't you?
Oh, yes, I did. There's a CS2X on all the way on the right. There's a Key Lab on the front. It's a Yamaha S series. There's a DX7 Mark 1, Mark 2.
So who's their tech then?
I don't remember the guy's name.
Well, where's the shop based?
Midland Park, New Jersey.
Oh, well, it ain't going to be Robert Rosen, is it?
No, I don't think so. So there's a looks like a CS50. There's your memory Moog.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if we look on that wall, there's a Lindrum signed by Roger. There's an LM1. There's a bunch of Oberheim drum machines over there. There's an 808. There's a Voyager.
Yeah.
There's a Trident. It's hard to see. And then there's the other side of it. Fusion 6.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. There's those two Moog organs. There's a cat. Two cats.
Yeah.
Another monopoly.
Little Korg down there, isn't it?
Yeah. I think that's it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, can I show you something?
Yeah.
Go for it.
So, this guy right here is as close as I've gotten right now. So this is the dope for 1066 XP, and it is the expander filter in a Eurorack module, and it's just like.
Oh, not bad.
It sounds so damn cool.
Yeah.
Sounds really good, yeah.
So that's the 3 all pass filter, 1 low pass. So it's got like all these different modes in it. I think it's like 12 different modes on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I can count. I don't know if I can count, but I'm going to try to count. So it's either 12 or 14, something like that. And just a really cool filter, man. Like I've just been kind of toying around with that, and I just got some new modules. So sometimes when I get new modules, I'll put them in a single case and just kind of give them a go through, because I know Robbie has his issues with Eurorack, and they're not wrong.
It goes beyond issues.
I've got huge Eurorack cases over here, and so instead, a lot of the times if I get a like 1 or 2 new modules, I'll put them in a single voicing setup, like where it's just one rack with maybe the new oscillator or the new filter or whatever, and then just basic envelopes and whatnot, and see what I can do with just that to get to know that specific bit of kit. And that filter sounds so good, and I think it's made like those two, like, so I got that one, and I got the SEM filter at the same time, from Dope for, which I don't know if it's Dope for or Duet for or what, but anyway, I think they're the first modules that I've actually had of them. Besides, I had some utility modules from them before, but dude, that filter is so good. I was shocked at how good of a build quality and everything the module is, and it just feels really good. And I think sometimes those modules kind of get looked over because they're like so plain. Yeah. But that's also exactly what I like about them. Like when you start having modules that just do too much inside of one module, it's like it kind of defeats the purpose of being modular in a way. And it's, man, these things, like, I'm going to just show you a real quick example. Hold on, check this out. Right? So just as a quick example of what the patch is, right? So Hydrosynth is going into this, right? So this is Cascades from After Later Audio, which is basically the SSI oscillator, which can do like through zero, and it also has sub oscillator output, and you can morph the waveform from triangle to square. So that oscillator is going into the expander filter, and so is oscillators from the Hydrosynth going into that. And the way that I do that is I just have the release time on a patch that I've saved in here is just really long, and I'm playing it monophonically. So, the oscillators are just always running. And then I'm sending gate out from Hydrosynth to an envelope in my Euro rack, and I'm sending pitch out to the oscillator, right? And then I'm also sending there's two modulation CV outputs from Hydrosynth. Yep. So I'm sending an LFO out from there, and I'm sending another envelope out from there, right? So I can get a lot more usage out of this with less modules because I'm using this as modules, basically, right?
Right, yeah.
So I can sit here and kind of play it, and if I have this going, you can... Now watch what happens when I start changing the filter types. It's really cool. So you can go to like a bandpass here. And then if you go to like high pass with one low. And the resonance is awesome. And then, of course, you got low pass modes. But the three all pass with one low is wild. Just a really nice, filter sound. So I've been having fun playing with that a lot. But I don't have an actual expander. And they do, and I'm like, that's cool. Why not me? And then I go to reverb, and I'm like, oh, that's why not me.
Oh, that's why not, yeah. Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah, we can't all just drop $5,000 to $7,000 on an expander. The Matrix 12 is absurd money. I have a Matrix 6 here. I had a 1000 that was modified with the Tontec firmware, and that thing was great. I really, really liked it, and I actually modified the power supply to be more quiet and everything. I did a bunch of work on that thing, but eventually I was like, I just got to let it go because I wasn't using it as much as I had wanted, and it really came down to the user interface. It's like I wanted, more hands-on control, and I know that the Prophet 08/Rev2 is supposed to be inspired by that same voicing architecture. Yeah. It does not sound like it to me, though. Like, it just doesn't... No. It didn't give me the same feel at all.
Yeah. Yeah, well... I must admit, on the Matrix 12, I mean, Robbie remember the last one I did, where it lost 2 filter chips on it, and tore the planet apart looking for 2 filter chips. And there isn't any. And I had to buy, what was it, a VX600? Akai VX600 to nick the 2 chips out of that to put into this Matrix 12. It was absolutely none of the way getting these bloody ICs. I even bought a couple on Reverb, which I normally would.
Talk about what, the 3372?
It's 3374s, I think it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the filters. I can't honestly remember now. I always get bloody confused with them. But there was none. And of course, this guy's going, yeah, I got 2, and I bought them, and I paid, I think it was 170 quid for each one. Never showed up, kind of thing. But by that point, we were getting a bit desperate to get these replacement ICs. So I ended up buying this 1,400 quid Akai VX660 or 600, and pinching them out of that. So I've got this Akai VX.
I just looked it up. So the 74 is the oscillator, 72 is the filter.
It's the 72s that you can't find for love nor money. Yeah, not the 74s. Yeah, it's one or the other.
Yeah, I have to look to see which version of that chip is in there. If it's a SEM and they're making them again, or if it's a AS or what.
As far as I know, AS weren't doing the 72s. As far as I know,
because I know it's got the 72 in it. I just don't know what the manufacturer of that 72 is.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at it that close.
Yeah, because even if I did a converter board or something like that, it'd be fine. And just get the Carvera to cut us out a new circuit board for it. And Bob's your auntie. Unless, of course, it's SMT, and then it would be even easier. But, yeah, I mean, that kind of thing is happening all the time now. Trying to find UA 726s for the ring modulator on CS80s. It's like, jeez. I'll be going to tips and checking out old washing machines from the 60s before now, looking for bits. It's getting ridiculous now. And that's why I welcome all these new versions of old stuff coming out. You go, God, people will stop sending me these things now. You know, that you can't get parts for. So, it's like that bloody, what was it called? That Molten Monica. Do you remember the Molten Monica? Oh, the Molten Monica. That's mental, right? It's a little keyboard, little wooden keys, and the top keyboard is a mono synth. But we're talking 1941, right? The bottom keyboard, that's the genius bit. It's an electric motor, and the way it's been done, the bottom keyboard is a harmonica that you play polyphonically. And it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. They had this bloke had built the motor into this chamber that made sure that the air pressure stayed the same across the keyboard. It was absolutely fantastic piece of engineering. But this mono synth had gone, and I was repairing it, and it was like, valve, and just there was no circuit board. It was just components soldered to each other, and then sort of like just held up. And it was designed by Harold Bode.
Oh.
Yeah,
1941. And they were being built in the Messerschmitt factory during the Second World War. You go, and you've got to be quite friendly with the Nazi Party to be able to sort of like do something like that, resources and all that, But yeah, very, very weird piece of kit. It really was. But, fortunately I don't get very, very weird things sent to me that often.
There's a few products out there that like I see some interesting things about as far as like repairability and whatnot. Because I always hear people kind of like gripe about like, oh, like the SMT stuff, you're not going to be able to repair it or this and that. And I'm like, yeah, but you know what? There's a lot of synths out there with parts that you can't repair. Like, let's be realistic. If you've got an Andromeda and your voice chip goes out, like,
good luck.
The amazing thing about that
at the moment.
The amazing thing about the Andromeda though that I think is so cool is that you can just turn off a voice in there and the rest of the synth. So if you've got 16 voices and you lose 2, you can effectively still have a 14 voice synth that works. But of course, then you start dealing with encoder issues and all kinds of other things.
The encoders on this thing, it's like, see what it does. You turn it on and it will randomly jump to a parameter. Right? Now, the guy wants to sell it, and he said, it keeps jumping to a parameter. I said, which parameter? And he goes, take your pick. I go, well, great. What are we going to do? Replace all of the pots? He goes, can you replace all the pots? I said, there's a lot of pots on here you can't get. They are really, really hard to get. And I said, and they're sealed. You can't really split them open and clean them out. I said, the best we can do is try and get switch cleaner down the shafts and just hope for the best and just find the ones that are causing the most problems. And it turns out it's every pot in envelope 1, 2 and 3, the 2 filter sweepers, and a couple of volume controls as well. Oof. But like The thing about the Andromeda, though, is if there's a slight problem in the synth, it just stays saying, Andromeda A6. That's it. And it won't go into a play mode. So even if there was a voice gone, you can't always get in and turn off the offending voice and go, well, look, don't try to tune or scan that voice at all when you boot up. And it's overnight. One day it's working fully, next day doorstop.
Yep.
But it sounds delicious. It's a really lovely sounding keyboard, but my God, talk about sort of Damocles.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah, there's just a lot of things out there where I'm like, repairing some synths. It's like, man, I wish it was more modern components on some of them, but
Yeah.
but then of course they wouldn't technically be what they were,
Yeah.
So there's
Yeah,
that.
well, this is it. Exactly that. It's like some of the ICs that are in the AKS's keyboard. There's a couple of RAM chips in there that are just like, Jesus, you really have to hunt to find them. I mean, really, really hunt.
That's the one positive thing about like them. Well, just one of the one positive things when I see people talk about like the Pis and stuff like that going into units. It's like those boards are so much.
Seriously.
Oh, hey, puppy dog.
Absolutely not.
That is adorable.
And she's got that happy face, like.
See the ears go down. You bad girl.
She's adorable.
that is
Oh, she tried to give you the lovin's.
She's like, but I can't. You can't resist my face.
You are a monkey. Go on.
That is hilarious. It's funny. I have 3 dogs, and one of which, every time I start making any music or anything, she usually will sleep underneath my desk. If I start making any music, she gets up and gets away from me, right? But my other one, so that one's a purebred Border Collie. The other one is Border Collie Lab Mix, and she's pretty much blind and has always been. And she's like the most adorable dog ever.
Oh, beautiful.
But the funny thing is so like she's the one who has to use her ears more than anybody, and she will just stay right there. She loves it.
Yeah.
So.
No, my problem is Siri. She'll lay down here, and I'll be sort of like playing away, and I've got a sound going, and suddenly I've got this cacophony going on because she's sort of like moved her head and like turned on about 4 or 5 expression pedals. And I go, oh, what? Oh, Jesus Christ! What are you doing? Or I go to use an expression pedal, and I get just fur. What's all this?
Yeah, fortunately, none of my dogs will jump up on my desk. Though.
No, I'm surprised she had the nuts to do that while I'm in the room.
She's not.
She just doesn't give a. Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, she's a delight, but she's still learning. But she's just so naughty, that dog. This is the one that stole a milk bottle out of the washing bowl. She had to go diving for it to get it and take it because she'd had a bit of milk, and she goes, oh, I like the taste of that milk, I'll get some more out of that bottle even though it's empty. Couldn't hold it up because it's quite heavy, full of water. Dropped it on the kitchen floor, smashed it, but still managed to grab some of the glass and take it out into the back garden and chew it. Mad
Hey,
husky.
I'm gonna give a quick plug, and I'm also gonna explain something. So this unfortunately will be going out to the U.S. people only. Okay, and I want to explain a little bit about that. But right now, you could just Google it. I'm sure you'll find it. I don't think I need to throw out links or whatever. I could probably find the link. But anyway, we're doing a giveaway right now at ASM for a Hydrosynth desktop and a Unison case to go with it, right? So you could travel with it. It's only U.S., and the reason it's only U.S., just so people can understand this, is because the way distribution works worldwide is, you have external dealers and distributors outside of the U.S., but in the U.S., we're our own distributor. So we have our own warehouse in the U.S., which means we have our own units that we can work with and that sort of thing, and have our own way of shipping and that kind of thing. So it's different than in other territories. So when people are like, "Oh, why only the U.S.? That's so mean," blah blah blah. It's because we don't control the distribution elsewhere. That's why.
Yeah.
But no, we're doing that, and it's like, you know, it's just it's an easy thing. It's like, I think you get 8 entries per, like, if you do each of the, it's like, visit this website or visit this profile, whatever, you get an entry into it, and then it's just a random raffle. We already gave one away, and that guy should be getting his unit on the 20th if the tracking is correct. So I like to point that out, because I'm that cynical guy who's like, nobody wins this crap. People are actually winning, and I think it's not like, you know, some massive amount of people that are entering these things, because not a lot of people know about them. So it's worth it's worth checking it out. I'll see if I find a link and I'll post it in the chat. But
Cool.
I figured I'd mention that because it's part of my
Nice.
job.
Yeah, why not?
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and they'll still get that ASM before that poor bugger in Germany gets his Minimo from that raffle. Because that's it's over a month now. isn't it?
What's going on there?
Well, you know that because Michelle sent over a mini for me to restore, and then I sent it down to New World Studios for Matey Boy to sign. Peter Gabriel signed it. We got it back, and then
Now, who was this Peter Gabriel guy?
oh, you know,
He had
I seem to remember him knocking about with some band at some point, but
So,
yeah, he's
something about beginning something like.
See what I did
yeah,
there?
something like that. Yeah. So anyway, so he's scribbled all over my.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I mean, I cleaned that thing and he scribbled all over it. God damn it! And got it back, and it was costing like 500 quid to get it back and everything like this. Oh, Jesus Christ, this thing is just escalating in money, and so he did do some photos and he did some film of it as well. That he sent me as well, and then I just sat on it waiting for whomever was going to win it. I mean, it went to Andrews first, and he did a video of it, and you know, promoting the whole raffle. And Fiona said, Michelle said to me, she goes, "Are you going to convert it to 240?" And I said, "Well, it depends on who wins it. Because if somebody wins it in America, you might as well leave it at 110. But if it goes to 240, I have to replace the coil, the fuse, and the lamp, because the lamp won't take the 240. And she goes, "Oh, all right, so we'll sit on it." As it transpired, somebody in Germany wins it. I go, "Right, it can stay at 240. I'll convert it to 240.
Okay, 240,
Yeah, and so I think they work out at 220, but our mains is one of the dirtiest in the world. It ranges from I think about 210 up to about 275, and it just fluctuates all over the place during the day.
Yeah, can't make up its mind.
So we call it 240, but it fucking isn't, you know. And
Liars.
so I put the new coil in quickly, did this, that, and the other, blah, 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 blah. And the guy got in contact with us through Michelle, and I said, congratulated him and everything. I said, "Right, we'll get this all packed up and gives your address and everything like that." Gave it to TNT, and off it went. And it spent the last, I think, 4 weeks, in a depot somewhere in Berlin. And the tracking from day to day goes, arrived at depot, out for delivery, arrived at depot, out for delivery. And it's been doing that for weeks. And we've been talking to him, trying to go, "Well, tell us what's wrong so we can get this moved on." And he, you know, the guy at his end is talking to the depot and saying the same thing. And that's all it's doing. It's just sitting there.
I had a few instances of that same sort of scenario fairly recently as well. And our mutual friend Justin, he's dealt with that a number of times, to where he had to. We had one instance where it finally got to Jersey, a warehouse in Jersey, and then it like wouldn't leave that warehouse, and it was just such a nightmare.
Yeah.
I had an issue recently. So, Hydrosynth, we've got the orange 888 units, right? There's literally only 888 units of those produced, and we only had 2 for any kind of like press stuff or anything like that, right?
Yeah.
So one of them went over for, what was it, Bristronica? And we needed to get it back, right? Getting that thing, so it went from there to Germany, and we had some like photos and stuff done, and then to get it back, it's a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare trying to get this thing back, and it already got denied by German customs once, and we're like, what's the problem? So yeah, now we're literally gonna have to have it flown over with a person in a plane. It's crazy.
Jesus, right,
Like we're lucky, we're fortunate in that, one of the artists that was using it is going to be coming over here and is doing us a solid like that. But sometimes shipping internationally like that, it's just, man, especially with synths, it can be such a hassle. And I don't know if what it is, the fact that it's like music technology and people are less aware of that kind of stuff plays any role in that, because it's like electronic devices that people aren't familiar with and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I had an instance where I traveled on a plane once back when Native Instruments machine was just coming out, and I had a prototype of that, and they were giving me the thorough run through at the airport of that thing.
Yeah.
And I was just like, it's just a pad controller. Like, let me go. And like some lady, like I had it actually on the plane, and I was like kind of using it on the plane. Like I had my laptop, my laptop, and I had it on top of it. And I was just kind of like headphones on in my own world, dark airplane. And some lady like freaked out and like complained to the stewardess, thinking that it was like some nefarious deed. And there's a lot of weirdos out there, man, that just don't get it.
Yeah.
We're not weird, they are.
Yeah. I know. Don't worry. Mind you, I mean, I think, what was it? It was a multi-moog, wasn't it? I installed this multi-moog for a guy. He sent me his address. We put it, packed it all up for him. Put all the various labels on it. Gave it to, I think it was DPD. And off it went. Happy days. Then we get this phone call from the guy, not happy. He goes, the parcel's arrived. I went, oh, good. He says, well, I opened it up, he says, and it has a what was it? It's, for want of a better word, a writing desk. Excuse me? He says, I opened it up, it's a writing desk. I go, well, that's not what we sent you. He goes, he says, I'll get onto the DPT or whoever, I can't remember, was it TNT or DPT? It's one of them. Who has the brown vans with the gold writing on?
UPS.
It's UPS. Oh, it would be UPS, wouldn't it? Okay, yeah, it was UPS. And he tried to find this multi-moog. He couldn't find it. We tried tracking it from this end. We couldn't find it. And I think it was about every 10 days or so, this chest of drawers kept turning up at his house. And in the end he said, look, it just isn't mine. Stop sending me this. And they stopped sending it. And about 2 years later, this van pulls up out the front. I'm working on the Mustang. And his van pulls up and he goes, got a parcel for you, mate. Oh, okay. And he gives me this box, and it's like, what the hell? This box is in bits, and it's rattling away. And I open it up, and it's a very, very broken chest of drawers. They're still trying to dump it on me now. I went, no, you can have that back, mate. Nice car, yeah. You're not fucking shipping that with you either. Fucking hell. So, mate. And I'm still waiting for that thing to turn up at my front door still. And it probably will. It'll just go on forever. But as for the multi-moog, gone. Never seen again. It's beautiful condition as well when it's finished. I'm very annoyed about that.
Yeah, what I really hate is the concept of having to pay customs fees on products. Like, I think that that's just mind numbing to me that it's like, something comes in and it's
Yeah.
worth a lot of money and then you got to pay extra tax on it just because it's worth money. It's like,
Yeah.
what? Like, what sense does that make? Oh, it drives me mad.
Well,
But-
it's like the hoops we have to go through now. If somebody wants to send us something from, well, anywhere in Europe, for a start, not that that's happened very much since Brexit, we have to, there's all this paperwork we have, and there's an URI number that we have to quote and everything. And what it basically means is it can come into the country, and as long as it leaves the country within 6 months, they don't pay an import duty. So, of course, anything that comes in, even if it's a very, very big job, I've got to run around like a complete blue-ass fly and get it done within 6 months. So, if it's an ARP 2500 full restore, 6 months is cutting it,
I've had plenty of arguments with various courier companies over import duties, and I think it finally got sorted when I got my UREI number, because that definitively, I can definitively say this is what these things are. I've got the codes and everything. But who was it? FedEx, I think, were the ones. It was either FedEx or one of the others. And they wanted to know. They said, "So what is it?" And I said, "It's a synthesizer."
Sorry, Robbie, that never showed up, Wags. It never did turn up.
Yeah.
That's never shown.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rob. Carry
No, I was just saying, it's a musical instrument. It's an electronic musical instrument. And what's the purpose of you receiving this? It's being sent to me for review. Okay, what sort of review? I said, well, they send me the instrument, I play it, I tell people what I think about it.
Yeah.
I write that down in a magazine, or I write that on the
You
internet.
are a content creator.
Or I make a video about it or something.
Yes.
Okay. And who watches this? Sad losers on the internet, mostly.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen when you finish the review? I said, I don't know. I said, because sometimes the companies ask for the stuff back, sometimes they don't. If I'm lucky, they don't, and I get a free instrument.
Was that the right thing to say, Rob?
Well, no, I'm being
I know,
being totally honest, because
I know.
Yeah.
So
they said, well, do you know if this one's going back? And I can't remember what it was that we were arguing about. And I said, yeah, the chances are they'll probably ask for it back. When's it going back? When I've finished. When will you be finishing? I don't know. It all depends. And it just went on and on and on. And eventually they released it and charged me the duty.
Yeah.
However, I did get some back. I can't remember what the reason was, but I got. I mean, it was just like a small token thing, but yeah, it's ridiculous. But once I got that UREI number sorted out, that said, this is the nature of my, this is my company, this is the nature of my business, and this is the specific code in which, that I forget what they call it. It's the customs code of some description that says. What these things are. Once they've got that, then it's just like, we put those numbers into the system and we move on to the next one. But not TNT, FedEx actually told me once. I think it was when Stefan sent me that Mask 1, because I was doing some stuff on the manual for it and what have you. And he put it through on his. Filled out the customs forms, because they're in France. Filled out the customs forms and put whatever the cost to him was the wholesale cost. Yeah. Which reminds me of something. I'll come back to that. So he puts the wholesale cost down, and of course I forget. It was something like, I can't remember what the whole. But anyway, whatever. It was above the threshold of and the threshold certainly for the UK. Anything over £135 in currency, not weight. Anything over £135 is chargeable. And this woman, I was arguing the toss about it. I said, look, it's coming in for review. I'm doing some work on it. Might send it back, might not. I don't know. Yeah. And she says, well, he's put down that it's, for argument's sake, say it's £1,000. She said, if it had just put 135 on the packet, would have just passed it through the system and not even looked at it. And they're kind of telling me, lie. If you lie, we won't check it. Really? Okay. Fine.
I've had similar situations like that, and you're like, what?
Oh, it's ridiculous. And this is.
You're like, can I get that in writing that you're telling me this?
Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous because they're pissed off because of Brexit. We're pissed off. Yeah,
it's making their life more difficult.
All because of this fucking Brexit thing. Because they never had to do anything like this. Because it was all anything that went, around the continental Europe and the UK, it was just exempt, and it didn't matter, what it was. You were exempt.
Yeah.
I have so many questions about that I'll have to ask you off air because I don't want this to become a political show.
No. I think the answer to every one of your questions is it's shit.
Yeah.
It's all shit.
Yeah, there was a certain amount of people who wanted to stop the brown people from coming into the country.
One third of the country didn't like brown people.
Well, I don't want to dive too deep into it, but
the other third.
Just know that America's about to go through the same kind of thing. So
well, yeah, exactly.
We'll be joining you shortly.
Yeah.
In misery.
But to come back to that thing I was talking about, the cost of a synthesizer in terms of the wholesale cost, and Ken will attest to this. These people who, I'm going back to a conversation we were having about an hour or two ago about certain people on the internet talking about synthesizers that are scams because they have just a small computer board in them. The other point of that person's argument was the overall cost of these synthesizers being an absolute rip-off because, when you open them up, there's lots of fresh air inside, maybe just, 2 PCBs and a power supply. But this is another way that these people clearly state they know nothing about the synthesizer manufacturing business without saying that they know nothing about the synthesizer manufacturing business. Yeah. Because they don't understand the economics of what it takes, of what it is to build a synthesizer. In the years that I've been, writing and talking and whatever about this stuff, I get sent things, and in there's usually an invoice or a way bill of something that will state what these synthesizers or the manufacturer will tell me what it costs, what they sell it to. The first person in the chain, which is the distributor. And the distributor then puts their markup on it and sells it to the retailer, who then puts their markup on it and sells it to the
And keep in mind that the way that Europe and outside of the U.S. handles that sort of markup is extremely different from how the U.S. does it, right? Like, we have laws that are very different from the UK and EU as far as map pricing, which for those who aren't in the US, that's minimum advertised pricing, right? Which is extremely illegal to do in the EU.
Yep.
You cannot tell anybody what they can price something at. So that means that one dealer can have something marked way high and another one can try to mark it crazy low. And you're not allowed to have any control over that. And in fact, it was wasn't it like Roland and Korg or something?
All the big three.
Yeah. They had like a big. They got fined big time over that, right?
They did, absolutely.
So like that's the sort of thing where it's like that gets really, especially with social media advertising, makes it really difficult to educate customers about, because it's like they might see something like how I was talking about that giveaway where it's like, okay, it's US only, and they might be like, why is it so much over here and why is it so affordable over there? And it's like, well, first off, the dollar amounts in those currencies are not applicable to each other. Exactly. Like they don't hold the same weight. Even if you're like, oh, well, the exchange rate, even then, it's still not the same thing. Because of the way the distribution fees work, the way the shipping fees work. Like, there's all these logistics that go into it that make the actual cost to the manufacturer different, right? And the cost to the dealer different. Yeah. So it's really, that's one of those things where it's like, the synth companies can't get into this whole method of like, oh, well, we have to educate the customer on all this stuff because it's just a losing battle if you do that. And you end up looking bad trying to do it, right? You look like you're trying to make excuses or whatever when it may very well just be reality.
Yeah.
But the problem is like things are changing so fast with how that sort of stuff is going on. And, like I said, to be perfectly frank, like I don't understand all the changes that have happened because of Brexit, right? I didn't understand that place beforehand. So I'm not going to pretend like I do, So it's just, that sort of stuff gets, and then you get into the shipping differences and all that. Oh my God, it's a nightmare.
And they seem to forget that behind every instrument that we have available to us to buy, whether or any piece of gear, anything, there are people making this stuff, and wages have got to be paid, and they've got to be decent wages, and they don't think about the length of time something's been in R&D, and they just look at something and say it's got 2 PCBs in it and think that must have taken 5 minutes to knock up. They just don't understand.
Can you imagine holding up a floppy disk that has like a really complex program written on it and being like, look at this, it's so small. Clearly this should be free.
Exactly.
It's the same logic.
Well, it's like when we were having those elections, we had there was a Conservative MP come to the door trying to sell their wares, and he was saying about what all the good things the Conservatives had done, and one of the things he broached was Brexit. And I go, so what was good about Brexit again? Like that. So the benefits of it, or are you still saying it's too early to tell? And it was
done wrong.
Yeah. And I said, well, look, the moment, literally to the day that the Brexit vote went through, and it was, what was it, 52-48? Was it 52-48, something like that?
Yeah,
that sort of number.
52-48 of those that voted. It was 52,
and I said, literally the following day, all my business from Europe completely and totally dried up. And I said it was a good 45, maybe more % of my business. Overnight, gone.
Yeah, that's scary. That's scary.
And there was a few people obviously that got caught where their gear was here, and we were still waiting for things to, front panels to be silk screened and cases to be built and all the rest of it, all parts to come in, and obviously they had to take the brunt of that when the time came to ship them back. But I got onto the subject of manufacturing. I said I was going to go into manufacturing Euro modules and things like that, various little maybe one-off projects and stuff like that. That was it. The MIDI breakout for Oberheim 4 and 8 voices, big market, so it's sort of like the phone's ringing off the wall kind of thing. But there was a few people who definitely wanted them, and they were willing to pay through the nose to get these modifications done to their units. And I'm going, yeah, all right. And I said, and when I order parts now, they're coming in, and then there's all this cobblers, customs and all these additional charges now because it's coming from, literally 20 miles away from the coast. There's this charge on it because it's 20 miles away from the coast. And he goes, he said, oh no, he says, what you do, he says, obviously what you do is you manufacture internally. I went, oh, can you give me the names and addresses of all the electronics manufacturers that there are in the UK? I'll wait. You fucking idiot. Fuck's sake. I don't talk out of bloody out. And of course, cap manufacturers in the UK. Count them. What cap manufacturers? What IC manufacturers in the UK? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Everything's got to come from abroad, and it's additional cost. So every single component has an additional cost on it that it didn't have before.
Well, listen, on that upside, I'm going to let you guys go because I got to get ready for a meeting. and
Right, babe.
I'm probably going to say hi to my family for a little bit. But
Good move. Good move.
I'm getting super pasty from this winter on the East Coast. So hopefully some people will come out to Nam and we can all visit at Nam.
Yeah. Andy'd be there with his carpet cam, hopefully, wouldn't he?
What's that, Robbie?
Will you be at Super Booth next year?
Don't know. I don't know if I'll be at Super Booth. I hope so. I really like Super Booth a lot.
Yeah.
Like that's actually become probably my favorite show. I really like KnobCon a lot too. It's kind of like a bigger KnobCon that's a little bit more of a party. And I just really dig the vibe and the people, and it's just, man, Super Booth is so much fun. So I hope that I get to go, but I also never force myself to go into these things because it puts hardship on everyone else around me. And but at the same time, I'm like, if I got the opportunity, I'm going. So it's a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun. And it's
I won't be at NAMM this year, but I will. I'm definitely going to try for KnobCon if I can afford it. I'll do it.
I will be at NAMM, and I will also be at. There is an event on that Saturday and Sunday called Buchla and Friends.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
So I don't know if I'll be there both days. I think I will. So NAMM is actually a little bit short this year. NAMM ends. I think the last day of NAMM is the Saturday instead of the Sunday.
Oh right.
So I don't know how we're exactly working all that out, but I know that we're doing it. So I got my flight and my hotel rooms packed. So we're doing something.
Let me know when we're in.
Hello.
But I'm definitely looking forward to being there and seeing people. So
fingers crossed you can make it out. Hopefully see you then.
Oh, I can.
But mate, have a fantastic Christmas. Love to you and all your family.
Hey, you all too. Yeah. You and your family
Take care,
have a wonderful year. And
speak to you soon.
Yeah, we'll talk soon.
Yeah.
NAMM is the 22nd through the 25th, I think, something like that.
So, yeah,
22nd might be setup day, so like really probably like 23rd, I think.
23rd through 25th, yeah.
Yeah. So, but I'll see you guys out there then, and you'll see me on the floor getting ridiculed for my overly long hair, and my wife won't let me cut it, so you guys can ridicule me all you want. My wife likes it. That's what she wants. I do what she tells me.
Absolutely.
Guys.
Good man.
See you later, Kevin.
Peace.
Take care.
Ta-da, baby.
Who the fuck are these guys?
Oh, I don't know. Look at
Is
another
it-
Hydra synth.
Isn't Ken the same guy that did the review on the steam pipe?
Yep.
Yeah.
He probably did one. Yeah, he worked on it. Yeah.
That's what I remembered.
Yeah,
He said that's what he remembered.
That's what I.
he's basically Mr. ASM
Oh.
in the US, isn't he?
He said that's what he remembered.
He's actually responsible for a lot of the patches that are on there behind you.
Oh, no shit.
Oh, no shit, mate.
This is one of
Okay.
them.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
He's the man.
Oh, what about that was gorgeous. What about that CS80 darkness? Is he responsible for that, or is that you?
No.
I don't know.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what's their
Because-
initials on that, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you
Is it-
look at
RA.
RA. Yeah.
RA, yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Who's RA then?
Roger Anus.
Roger Highness. I love that fucking patch.
Yeah. It goes beautiful with Spitfire's articulated strings.
Is it me or does Robbie look like a goddamn mafioso gangster?
Yes.
I'm waiting. I'm
would
waiting
be
for.
correct.
I'm waiting for
Robbie.
Lucky Luciano to come out the back and be like, "Boss, what do you want over here?" And Robbie
She's
gives.
become most vocal on the subject
Robbie,
of the
can you
pretzel
do
money.
Can you do this? Can you do this, Robbie? just very gently.
Oh, I know what that means.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what that means.
You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding.
You come to me.
How dare you? What is wrong with
Hey,
you?
get out of here.
Do you like my Christmas tree?
Yeah, I
Go to Nucho.
Love the Christmas tree.
Hey, good deal with Jervis, Robbie. I love that
interview.
That interview.
Yeah, that was.
Or I guess it was an interview-esque, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
It's just talking shit.
Yeah, but it was good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's all
Jervis
right.
did well.
He's a good man.
Yeah, he is. I think his cat is better, but it's okay.
Yeah, the cat's my
Yeah,
favorite.
Jackson's cute.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
It sells it.
You're wrong, Robbie. He's a lynx, and we only know him as a lynx.
You were getting ready to point at something back there, Robbie. What was that?
No, it's pointing at my Christmas tree. Look.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Is that what that is? I can't see that.
Nice Christmas tree. Did it take you forever to decorate it?
No, it really didn't.
Yeah.
Really didn't.
It's red.
One button push at a time.
Yeah. One button push at a time.
Easy stroke.
Justin, how many damn tank tops do you have? Tell me this now.
All of them.
He even has
No,
all of mine.
And he's got another one coming, apparently.
I've got another one coming.
Yeah.
He says you can't own too many.
Right.
Yeah.
You just never know when you're going to need one.
And how many tight shorts does one man need?
All of them.
All of them.
I think I
Yeah,
see
see?
your kerfluffle down there, my good sir.
And this is where Justin says, "You're welcome."
Yes.
Yeah.
Presentation is everything, isn't it, Kent?
So I've been told.
You're asking him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm still saving up to have something to present. The doctor says any day now.
Any day.
There you go.
Any day.
There you go. Yeah. How's your headache today?
It's been on and off. It's been on and off.
Oh, good.
It's
Better than yesterday, then.
Oh, it's better than yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So I
See?
think- Yeah,
I told you. I told you.
I know.
Told you.
I remember what you said. You said
Yeah, the first 2 days
should
are
orbit it from space to be sure.
fucking horrible.
Yeah.
The first 2 days, I wanted to kill Lamont every half a second.
Yeah, you did.
Literally every half a second. I'm like, if you just don't stop looking at me, I swear I'm going to kill you.
Well, the only dangers there've been. I was a little irritable last night, which I tend not to be if I can possibly help it. But excuse me, there's this one thing that Fiona does that drives me up the fucking wall, and that is I walk into the room and I'm trying to sit down, and she's watching a film, and I knew I'd made the mistake when I said, "Oh, what's the film about?" And then she gives me a synopsis about the film up to the point that I've walked into the room, and it takes her about a quarter of an hour to do, and I'm standing and going,
You're like, damn it, why did I
that's
ask?
a hell of a synopsis. Is
"Darling,
the
I'm
movie
not
still
going to be
playing?
watching it." Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not going to be
Yeah.
watching it. But I don't need to know. And she goes, "Yeah." And then see that guy there, and then he did that, and he's that guy that was in that other film. You know, the one with the thing and the whatnot. And I go, and last night it was just like, Fiona, like that over the top of it. She went, "What?" I went, "Shut the fuck up."
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that if said properly.
Yeah.
Because there's shut the fuck up and there's like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, no, this was, "Shut the fuck up,
Yeah.
please."
Please.
Yeah, I want to sit down. She went,
That's,
"Oh,
the
all
worst
right."
thing, that's the thing I hate the most is when my wife comes in like 20 minutes late or something. So what's happening then? I'm still watching the thing.
Yeah.
And you want me to tell you what's happening, so I'm going to miss the shit, and then you're going to go even more confused because you've missed another 5 minutes of explanation.
Women are funny that way. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll just let her say that. I won't say that.
You're allowed to say it. Go ahead, say it. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that's right. I hold no fucking ties here.
I don't care.
Yeah, when it's the other way around, it's different.
Yeah.
Today she was cutting out circuit boards on the Carvera, and there's not a lot going on. And she said she was going to be cutting out I think about 30 circuit boards altogether, and it's just sitting there. And I said to her, "I thought you were cutting out circuit boards." And she goes, "Shut up." "What?" She goes, "Nothing." I said, "Oh, is there a problem?" "Yes." "Is it something I could help with?" "Probably not." What we got? Have you got a soft limit error or something like that? "Yes." "No."
Soft what?
Soft limit.
Oh, okay.
Which basically, the machine kind of loses whereabouts it is in the 3D space, as it were.
Okay.
So the motor won't fire up and it won't carve out the tracks on the boards.
Oh no!
So it's just sitting there hovering like that. I went, oh okay. And she's like, she's clearly very pissed off about the fact that it's giving her grief. And I just sort of like, just back away, like Homer into the bush.
Oh yeah. I love that meme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Yeah. Easy, Satan.
Fade away. And what was funny, as I'm doing it and I'm going into the kitchen, Siri's beside me and she's walking backwards with me.
She also knew.
Yeah.
Yeah. You done fucked
Mate, don't
up.
get involved. So,
It's like, oh no, Dad needs to get out of trouble.
yeah. We need to get out of here right now.
Oh, that's too funny.
What have you been working on, Robbie? I'm hearing you working on a bunch of Christmas stuff and articles. What are you writing articles or making music? What's going on with you?
Robbie doesn't work, remember?
I don't work. I just sit and talk shit.
Yeah.
Let's just sit and talk shit.
I've been
For a living.
I've been writing articles for gearnews.com.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I've been writing stuff that's going to get scheduled over the next week or two.
Scheduled.
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 Or scheduled. If you like.
One of these is English.
Yeah.
One of us talks properly.
Talk properly.
So I've been writing a bunch of stuff for that, and I've still got a few more bits to do before I hopefully put my feet up on Friday. Because company's still this week deciding to release things, and so when that happens, we have to like put everything down, write those up, so on and so forth. I've just finished a commission for the National Science and Media Museum, where my little composition and pieces of audio will go into this big museum, and when they go and look at a Fairlight CMI, they'll put the headphones on, press a button, and hear my examples of what that instrument sounds like, because they don't power it up, so people can't play it. It's all behind a glass wall and shit. This is the same museum that owns a Fairlight CMI and then paid for me to take a Fairlight CMI up to the museum so they could have one working, because they're not allowed to fire theirs up. So stupid, but hey, I made some money from it.
Yeah.
But that's fucking amazing.
It sounds like you got some pretty good accomplishments, or one would say accolades, that you should be proud of. And that's you're just easily dismissing with your, I'm sure, humbled ego.
Yeah. It's just work. Eh?
It is the English way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Oh, and I had a new podcast that came out today on Sound podcast channel, where I interviewed the inventor of the EMU emulator and many, many other fantastic musical instruments. He also designed the keyboard mechanism for the sequential Prophet 5.
Oh, no shit.
And guy's called Dave Rossum. He's an absolute freaking legend.
Yeah.
I interviewed him and one of his right-hand men from back in the day called Kevin Monaghan, and another guy from here in the UK called Paul Whiffin. And it was all about the 40th anniversary of the Emulator 2, which if you know, is a fantastic.
Does anybody know? Does anybody know where synth started? Like, does anybody have like a pinpoint? Because I'm
Ground
sure
Zero.
it's like, where was Ground Zero? Who was the fucker that said, you know what, this is what it's going to be?
I think Kent told me this. I'm not sure.
No, well,
It
depends on what you define as a synthesizer.
Well, I mean, when did it really?
It gets a bit, because there are synthesizers that weren't actually electronic.
Yeah, there were electromechanical instruments.
It was electromechanical. There was even just purely mechanical.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of them weighed about 130 tons.
Define
Oh,
electromechanical.
jeez.
Define that. Let's understand that. What is that?
For instance, I mean,
Hammond organ.
Well, that kind of principle where you had a mechanical machine, whether it was driven by not so much an electric motor, but a steam engine or a horse on a conveyor belt type thing. But basically, what you had was you would have like these large copper discs, and you would have thing on like a pen on it, and depending on where it was on the disc, produced a different kind of note and that kind of thing. and so it could be classed as a synthesizer, although you could actually call it some sort of like maniacal violin if you wanted. So but the definition of what a synthesizer was really didn't come together until they became electrical. You know,
But the decade of synths for us, it was the 80s, correct? Like, I mean, this is
when they became
this is when
I don't know.
But that's when they became popular.
I
Yeah.
think.
Not
When it was
they
at
were,
its height.
Not when they were
Well,
Robbie's shaking his
invented.
head.
You
Well,
go
it's
back as far as the
60s.
late 19th century.
yeah.
Right.
There was
Yeah.
an instrument called the
The
telharmonium.
Yep, teleharmonium.
Yeah, so the telharmonium was basically an electric organ.
Yeah.
And then various people came up with different ways of producing chromatic tones using electricity. But
The Onderling.
yeah, there's the ondiline, the trautonium, and various other in the 1930s, Hammond invented the Nova chord, which was technically a divide down oscillator, massive valve based synthesizer. But it was a synthesizer. It was an electronic instrument that synthesized
Right.
sounds that way. But if you're talking about the synthesizer era that we're sort of currently in at the moment, I guess you could say that probably started in the late 1950s, early 1960s with Dr. Bob Moog. Taking on the works of Leon Theremin and and
EMS.
things that Bell and RCA were doing all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
But it was people like Bob and
Al Perlman.
Perlman a little later, but
Yeah.
Harold Boder, Don Buchler, and Herb Deutsch and all those those guys in the early days of Moog, that kind of gave us what we would look at. You look at a Moog modular or a mini Moog and you say, yeah, that's a synthesizer. Before then, it was probably lots of experimentation that was taking place in university laboratories or in Bell, or RCA.
Installations.
Yeah, they weren't
that kind of thing.
musical instruments and stuff.
Yeah.
And then, of course, through the 1960s, that got refined, and we started to get more expressive instruments. And then, of course, the mini Moog came in 71,
72.
yeah,
RA.
71, 72. And that was
Yeah,
the
the
mini.
RA
The
Mini.
mini, yeah, the mini Moog was the one that everybody goes, oh look, here's a synthesizer that doesn't have to have a room to accommodate it, and can be fairly put under your arm and taken to gigs and stuff.
So like, would you say, well, at least for our genre, we're 78 babies. Would you say that the 80s was the catapult for synth-driven music? Because you look at films like Stranger Things, right? Everybody always goes, "Oh, Stranger Things, it's so 80s sounding."
Yeah.
So at some point, is the 80s responsible for where we are today?
The late 70s is probably more responsible, because what you had was synthesizers were permeating popular music in many ways.
Yeah.
The Beatles used it on Abbey Road. They used a Moog synthesizer on Abbey Road. Simon and Garfunkel used a Moog.
The Who.
The Who were using some ARPs and stuff.
Yeah.
But it was
Moody Blues,
predominantly the domain of big prog artists that were using it. Like
Yes,
Wakeman and
yeah.
Yes and that kind of stuff.
Keith Emerson.
But it was when you got to
Jeff
punk.
Wayne.
So when punk came in, and you have to remember, punk wasn't 77, 78, it was 74, 75.
Yeah.
And this whole kind of enema cleared out the whole kind of young, the way that music was made by young people without much money on the streets, that some of them were beginning to come across. First of all, they discovered the whole DIY ethic of making music without, with just three chords and shouting and whatever, and just energy. And then that was mostly with guitars to start with, but then there were people that didn't like guitars, and they thought, well, we like, we're reading books by J.G. Ballard about, sort of near future science fiction, and the sound of that isn't guitars, it's what we heard on things like Forbidden Planet and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then they started, manufacturers started to make more synthesizers. Those synthesizers were becoming cheaper and more affordable and more available. And so bands in the late 70s were picking up, bands like Human League, Cabaret Voltaire, and many, many others were picking up synthesizers and using those exclusively. If you listen to The Normal, which is a one-man band by Daniel Miller, who founded Mute Records, who then went on to sign Depeche Mode. Daniel Miller made this record called TVOD. And what was the flip side of TVOD?
Oh, Christ, now you're asking.
Warm Leatherette.
I don't remember.
Oh,
Warm
right,
Leatherette, yeah. And you listen to that, and that is the sound that we were listening to in the late 1970s that was dystopian, weird, futuristic, that we'd never heard, but they were making pop songs with it. And then that popularized it even more, and it all kind of just fed in itself. And around sort of 1980, you started to... 79, Gary Newman comes along.
Newman.
Our Friends Electric, which is a nice blend of synthesizers and guitars, but the synthesizers were very there up front.
Right.
And he opened the door so that all of these bands that had been slaving around the universities for the last couple of years with 3 synthesizers and some milk crates as keyboard stands could then come through, and then you had this massive influx in 1980 where of course, the whole 1980s ethic was, the modern future and all this. And so synthesizers just fit everything. Yeah. And we saw the emergence of bands that just had 1 or 2 people in them, no drummers. It was just a tape machine in the back playing the drum tracks. Or something.
Well, it's funny now because if you look at big scores now, right, we used to have these orchestras. And I'm not even referring to the original Dune movie. But you can look at Hans, who's known for orchestra. But when Dune came out, this past couple years, not part 2.
There's a lot of VST involved.
Yeah, but the sound is so mechanical, so big. It was almost like he was looking for something that an orchestra could not emulate. When you listen to Dune, the score of it, it's new, it's refreshing, and it's like synth Moog driven, right?
The thing a lot of people don't understand about Hans Zimmer is that he started off with synthesizers.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I didn't know that.
He was an electronic musician. So,
Oh,
if you watch the video to Video Killed the Radio Star by Buggles, the song that opened up MTV, I mean, it was a few years after the song got released, but watch the video and you'll see a guy wearing a black leather jumpsuit standing in front of a bunch of synthesizers. That is Hans Zimmer.
That's Hans playing in the video. Yeah.
It's Hans in the video, and Hans was already deeply into, so Hans is
massive,
this kind of it's a common misconception that he's an orchestral guy. He loves his orchestras, but he's first
went
and
on to
foremost
it, didn't he?
He's a synth nerd of
Right.
the highest order.
Right.
So what is Chrome put something that I don't know what he's talking about, and maybe you guys can explain it.
Go on.
But in the chat he put, watch Sisters with Transistors last night.
Yep.
Yeah.
Try patching backwards in heels, boys.
Yep. Sisters with Transistors is a brilliant documentary about women in electronic music.
Yeah.
At the in the early days of the 50s, people like Daphne Oram, Delia Derbyshire.
Delia Derbyshire.
Yeah, I mean Delia Derbyshire is just goddess. Somebody help me out here. Oh, Superman, Laurie Anderson.
Yeah.
So I mean, there are just so many.
A lot of tie-in
women
with the BBC Radiophonic Workshop.
Yeah. But yeah, Sisters with Transistors is a really great documentary movie. There's some actually really, really good documentaries about that kind of nascent era, that the early stage of electronic music.
I can't remember how many years it was, but Forbidden Planet, the score for Forbidden Planet.
It's not actually synthesizers.
Well,
none of it's synthesizers.
Yeah, but the score itself, it wasn't considered a film score, so the composers, it was a husband and wife team, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Were not credited on the film for donkey's years.
Oh,
wow.
damn.
Yeah.
For absolute donkey. It was only relatively recently
they were
that their
using
names
old,
were added.
like radio equipment and also like oscillators that would be used in laboratories. That, they were using all that to create those. I can't sort of mimic it, but all those kind of woo, all those. If you've watched Forbidden Planet, you'll know what I mean. It's just incredible what they did with that, but those sounds inspired other people to want to make those sounds, but they didn't have all that equipment. So how do we do it? And so that's kind of how
Uncle
how
Chrome
shit
says
works.
the documentary is on Amazon Prime.
Oh, we gotta watch this.
You've got to watch it.
Yeah.
I mean, there are so many, some really, really good documentaries on, the birth of synthesis. There's a really good Bob Moog documentary, just called Moog. Made by,
I saw that one.
Finnish
I saw
guy,
that
yeah.
one. But now hasn't and maybe you guys can dispel the rumor, or maybe it's conspiracy, but hasn't synthesis been weaponized by the military industrial compound? Like, isn't that where LRAD came from, and how to get people to disperse the situation? That's just synthesis in the
there are
weaponized way.
Yeah, there are many examples of where sound can be used as a weapon, or maybe that's too strong a word, but it can be used. It can be used to disrupt human activity.
Deterrent.
Yeah. So I mean, some of the law enforcement agencies in the US go the very simple route that I think they did it at Waco, where they just played really, really loud music.
Yep.
That's just to annoy people with the volume. But it's been shown that young people respond to very high frequencies much more than older people. And there were experiments, quite openly taking place where youths were gathering, of an evening because they got nothing else to do. They were installing these little, hidden speakers that were emitting a sound that only young people would respond to, and it would annoy their mental state. It'd make them, I don't want to be here. Well, I don't like it. I don't feel comfortable. And off they would go. That was the idea. I don't know whether that's propagated or become a popular thing. But yeah, there's lots of talk, and of course I couldn't confirm, because I don't really know that much about it. But yeah, there's talk about, the use of sonics, whether it's ultra low frequency sounds or ultra high frequency sounds that can disrupt or cause people to,
defecate. One would say the infamous brown note.
The brown note. I was going to say, the mythical brown note.
Ed Sheeran.
Ed Sheeran. Yeah. Ed Sheeran. He is a musical weapon. He's just a fucking weapon.
Poor old Ed.
A fuck boy, if you ask me.
Oh.
But okay, let's go.
Recently.
There are. I mean, we all get annoyed by sounds. When Kent plays it, annoys the fuck out of me. But no, seriously. I mean, there are frequencies that will.
Or if I go
cause you
through,
No, that only annoys time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's lots of whether anything is being used actively in any military theatre, I don't know. But yeah, it is possible. It's been proven that sound can do lots of things. It can be a healing thing. There's lots of people that swear by things like gong baths. Where you
There was something recently where they took down a lot of bells, and I want to say in Europe, parts of the world, and in the U.S., they removed bells because they knew that the frequencies of which they were played,
they could take the body out of dis-ease.
Right, and induce positivity in people's lives. Hence why a lot of churches have lost them. Cathedrals no longer have them. There's a documentary on it, too, and it's like over millions of bells that they took down.
I mean, bells, they're one of those instruments, they're an instrument, I suppose, that they both have a physical impact on, matter, whether it's human or otherwise, but they also have a psychological impact. People associate the sound of bells, say, certainly in this country, I don't know what it's like around the world, but, we commonly hear bells ringing from churches. And that's
You got one on your stream deck for a bad joke.
Well, exactly, yeah. I mean...
There you go.
There you go.
Denotes that joke died.
Actually, we've got a better one with the crickets.
Oh
yeah.
You got me on there.
Oh, I got you on here.
Oi! Kent!
What?
Get your hairy ass into my office now!
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, bells can make people feel emotional. You know, if you listen to, I mean, I grew up in the countryside where, you know, you hear a church bell, you know, church bells ringing every Sunday, and in some places every hour or on the half hour, you know, when they're marking time, and bells have been used to do that for, you know, for millennia.
Yeah.
So there's a psychological connection.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that, you know, bells manufactured with certain tones and frequencies can cause all sorts of physical effects. You know, sound will, you know, I mean, music itself, you know, causes one of the greatest physical effects known to humankind. It's more
for.
powerful than
Right.
speech or
Right.
or looking at a painting or a photograph. Music actually invokes feelings and emotions. You know,
I've always noticed, like, if you watch water and you put sound to it, how it makes water ripple and do all these distortions. What do you think it does to our blood inside of our bodies? Like,
And the water, we're 75% water.
Yeah, so you know it's cause and effect. I got something that's fun, but real quick, off topic, and it always disturbed me in my teenage years. Richard Ashcroft and Mick Jagger. Was it Mick Jagger?
Yeah, Rolling Stones.
The song Bitter, was it Bitter Symphony?
Yeah.
You remember when that debacle came out? And they said that debacle or whatever, on how they said he stole the bells from the Rolling Stones. Does anybody remember that?
So what he did, he didn't actually steal. This is where it gets. This is a silly thing. So the refrain or the loop or whatever you want to call it that Richard Ashcroft and the Verve used in the song Bittersweet Symphony was sampled from a cover version of a song called The Last Time, which was a Rolling Stones song. Now, there used to be a music label over here called Music for Pleasure, and what they would do is they would get an orchestra and re-record the popular hits of the day, but you know, with this middle of the road orchestra thing.
Yeah.
And so that opening sequence that you hear with the violins and the well, actually, there's a story behind the bell. I'll tell you who that is. The orchestral sequence at the beginning of that song was lifted from this cover version that was made by this like in-house orchestra for this record label called Music for Pleasure. But because it was a cover version of the Rolling Stones song, the Stones lawyers basically said, we want a slice of that pie, or you put our names on the credits or whatever, so we get we get paid, which, you know, in its own way was, you know, you can argue whether that was right or wrong. The bell sound you refer to wasn't actually a bell. It was a sound recorded and made by a friend of ours called Mel Wesson. And Mel Wesson is, if you watch films like The Dark Knight and another Hans Zimmer scores,
Sound designer for Hams.
you will find this credit. Which, what is it? It's something. It's kind of like ambient sound design, I think, is how he's credited. But Mel Wesson is
like Howard.
Yeah, Mel Wesson is a fantastic musician. He has a massive collection of instruments, and he was in the studio, and he made those sounds that you hear, you know, at the beginning that underlie that orchestral bit. So, yeah, the Stones sued or whatever, or, you know, claimed. And, you know, one could argue they had a right because it was their song that was being covered that was then being sampled. So it was kind of like a second or third generation claim. But it was a claim nonetheless. They got it all sorted out. But, yeah, it's probably fair to say that Ashcroft and the rest of the Verve, who or whoever, you know, were the original writers of the song, probably never saw a fucking penny.
Took me 27 years to figure that shit out. And, of course, Rowdy had the answer.
Yeah.
Well, he was on our show. So if you go back through our catalogue, you'll find at least he's been on a couple of times. He's a good friend of the show, and we discovered that he made those particular sounds.
That's amazing.
That's crazy.
But people like that will just pop up, you know, randomly, and you know, they just, oh, I did that sound. You know, if you listen to it, if you listen to the whole song, you'll never hear it. But then when he says, yeah, it's about 1 minute in, you listen, fuck me, there it is. Never heard it before.
It's like the bat sound in the Batman films. And like So what you running around the studio with a bed sheet and everything like that? And he said he'd done it on the 55, the Moog 55.
Yeah.
Well, they got the light. I know.
Yeah.
And they got the lightsaber from Star Wars from the Moog too, didn't they?
Was it? I don't know if
Was
it
it the
was
Moog?
Moog or the R.
Well,
26.
R2D2
R2D2
was an ARP 2600.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
The sounds of the
Lightsaber's
lasers.
partly power station thing, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It
'cause
was,
Ben
power
Burt went out
cables.
and he would put a microphone up against a like a tensioned cable, like what you get on the bridge,
Oh, that's the lasers, isn't it? You
yeah,
whack
and
it
he
with
would
a spanner.
tap that,
Yeah.
and then speed it up or slow it down or whatever it was that it took to get those. Yeah, I mean it's just crazy where these
they'll
genius
use
people.
anything.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Sound
R2D2. There's a lot of ARP 2600, and of course the famous one is the Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Third Kind.
Yes, Richard Dreyfuss and Spielberg movie, correct?
So the guy, that scene where the mothership comes down and the guy's in front of that thing going, wah, 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 wah. That's an ARP 2500, like a full ARP 2500 with the wings, and the guy playing it, Phil. I can't remember his name now. He's an ARP employee. And Spielberg just put him up there and said, "Yeah, you can do that."
Yeah.
Oh wow.
He did it. Yeah.
Well, that's part of that. It's part of that what Hans ended up with that I restored.
Oh, that was part of that one.
That was part of it. Yeah. God, that was a job.
Okay, I got something that's probably going to strike a nerve, but my brother and I are new to the pub. We're new to Robbie. We're new to everything there is, and
Nothing's off limits.
And people who follow this channel and people who follow our channel have come from
Philip
your
Dodds.
channel and
Philip Dodds.
Yeah, that's the
Well
guy.
done, Wags.
Philip Dodds.
Well done, Wags.
Why Google strikes again.
Where Google's.
Oh, shit. Okay, but
Yeah,
before I ask the pertinent question here, it's essential because I'm probably going to get my answer from the precursor, Robbie and Kent. You weren't always on YouTube, correct?
Very much so.
True.
Okay. How long were you into the business of synthesis and intermingling with people before you got on YouTube? What was the earlier years like?
Me?
Yeah, off you go.
So I got my first kind of sequencer in 1984, 85 on a Commodore 64, which was then also essentially my first synthesizer, albeit a rudimentary one. And then sort of slowly went from there. Went to a I changed high schools 3 times in less than 3 years because of parents divorcing, parents remarrying, and I ended up at the final school, which is literally just up the road here. And I walked into their music storeroom in early 1984, and they had a Korg 700S, and I was like, "Oh, it's a synthesizer, it's a proper synthesizer," and that's when I kind of really caught the bug. Up until I was playing in bands. I'm a drummer. That's my first passion, my first instrument. So I was playing drums from the early mid-1980s through till the early 1990s. I put the drums away because I got married and we moved and we couldn't store them anywhere. And that's when I decided actually I can make music with synthesizers and a computer. So I then I bought a computer, PC, some software, Roland sound module and a keyboard, and I always thought I was probably the only person on the planet that was doing this, as I think many of us did, because we didn't have the internet, we didn't have all this stuff. And a few years later, in sort of like the mid-90s, with you get into the magazine culture, and there's lots of magazines about electronic music, and you realise actually that there's more of us about. And that's when I started to think, I'd love to write for these things. I'd love to do that kind of thing because, as you might have gathered, I like using words, whether it's talking or typing. So that's where I got the interest. But it wasn't until the early 2000s, sort of, let's say 2005 maybe, when there was that kind of explosion of blogs. You know, when we first heard the phrase blogs, and I thought, well, there's one way of writing about things I like and getting them in front of people. So I started my website called Failed Muso, because I wanted the website name to be representative of me, and I was a muso, but I'd not made a career out of it, so therefore I was failed, and that just stuck. And I started writing about things, and then not that long after, actually maybe a few years later, the whole online thing. So I started to go into forums, and then I started working with people like Steve Howell from Hollow Sun, and got into sampling in a big way, and started to meet a network of people on forums, and email groups and things like that. And then must have been, I don't know, about 2007, 2008 when the Alesis Fusion came out, Justin? Does that sound about right?
I would say 2006.
Yeah. So when the Alesis Fusion came out, this guy Steve that I was sort of doing freelance work for, sampling and things, he said, "We need some help. We need to get this machine's dying on its feet. We need to fill it with loads of great sounds." So I got into a lot more sampling with that, and unfortunately, it was too late. We were the resus team, and unfortunately, the victim had suffered symptoms not compatible with life, so it died, unfortunately. But it got me to know a few people, and then I started writing a bit more about my blog, and I had this obsession with this instrument called the Fairlight CMI, and there wasn't a lot of information online about it. So I started researching it and started putting information on. And then a few short years later, I get an email from a guy called Peter Vogel. And Peter Vogel was one of the inventors of the Fairlight CMI. And this was around 2010, 2011. And he said, I am doing two things. I'm building a 30th anniversary edition of the Fairlight CMI, and I'm also doing an iOS app. Will you help? And I said, I'd love to, but I don't really know how I can. He said, well, I've read your stuff online, and you obviously know quite a bit about this, and you've done the research, and so I'd like you to help me do this. So I said, yes, thank you very much. And it was like a proper paid gig, and I helped with the marketing and the information that went into the app and onto the website. And then shortly after that, I lost my job around 2012, got laid off, got into another job where my boss turned out to be this guy who most people will know as Muff Wiggler. His name was Mike McGrath. He was my boss in my day job, but he was also a massive, massive, massive synth nerd who was known the world over for starting this website called muffwiggler.com, which was a massive place for people with modular stuff, surprise, surprise, to get into. But names started to, people started, I'd started making friends with people like Dave Spears at GeForce and other things. Then I got invited onto shows like Sonic State to show the Fairlight, and because I missed out a pretty important bit there, I got an email from this guy called Peter Wilk, who's an English guy but lives out in Australia, who was Fairlight's studio manager back in the day, and he said, would you like to help me restore a Fairlight? And this is a machine that it is mythical to many people. There's not many of them exist. They were hugely expensive to own and to buy. So he said, yeah, we've got one that used to belong to the guy from Tears for Fears. You need to get a van, go down, get it, bring it back to your home. I will then teach you how to repair a Fairlight CMI. And that's what I've been doing a lot in my spare time since, not so much at the moment, but certainly. But then that got me onto shows like Sonic State, and the name, and the face, and that all sort of got more and more well known. I had my own YouTube channel, which I did occasional videos on. A friend of mine said, "Hey, you should check out this piece of software," and it was by a company called UVI, and they just released a sample library of emulator sounds. And he says, "You like the emulator, don't you?" I said, "Yes." He said, "They've got this library. Why don't you review it?" I said, "Well, I don't have the £299 or whatever it was to buy." He says, "Oh, fuck that. Email them. Tell them you're going to review it." I said, "I can't just email some company that doesn't know me, and I've got a tiny portion of the internet. They won't give a fuck about me." And so this guy, I could talk about him for ages. He was a weird new wave electronic musician from New York that smoked 100 cigarettes a day and was just bonkers, fucking crazy. He'd done way too much acid, but he was incredible. And he said, "Fuck it, damn it, you contact them, you do this and whatever." So to keep him quiet, I contacted them, and they come back to me the next day and said, here's a copy of the software for you to review." I was like, "What? It can't have been that easy, surely." So I started reviewing that stuff, and then other companies would get in touch with me and say, "Would you want to review this? Would you want to review that?" And so I would approach other companies, and it just it started to build the blog a little bit, and the YouTube channel a little bit, but it wasn't major. And it kind of carried on like that for a number of years. And then I suppose where we are now kind of kicked off in 2019, before COVID. A friend of mine who I'd only met online because he'd got he'd got an Akai sampler that I've got, and he posted into a synthesizer group on Facebook that he needed the operating system, but he didn't have a floppy disk drive, and he didn't have a floppy disk, and I've got fucking shit tons of these things. So I just messaged him back and said, give me your address, I'll make the disk, I'll send it to you. And he was like, "Oh wow, thank you." So sent it to him, and that guy turns out to be Ben Simpson, and Ben and I became good friends. And one day he said to me, he said, I won't do my impression. "Oh, shall I do my... I fucking hate that group on Facebook called Synthesizer Freaks." And I said, "Why do you hate it?" He said, "Because they're always fighting with each other, and everything we should be like that." And do you know, you're right, mate. It is a horrible place to be. Yeah. He said, "I'm going to start up my own Facebook group." I said, "Well, if you want any help, let me know." So he said, "Yeah, that'd be great. You can moderate it, help me moderate it." So I said, "Great." So we set up this Facebook group, and the Facebook group was called Synth Elite. That was the name that Ben came up with it, and I said, "Are you sure that's a good name for a Facebook group? Because it kind of implies that we're better than everyone else."
Right, yeah.
And he said, "Oh no, you're right." He said, and he had very good reason for choosing it. He just said, "I wanted something that said that we're going to rise above this petty squabbling and everything, and we're going to be the decent people, and we're going to treat each other with a bit of respect and camaraderie and what have you."
Mm-hmm.
So by this time, there's another guy involved called Chris, and the three of us sat down virtually online and said, we need to think of a better name. And I think it was me, but I don't know. I think I might have come up and suggested Pro Synth Network because we wanted to appeal to people that were more professional, but not necessarily actual professionals, but we wanted a professional attitude, a professional demeanor, a professional respect for each other. And we were in synthesizers, and it was a network, and so we renamed the group that. And it seemed to slowly gain a bit of traction, and we laid down some very simple rules that said treat each other with respect, no nastiness, no infighting. If you disagree with someone, that's fine, but don't argue the toss, this kind of stuff. And you know what, to this day, that's still I don't think I've rarely had to moderate anything on that Facebook group. Anyway, we get to 2020, and of course COVID hits, and everyone starts, or more and more people are starting to do online streaming. It's, it didn't seem to be a massive thing. There was a handful of, certainly the Nick Bats of this world, and the people that have been doing it for some while, But then everybody was at home, and people started saying, "Well, do you know what? We could do that." And I said to Ben one day, I said, "Why don't we do a live stream? It'll be fun." So Ben was like, "Well, how do we do that?" I said, "I don't know. Let's learn. Let's find out." So we did a bit of research, found out about OBS, just find out how we could get multiple people into a thing like this without having to pay any money. So we were using Skype with the what was it, the plugin that they use, NFI or something. I don't remember. But yeah, so we created a YouTube channel, and we set up, we just told people we're going to do this live thing, and we did 3 kind of test streams, and we sort of had a few little issues. We had no theme music or end credits. It was just like we're live. There was no graphics, nothing. It was just me and Ben and Chris, and we started off just by doing what a bunch of other people are doing, just talking about the news of the week or something, or maybe a particular subject. We messed around, and our bandwidth was shite. We had this thing with Skype. So Skype, when you're on a Skype call, it throttles or it manages the stream of the incoming call, and if it's losing bandwidth, it will reduce the quality of the video, so it'll make the video smaller. And so we were in mid-show, and all of a sudden Ben's head would be filling the screen, and then it would go to real, sort of like tiny thing, and it would be all over the place. And so we had to learn how to manage things like, and we eventually got on top of that. And we noticed that every week we were getting a few more viewers, a few more subscribers. It wasn't, and by no means was this a business venture. This wasn't us. We're not YouTubers. We're not career YouTubers. We never had any intention of that. This was just a place for the members of our Facebook group and anyone else that cared to join in to come and watch, a bunch of old farts talk about electronic music and technology and stuff. But as things grew, I said, well, why don't we try and see if we can build this and make it a little bit more interesting? Maybe we can get some guests on. That seems to be an interesting thing that people do. So we started talking. Initially, we started talking to our mates, and we just got other people from the community to come on. So people like Jamie Morden, who goes Geosynths, who's a sound designer, brilliant sound designer. We got Tom from Synth Anatomy. He came on the show. Simon Alexander, a friend of ours, came on a couple of times, and then we approached this twat in the corner here, Mr. Kent Spong. Mainly because I wanted to prove to myself he actually existed. Because I just thought, that's a fucking made-up name. But yeah, we just got... And then we started to think, well, if we've got Kent Spong, maybe we can cast our net wider and bigger. And I can't remember the first kind of well-known name. I'm sure somebody will probably scroll through and tell me who it was. But we started, asking people of note, do you want to come on our show, talk bollocks for a couple of hours? And surprisingly, most of them said yes. And you get a bit braver, you get a bit bolder, and so we were getting manufacturers on, people that own synthesizer manufacturing companies, or sound designers, or developers, software developers. And then we spoke to this guy called Michael Whalen. Michael is an Emmy Award-winning composer, part of our group, and we had him on the show. I actually interviewed him for one of my podcasts, and he sent me an email one day and said, do you think you'd like Steve Porcaro on the show? And what, the Steve Porcaro, man who wrote Human Nature, the keyboard player for Toto, for fuck's sake. This incredible... Well, yeah, I know him. Well, yeah. So he did the introductory email. I sent an email back to Steve expecting to hear nothing back. I got an email about an hour later saying, sure. That was it. It was just one word. It was, sure. I'm like, well, we've got Steve Porcaro. So, and once you've had somebody like Steve Porcaro on the show, and you say to other people, would you like to come on our show? By the way, previous guests have included, and you start reeling off these names, then more and more people. But of course, everyone's still at home. Everyone's still on lockdown. And so these people were desperate to come on any fucking show.
Right.
even this little pissy show from the UK. But we had we've had JJ from Art of Noise, Mick McNeil from Simple Minds, Steve Porcaro. We've had Axel Hartman, who's designed most of the modern synthesizers ever made. We've had who else? I mean Dan Goldman from Rhodes. And the Goldstein and Mitchell Sidman guys from Cherry Audio, who've become very regular, and they're huge supporters. Dina Perlman, Michelle Moog, and many others. And Martin Ware from Heaven 17. Martin Ware goes back to those early days in the late 1970s of electronic music in Britain. He was one of the instigators. So to have him on the show, Alex Ball and his doppelganger, Geert van Schlanger, the Dutch porn star. That was hilarious. Go back and watch that show. But yeah, and so it just kind of built up, and the name got more popular, and then COVID kind of starts to go away. The guests become a little harder to book, but we're still getting them. We still get, Anthony Marinelli's been on the show 2 or 3 times. Mick McNeil's been on a lot of times before. We've got some more people lined up for next year that are just going to be amazing. So that's kind of where we are now. And I'll say this because I know that there are people that think that we're just like all the other YouTubers.
Okay,
we're not.
Hang on 1 second, Robbie. Hang on, because you're going to lead into my ultimate question. Kent, before you were on YouTube, and this is going to be a great question, but I have to get the facts before I ask this question.
Oh, okay.
I think my wife knows where I'm going with this.
Oh.
Before YouTube,
yeah.
Where were you before YouTube, and who did you meet, and what was the life like before YouTube?
Just look over Kent's right shoulder.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, because I only got into repairing because I couldn't afford to get any synths that I had repaired myself. So, because I could only afford the synth, but getting it repaired as well. So, I had to learn electronics quite late in life, actually, as it comes down to. But I've been messing with synthesizers for donkeys. I've always been in it since I was still at school. So we're talking, Jesus Christ, a couple of years after my dad died. So I'd be about 14, and we had things like Jar, Wall of Worlds, and stuff like that. And it was like, hello, I love this sound, and but we didn't have any money. We could barely afford to eat, actually, and but loved it, and would try anything to get near to them in whatever capacity it would be. And for me, that was going to music shops and being an absolute fucking nuisance every weekend, until every music shop in the foreseeable area knew me, and some of them just wouldn't let me in the shop anymore. So even going up to Chase Music for my birthday present, I asked my mum if she would take us up to Chase Music in Euston, up in town, so I could go in and even just look at synthesizers. And she had a boyfriend at the time who was a chauffeur for the chairman of Glaxo. And he goes, all right. He said, we'll go up in the car, which just happened to be this, 8-month-old green Bentley. So we pull up outside this converted sweet shop in a Bentley. Matey boy in the shop is like getting a hard on as we walk in and go, whoa, sale, like that. And of course we haven't got tuppence between us. And I'm looking at a brand new Up Quadra for 4,999 quid, and our house was barely worth that. And it's like, and playing all these different things. They wouldn't let me play the Mini or the Odyssey, and it was that kind of thing. And that was my first touching a synthesizer, and that was it. I was gone. So I go to work and I save as much as I can. Lombardtricity Finance, thank you God, allowed me to buy my first synthesizer. My first synthesizer was actually a kit, and it took the guy over a year to build it, but he wasn't a musician, so it was always out of tune.
ETI or Transcendent?
It was the Transcendent 2000, which was a single VCO. It's designed by Tim Orr, and but it wasn't very in tune, so I could only play things within sort of like an octave. But still, yeah, it was fine. And then I just spent every penny I ever earned on synthesizers and got into it. And of course, they'd break down and very expensive repair bills, or they're too far away. So I started to learn how to repair them myself. Electrocuted myself a lot of times and found out what it is you can and cannot touch. Seriously, like, all right, that bit doesn't kill you. Fuck, that bit does. Don't touch things that look like that.
Mm-hmm.
Not even knowing what the name of the components are,
Right.
And, getting the Maplin catalogue and studying it like it is a textbook and learning what parts are and what they do.
That's Radio Shack for our American viewers.
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of like Radio Shack. Yeah, so Maplin's was like a Radio Shack, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And, and that's how I got into that. And then I started to meet other people who also had keyboards and stuff and music based, and they had problems, and I started helping them out. Oh, well, that's a fuse has gone. You put another fuse in it, sort of thing. And that's how that went. But doing it as a job didn't start until I was properly, probably about 30, 35, something like that. And I didn't think it would come to anything because I couldn't advertise really very much. And it took off like I couldn't have believed. So I'm repairing people's keyboards. The next thing I know, I'm getting people that I recognise from the telly coming to the door. They're going, oh, this is different, So getting pop stars coming to the door with their keyboards and stuff like, it's like, I thought, don't you go to like the proper places? You go, well, no, we heard you're good. You do it. So it's like, okay, whatever. And that, it just went from there. And it was only until the resurgence of the love for analog again that it really went platinum. It went absolutely mad. And that's when I get people like, hands turning up and saying, can you, fix this, or can you fix that? And getting people like Vangelis phoning me up and say, can I borrow your CS80 for an album?
Pips, can you buy?
Yeah, you go, hello there. How's it going? Hey.
Sorry, bad Greek impression.
I need to borrow your 80. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, and I'm just this giddy schoolboy on the other end of the phone to him, and saying, can you remember what the notes are for the sequence of the beginning of the Spiral album? And you go, yeah, I've got them written down. I'll send them over to you, like sort of thing. He goes, I'll email them. And I go, oh, no, I haven't got internet yet. Do you know what I mean?
He's like, for fuck's
we're
sake.
Still working up to that.
Yeah.
And it was just mental. It was just mental times. And it just went on from there. And I wasn't trying to do anything. I was just, trying to help my mum put food in the pantry, essentially. And then this whole thing started to just evolve. And then when the internet really kicked off, properly, where, everybody's on the internet, it went mad. And I found this show called Sonic State. And that's how I got to know Richard Hilton, people like Dave Spears and stuff like that. And getting to know people like that. And they ran this competition for a new theme score, right? And everybody was writing these really nice, because I got to hear a lot of them, and some of them were really, really good, And I just did this piss take one, which, the sonicstate.com on the sonicstate.com, and it fucking won. And Nick, bless him, he ran with it for years. He fucking hated it. But that's the one that won the phone. Right? And, of course, you know, people will come to the door and say, oh, can you know, repair my synthesizer for me? And at some point go, sonicstate.com in the background. Just go, no, leave it, mate. Leave it. Yeah. And so I wasn't aware I was getting known. I started a Facebook page and I just put up stuff, you know, where I just put up jokes and stuff. It wasn't really, or what I'm working on today. And that built up, you know, and then it ended up with like, what was it, about 5,500 bloody friends. And didn't know 5,000 of them, you know. There's about 200 people on there I knew, and the rest of them were like, oh.
Right.
And Fruit Bat here approaches me one day. He said, do you want to come on a show? I've never really been on a show at all. I went, yeah, okay, but, you know, what do I do? He said, yeah, we'll be talking about various products, and then we'll ask you a bit about, you know, what you do and all the rest of it.
And is that a real name?
And is it a real name? Yeah, and all that sort of thing. But what was weird about it, we did this thing. I mean, this is how much I knew. I couldn't get the mic to work, and I got I messaged Robbie, and I'm going, I can't get the mic to work. And I go, but I've got this other mic, it works, but it's not as good. And so I used this not good mic, and I couldn't use my good mic because I've never used it before. I didn't know it needed 48 volt.
Right. Jeez.
I didn't know. I did not fucking know. They go, well, I've got a socket for it. Boom, turn it up. Fuck all. No, this thing's shit. Yeah. Never had to use a mic before. So do all that, and so we're on, do the show, and he goes, yeah, it's an hour long, 2 hour long show. And so the first hour we talk about products, and the second hour we just talk about you, and we, you know, discuss things. Okay, cool. But what ended up happening was, did the first hour of the show, and then the second hour they're talking about me, and then the third hour we're still rabbiting on. And then, another 15, 20 minutes after that as well. Yeah. And it just went on and on and on and on. So anyway, it was a real good laugh and all the rest of it. And I think, we ended up talking a lot anyway afterwards, didn't we? And then when Chris said he was going to leave, and you said to me, do you want to be a presenter on the show? And I go, well, by then I was getting quite good because I'd been on DOMs a couple of times as well. Anyway. And I go, well, I think I can do this. Yeah, all right. It sounds like a giggle. So I started doing the PSN.
Fucking lumbered with him there.
Yeah. Now, I tell you what, out of all the guests that we've had on PSN, I've only ever been able to get one person to come onto the show. And that was, and I thought, fucking, this is a triumph. David Arnold. And he's on the show and he's talking like that. And I'm looking at the chat while we were on the show, and there's people going, who the fuck is this? Who is it? Right? And I'm typing in, well, you know, he wrote Stargate. He did like all the Brosnan films, James Bond films, for fuck's sake, you know, amongst everything else, and done Sherlock Holmes and all that. And people are going, oh, fuck, oh, right, okay, right. And they're putting a face to the name. And that's the only guy, I think. I've asked so many people to come on this show, and they were going, or I don't get any reply.
Oh, shit. Kent Spong ended up being Kent wrong.
Yeah,
go, Kent wrong. Yeah. Fuck that up, Robbie.
And Robbie will message me, oh, we know we got Steve Picaro coming on next week. And I go, you cunt, fucking bastard. You just ask and they just show up, kind of thing. I'm asked, how many times have I asked Hans now?
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah, loads. Exactly. And he goes, yeah, one day. Yeah, but soon. Yeah, sure. Yeah, soon. Anyway, and that's pretty much where we got to, isn't it? And it's sort of like, and then the pub came about because personally I didn't think PSN was on long enough.
Yeah.
So the pub started.
We tried to sort of put our foot down and say 2 hours, because if you look through the list of shows, especially the early ones, they do go on.
Yeah, they can. They drag. And I thought, no, the pub would be a good idea because there's lots of people out there who I thought would like to come on the show. But how do we contact them? How do you ask them? And I thought, well, look, if we do a show where I put the link into the show, and anybody, absolutely anybody, could just walk in off the internet street, as it were,
right,
and go, hey, can we talk about, fucking gateposts? Yeah, okay. Tell us what you know about gateposts, and we'll give you an opinion on what we think about gateposts, whatever it is. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So, and then the pubs started taking off as well, didn't it? So,
yeah, and I want. I mean, I'm sure pretty much everyone that watches this, and you guys also know, and I mean this with the greatest respect. ProSynth Network and the pubs are two completely separate entities that just happen to feature.
Yeah,
right.
Us
I get
two
that
mostly.
Yeah,
but
well,
we are
and we've
not
really
connected.
tried to stick that. We have,
but
if there's any crossover, it'll be probably in the chat.
Yeah. And it's much like what we are now. Symptoms of Reality are now on the pub, but we are our own entity. We run our own thing. We're just friends. Okay, here's the big question. And Justin, I am sorry. Don't
worry about it.
We don't have a whole lot of time on our end.
That's okay.
And it's not to say that you're not important, because Justin, I view you as the Rain Man in this weird way. You have the answers. And,
Yep.
You know, and much and so, Justin, the way you're sitting right now, that's how I imagine you on the shitter right now.
I am sitting on a throne.
I did ask Justin a question early, like way earlier in the day, and I don't know if he saw it in the chat.
I don't think I did.
Yeah, I asked how your Christmas concert went.
Oh, that one. Well, if you go to my YouTube channel, plug. We did a live stream of it. It's not the greatest as far as the mix goes, but you can kind of experience.
You get the idea,
Oh, nice.
Of it.
Check out
Good.
Justin's channel, because some of his live performances in there.
The last time we saw Justin, he was
He
showing
was
a live
there,
video.
and
He was there.
going to figure out
showed
the
it
live
was snowing
and everything.
outside and everything.
Yep. And he was still in his tank top.
Yes.
This is why we name our tank tops in the store the Justin Have You tank top, because
There you go.
Okay, so
Now,
Justin,
did I ever explain to you guys? I know I've said it on the pub why I go sleeveless.
No.
So, I have autism spectrum disorder, and one of the components with ASD is sensory overload. So, and what happens is if somebody on the spectrum isn't careful, their brain can get overloaded with information, like too much things coming in at once, and it'll shut down.
Yeah.
Right.
And when the brain shuts down, then you start getting what appears to be, temper tantrums. I mean, thankfully, mine have been under control, but we refer to them as a meltdown. And that's when the brain completely shuts down and it needs to start back up again. It's kind of like a computer crashing. So what I do is I find ways to minimize that overload. So I'm hypersensitive to some things. So if I'm indoors, anything, like I dress as light as I can, as light as comfortably. So shorts, sleeveless. I feel like I can move a little bit more. That's really it.
That makes sense.
yeah, you remind me of my oldest son. He's autistic.
Yeah.
And he has sensory overload too.
Yeah, and it's funny too. When I was growing up, my family had no idea what autism spectrum disorder was until they saw the movie Rain Man.
Right,
Oh,
right,
yeah.
right.
I think that happened to a lot,
of people.
families. Yeah.
And I hear this from my family a lot. As soon as they saw the movie, that's what's going on.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Right.
And who composed the soundtrack for Rain Man?
Oh gosh, I don't remember.
Just have a look over Kent's shoulder.
Oh yeah, Hans.
It was Hans Zimmer. And what instrument did he exclusively use? The Fairlight CMI.
Oh wow.
It's
Just-
in the stars.
Quickly, just to answer Wagoo's question, yes, Fiona is putting together a Christmas quiz.
It's in the works for the pub.
Yeah.
I got to figure out what that
Yeah.
means
Oh,
now.
jeez.
Shit. Okay, here's the question.
Go on then, hit it.
Now, I understand now.
And make it quickly, the answer,
yeah.
because I want to go to bed.
Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ.
It's 2 in the morning here.
Hey, she's
Oh,
horny.
your problem, not mine.
Okay.
Go.
Okay.
Go on.
Do it.
Now that I know your backgrounds, okay, it makes sense to me as to why you guys are where you are, because I'm hearing it straight from the fucking horse's mouth.
Right.
There's a character. Us as symptoms of reality don't have an issue with someone who doesn't have an issue with us. We're in many ways the Continental in
John Wick.
John Wick, right? Don't
Robbie says,
do
I wonder where this is going.
Don't do shit on our channel. We are all coming together. Because Robbie, you said that. You said, like, why are these synth guys at each other's neck? We have to do better than this. Okay. I have context now as to what's going on. But there is a guy named Synth Samurai who has Bro Synth Network. And he, when we watch his channel, he has some very interesting things about you two. He very much ties the pub and Pro Synth Network together. And he seems to think that you guys are of mafioso type people, which I understand what he's saying. But it seems to me that there's context missing as to you guys have been doing this, building relationships, and been doing this far before YouTube. So it was only going to be likely that you would incorporate your friends from the past. You would only, I can only imagine running our show, we would be doing the same thing, seeking out people. We've already done this,
right?
Seeking out people to interview, getting apparel out, marketing. And when you market, you want to put it in someone's hands, much like the farrier business. This is what I do for your horses. Hey, by the way, I made this tool. Can you get it out there to people to see if this tool is perfect for what they're doing? You know, it seems like a thing that you guys acquired all of the tools and you've invited people to come in. So where, and I'm not confused about that. So where is the mafia? Like, how did this thing become greater than what it should have been? Because it seems really negative and it shouldn't have gone this far. And I never once hear you guys speak ill about who's speaking ill to you.
And that's deliberate. So I don't know how I was initially made aware of the gentleman in question. And I will say right off the bat that, you know, I'm now breaking my own kind of rule here, because I decided, because this is my channel and obviously Kent and Andy are part of that, but I decided that, you know, once this had all kicked off, that we'd rise above it. And hopefully if you starve a fire of oxygen, it will go out. And that's always been my plan. So if he's watching, that's what I'm doing. Okay, it's nothing more than that. So I don't know whether somebody made me aware or whether I just happened across one of his videos some while back. And he's an enthusiastic guy. Can't hold that against him. He's passionate. He has a sense of humor. It's not particularly my sense of humor, but it does seem to be that, you know, a bunch of people enjoy it. But he was talking about, I think the term he used was the synth mafia. And the synth, I think it will actually, the more I think about it, it probably kicked off around the time of Super Booth this year. So that was May of 2024. And what happened was, and I hope I'm not going to bore anyone with this story, but there were two big synthesizers about to launch at that time. There was the Polybrute 12, and there was the Moog Muse. And Moog showed up at Super Booth and had this massive room. They had Lisa Belladonna. They had all of their gear, including this new thing called the Labyrinth, and there was the Spectravox and all the other stuff. But what was noticeably not there was the Moog Muse. Now, as a member of the press, you know, as a professional journalist, I and my colleagues get invited to various things, and they tend to happen around the times of these shows, because these shows are designed not only to get the community together, but also to get the press, the manufacturers, the developers, the distributors, all of these people. We can have meetings while we're there enjoying the show. We can just duck out for half an hour and have a sit down chat with a company, and they tell us, look, we're gonna be doing this over the next 6 months, and we want to make sure that we get coverage in your particular thing. So Moog decided, of their own volition, that they would hold an off-site event. I think it was on the Friday night of Super Booth, and I was invited along with Nick Batt. He was there. Cuckoo was there. There was some famous German DJs there whose names escape me at the moment.
I love Cuckoo. Yeah, go ahead.
Cuckoo was there. There was a bunch of other. Starsky was there. Mike Metley was there. They let
Probably
him,
selling his books.
Yeah. And the Moog guys were there. The Moog guys, sorry.
Bo
were there.
Beats was there too, right?
Bo was there. Yeah, Bo was there.
Oh, was Dr. Mix there?
No, I don't think so. Jack O'Donnell, the head honcho of In Music, who had just bought Moog, was there.
Which
Eric
are all
Norland.
guys that worked hard to get where they fucking are.
These are all people that I'm not. We, Pro Synth Network, we are not Bo Beats. We're not Cuckoo. We're not Starsky. We're not Sonic. We are not a business that makes money. This is not a career thing. Pro Synth Network exists, and I will fight tooth and nail for it to continue to exist as a community-led, community-serving project. And we ask for donations, and this is another thing that this gentleman we're talking about questions about us, is that we have a Patreon page, and we ask people if they want to donate, they can donate. That's purely because, as you will undoubtedly know, and we'll find out, this is not something that is cheap to do. Especially when you do it properly, with proper cameras, proper lighting, proper internet services, proper etc. etc. Anyway, this event took place, and because it was a press event, and it was invite only, and it was non-disclosure, we go along and we're treated to seeing this thing ahead of its launch, which was a couple of months later down the line. And I think that what happened was that this individual, and maybe some others, decided that there was a cabal, a secret cabal, a mafia that get exclusive access. Nobody else can get it. And we keep this to ourselves, and that we get access to this gear, and we get given this gear at no cost. And then they expect us to give them, favorable reviews, and stuff like that. So I can categorically say, and I would never want to speak for anybody else, but I'm sure that none of them would disagree, that is not how it works. This is the press. This is how press and marketing works. We're in the business. We spend countless hours, and I know you take the piss, but I do spend countless hours writing shit about things so that I can get that news out to everyone else in an interesting and engaging way. And it helps build traffic on our website, and traffic on our website generates money for other people. I only get paid. I'm a freelancer. I just get paid per article. That's what happens. And some people, it's not just him, lots of other people believe that there is this kind of secret society where the companies come to us and say, here's a free synthesizer, write nice stuff about it. There's only in my entire years of writing reviews, which has always been completely independent, I have only ever been asked by one developer, they're a software developer, to write an article in a particular way. They asked me to write the review. I agreed to write the review. They sent me the product, and then they sent me a list of things that I was to talk about and that I wasn't to talk about. And I immediately sent it back and said, I'm sorry, that doesn't work. You send me a product, I will review it, and I will tell people exactly what I think about it. If I love it, I'll tell everyone I love it. If I don't like it, I'll tell them I don't like it. Or more to the point, I will come to you first and say, look, I've found these things I don't like about it, or that aren't working properly. Are you fixing that? Is that how it's supposed to be? I'm then going to write my review based on that.
That's like buying viewers for your YouTube channel.
Right.
It's exactly the same thing.
So I said, no, that's not going to happen. And I didn't write that review. I won't say who the person was. They were pretty small, to be honest. Every manufacturer. So, I've had a lot of dealings with Arturia in recent years, but, every manufacturer that has sent me stuff, some of it, it's still here. Some of it gets sent back. That's up to them. It's never part of the deal. There's no contract signed. There is no emphasis on me to deliver a review of a particular kind. There is a gentleman's agreement amongst all the people in this industry that if somebody sends you something to review and you find something that's wrong or that's not good, you contact the manufacturer out of courtesy and say, I'm in the middle of reviewing this and I've just put this synthesizer on and it doesn't do this. And I think it should be doing this. Tell me about it. And they will turn around and either say, that's a feature. That's how it's supposed to be. Or they'll say, that's a bug. We'll fix it. I found a bug in this thing. And I told them about it and got fixed. So that's the way it works. But if it is something that I don't like and that is the way it's supposed to be, then I will tell people about it. But I will always try and give an unbiased, independent view of this product, whether it's a piece of hardware, a piece of software, or whatever. And I'm generally a positive, upbeat person. So there's going to be very few occasions where something really pisses me off. But if it does, trust me, I will say so.
Right.
Yeah.
One example is Roland. They sent me one of their boutique synthesizers, the Jupiter 8 thing called the JP08. The minute I took it out of the box, I discovered it had 4 voices instead of 8, and that was the design. I discovered that it had noisy USB. I also discovered that it had a really awful manual, which is just a sheet of paper.
Roland does that anyway.
Yeah, I spoke to my Roland contact, and they said, "Yep, that's how it's supposed to be." And I wrote the review, and I said, "These things are good, but these things aren't good, and these things really need to change, and I'm not happy with it." And I sent it back. I never heard from Roland again until recently, and they've recently got back in touch because people move on, people change, and these things. But I don't know whether Roland didn't keep in touch with me because I gave them a slightly unfavourable review, but I did, and that was that. So this guy seems to think that there's a secret cabal, a collection of people that we're all shilling, that we're all only making something. I can't speak for those guys who are doing this for an absolute living, where this is 100% of their income. Mm-hmm. They do have bills to pay, mouths to feed. They've chosen this way of doing it, and it's a perilous journey, which is one of the reasons I don't want to do that myself. Do they give favourable reviews because they're worried about not getting free gear ever again? I don't know. The people that I know on a personal level do not appear to be those sorts of people, but I cannot possibly speak for them. So I'm not going to say, oh, yes, they are, or no, they're not, because I just don't know.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But I can only speak for myself in that, yes, I've been incredibly fortunate over the last 20 odd years where companies have decided they want to send me their stuff to talk about and review. And a lot of the time I get to keep that stuff. One thing you have to remember, this synthesizer here, for example, we'll take this for example. This costs in the shops about just over 3,000 British pounds, about 3,500 US to buy in the shops. If you take off the markup of the retailer and then take off the markup of the distributor, and you look at the actual price that Arturia sell this to the first step in the chain, which is the distributor network, it is significantly less than what you pay in a retail outlet. And that's the same for anything that you buy. If you go to a supermarket and buy a bottle of wine or a can of Coke or a packet of fries or whatever, what it costs, Coca-Cola to produce that can of Coke is not the same price that you're paying, plus a little, or
Oh yeah.
less a few.
Right. It's markup on everything.
There's markup on markup on markup.
Yep.
So when you then realise what this actually costs the distributor to buy directly from Arturia, it's a significantly lower price than that. And then you think, well, actually, what I've not been given a $3,500 synthesizer. I've been given something that's significantly less. And then when you look at the advertising and marketing budgets of these companies, this is a drop in the ocean. So to give it to one guy who's got maybe 5,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel and writes for one of the big news websites, that's a great investment. Because it's a little cost to them, and they get millions of views on a website and a few thousand views on a YouTube channel. That's the reality of it. The reality is that nobody's being scammed. Nobody's being ripped off. There is no secret cabal. It's just the industry doing what the industry has always done, and what every industry does. Whether you're, in my day job, I work for a security technology company. We don't go, we don't sell our products at cost to everyone. They go to through a channel. They go to a distributor. They go to an installer who will all put their little price on. So the thing is, you try and tell people this who are of the opposite opinion, and there's just no telling them a lot of the time. I've had very few people that have gone, oh yeah, I never thought about that. Oh yeah, you're right. Because I'm bound by non-disclosure agreements on from a number of people. I can't talk about things because that's just standard thing. It's not because they're hiding anything from the customers. It's just business practice. Businesses don't tell other people what they do.
Yeah, their inner workings. That's stupid.
Exactly. Exactly.
You can't change an individual's mind when their truth is their truth.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
You can't change it.
You can change beliefs, but you can't change convictions.
Yeah.
Right.
It's funny though, because we were watching one stream where he swore that he wasn't the one that made this whole debacle that's going on. It wasn't him that said it. It wasn't him that started it. It was somebody else, and he was brought into it. But what I find funny is that he's the one that's continuing it.
Yeah. Listen, if I ever get evicted from my house here, me and my family, we can go live rent-free in his head, because we seem to be very welcome there, and we seem to be spending a shitload of time in there.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So I just think that's funny. If it,
I've heard him say this, and I can't think. What I do seem to recall one time is on a pub like this, somebody in the chat, and I don't remember who it was, said, "Oh, have you seen that Synth Samurai guy?" And I had. And I'd watched some of his videos, and he'd been talking about this whole Moog thing, and the mafia, and the secret group of people. And I think I may have rolled my eyes and maybe said a few words like, "Yeah, that guy really gets on my tits," or whatever, something like that. Yeah. And I might have said that on maybe a few occasions when it got brought up. But then I was told that he'd made a video where he'd referred to me specifically. Yeah, I have a name. He's given me a name. He seems to give everybody a name, whether it's individually or as a group. He gives things names. That's just what he likes to do. He's given Kent a name. I don't think he's given Andrew a name. I think Andrew feels awfully left out.
I got a name.
But we've got lots of names.
The Pubness, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I'm apparently the British bagpipe, which is ironic because I'm half Italian.
And bagpipes aren't British.
And bagpipes tend to be
Scottish.
And Kent is the British matchstick because he's slender, I think.
And you're the nemesis, his nemesis.
And I'm apparently his nemesis.
Yeah.
But the thing was, once that happened, I went to Kent. Kent will back me up on this. I went to Kent and Andrew and a couple of other close people. And I said, "Look, I don't want this. I don't need this. I've got more things to worry about than what somebody's saying about me online. But look, if somebody wants to, that's you put your head above the parapet, you will get shot at. So I accept that that's going to happen. And I spoke to a few close people, in this sort of realm, and I agreed that the best thing to do is just ignore it.
Yeah.
Just to stop talking about it. No, don't say, don't react to anything.
Well, the bigger point for this was for those who fail to think for themselves and just take other people's words for things. You're hearing it straight from the horse's mouth. That way you get an understanding on both sides. But you get a true representation and you get the truth.
Right.
Because there's two sides to every story.
Absolutely.
And so now this, for those that are probably watching from his show, it's not to beat him up, but it's just to give an understanding of what's going on, so you get the totality of the truth, not just half truths and biased information.
But okay,
hold on before you say that. We actually have Sin Samurai.
Oh, he's in the chat.
He's in the chat.
Let me say what I'm going to say.
And left a lovely comment.
Let me say what I'm going to say. Despite what anyone may think about Pro Synth Network, Synth Summarize show and his content, Synth Samurai gave us a beautiful what's the word?
Acknowledgement
that we were the Continental in the John Wick film.
Yeah.
Where, all sides come together. Okay. I 100%, Robbie. So my wife and I have a code we live by. If no one spits in my face and calls me a nigga and steps on my toes, I don't have an issue with a person. And that goes for, I'm sure, all of us. We don't take on anyone else's demons or problems. So when I look at Synth Summarize content, my wife and I go, it's fucking genius, right? Because in many ways, psychologically, he tells you who he is and what he's doing. And I don't think he has a bad bone in his fucking body. He's a patriot of America. He loves his country, the same as I do. And when he speaks, it's like watching wrestling back in the 1980s with Hulk Hogan and the Iron Sheik. And the only way the Wrestling Federation was successful is they were all friends behind the cameras. But in front of the cameras,
they feud.
They feud, and they had this arch nemesis, and you rooted for one guy.
Yeah.
And certain people rooted for the bad guy. And but they left this persona there in front of the camera. Now, I don't know how you take this, Robbie. I don't know if it's to heart. I'm new to this whole debacle, right? But from the outside looking in, it just looks like a production that is, in one hand, it's bringing you people to watch your show, whether you believe that or not. On the other hand, on the other hand, it's bringing him people to watch his shows, and he's driving a narrative of, I'm the antagonist. Let's go. It's a beautiful thing in many ways. And then he brings in symptoms of reality. And now we're this fictional continental
where everybody comes in.
But I see what the man is doing. I really don't think he dislikes you. It's just hard.
He's here. He can speak for himself.
Yeah, it's hard for me to believe it. It's hard for me to. Did he?
And he did, yeah. So his comment is, "It's all love, fellas. Tons of respect for you, Robbie, Kent, and PSN. Hardworking blokes. Great show. Great channel. No hard feelings. Maybe it's time to end the battle."
Okay. Would you be willing to have him on right now?
Well, can I just say? So, I agree. There's no need for any of this, and I have tried very hard to ignore it in the hope that it will just die down and go away. But it does seem to be carrying on. And I know that there are other antagonizers who maybe speak up on our behalf. They don't do it with our permission, but we're
Yeah,
not going to
yeah,
stop
yeah.
them doing it. There are
Yeah,
people
you can't
they've got
stop
their own
people.
opinions.
Yeah.
And that's entirely up to them. You know, I've watched a bunch of stuff on his channel. It's not my thing. I'll be perfectly honest. It wouldn't be a channel that I would watch.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
It's not 100%
Yeah.
my thing either.
Yeah.
It's not my thing.
Right.
And you know, I've listened. I've been, you know, some people send me links. Have you seen this? He said this about you. So I go and reluctantly watch it, and I see the things that they're saying, and I'm like, oh, this is just silly.
Yeah.
And then immediately afterwards, and you know, with all due respect, he will turn around and say those things. Oh, but you know, it's okay. I love these guys. They do great. So there's this kind of, you know, this kind of like big
Conflict
build up of
there. Right.
yeah, and then actually I didn't mean that. And so I don't know which one is the real one. You know,
Right.
does he really think that, and he's just saying that?
It's
to cover his
convoluted.
arse? Or
Right.
what? You know, so you know, I really don't know how to take it. Now I'm going to be 100% honest here. These last few days, there was one particular, somebody sent me this link, and I was like, oh, do I want to? I don't want to watch this because I know what it'll be. It'll be. You know, this guy calling me names, calling Kent names, or going on about this nemesis, synth mafia, blah blah blah, and I just think I'm tired of this, and I actually, for the first time since starting this channel, you know, my channel, not this one, I actually thought, is it worth it? Is it really worth stressing on a personal level?
Yeah.
And
Right.
I've learned the very hard way that, you know, you've got something negative going on in your life, cut it out.
Yep.
Cut it out quick. And I'm just thinking, is this generating enough negativity in my life? Because you know, I'm already someone who suffers from medical anxiety and is on medication for that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't need to exacerbate that and end up having to go to the doctor to double my dose of whatever it is that they stick.
Right.
Right.
So I'm being absolutely honest there. In the last few days, I have seriously considered for the very first time about whether I should carry on doing this because I don't need this. But then I've come around and thought, no, actually, we've got 4,500 subscribers, which is a small number by comparison to many other people. We get maybe 1,500 people on average watching our shows over the space, you know, of their lifetime. You know, some are much more, some are a little less. But you know, and our live numbers are pretty healthy. You know, we have around 150 to 200 people watching the show live every week. And I'm
You
thinking,
can send them to our channel. We'll take them over.
well, we try to. And we always do. That's the other thing, is whenever we find a channel that is doing something that we think is really great,
Right,
such as you
right.
guys, we tell people about
We
it.
do the same.
Yeah,
we do the,
yeah.
we do the same.
Yeah.
So we're
Do the
probably
same.
not helping you.
Yeah.
Because we send them right back to your channel
Yeah.
and everybody else's.
It's just a circle jerk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So look, you know, the other thing, and I want to get this out there. The other thing is that a little while ago, they started a channel up called the Bro Synth Network. Now, I kind of, for a minute, I thought I kind of got the humor, but then from a business perspective, we're not doing a business, but from a professional perspective, that can cause me problems, because if you went onto YouTube and searched Pro Synth Network, this Bro Synth Network was coming up, and they're promising to do a whole bunch of shows next year. Look, I've got no problem with them doing shows, but dude, just you change one letter of our name and then you create a channel from it. It's just a little bit close to the fucking bone. And it bothers me. I can't do anything about it. So I can't legally, well, I can legally trademark my name, or the channel name. But to do that online, to cover all the countries I would need to cover it in, you know, if they think that, you know, asking people for donations on Patreon and YouTube I would have to be going out there and asking for bank loans to do this kind of thing.
Right.
Because it costs a shit ton of money to protect your name.
It
and
does.
I just don't have it. I just don't have, I can't afford to do that.
And we're still in trademark, and we've paid the money, and we're still waiting.
We're still waiting
and
for the
it's,
government.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's been over 2
Ages,
years
yeah.
already.
It takes a lot of money and a lot of time, and I just, I started my business up because I've been doing this writing for a long time, and I started my business up last year, just completed my first year, because obviously I need to stay on the right side of the tax man. And this is for my writing business. This is for my podcasting business. This is not ProSynth Network. ProSynth Network funds come into the business for tax purposes, and I pay the fucking taxes. A 4-figure sum every year. I fucking pay taxes.
Right.
So I'm not doing this just for the love of it. Although I am, I have to dig into my own pocket sometimes and fund this stuff. And this is one of the reasons why, if we don't demand, we're not behind a paywall. If you want to be a Patreon subscriber, if you want to be a YouTube channel member, if you want to make a one-off donation, if you want to buy our merchandise, whatever,
it's a business. Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's a business, and you have to treat it that way, because if you're shelling money into it, it becomes a business, and you need to recover. And because if not, you're just going to always have overhead.
Okay, Robbie, for shits and giggles, do you want to have a quick conversation with Synth Samurai? Because I do believe he's sincere in the things he's commenting right now.
I hope so. I genuinely hope so, because
Hop on, Synth. Can you just jump on the link right now?
The link's there, yeah.
The link is right there.
I never wanted any of this.
Yeah. It's clear, Robbie. It's
been
clear.
A negative thing.
It sounds like
but he doesn't want you stressed out, I'm sure.
It sounds like the Continental has arrived at the Pubness.
Yes. And I think,
and we're having a meeting.
Okay. For one, I know where Synth Samurai was coming from. And it's a thing in which my brother and I grew up into this world of antagonist, protagonist, right?
I get that whole shtick.
But when it causes someone no context and grief, and it's causing you a loss of sleep or anxiety, I don't think anybody really wants to do that to anyone.
No, I don't think so.
And
I would hope not.
And I truly believe he didn't want that, but it would be nice to hear from him, and so we can get this under control
and clear the air. And clear the air, because the both of you, and I know, Robbie, you guys shared the same name, whether it was intentional that he piggybacked yours or not. But if you guys work together, it can also do you some good.
Yes.
Because these young people that are coming up from him, watching him, are also going to watch you, because he has now mentioned you. And for him to mention you is like, hell, that's notoriety. Robbie is a big fucking to-do.
He worked hard in his life to get where he is.
And he's paying you respect by acknowledging you. And I know it seems like shit now, because it's affecting you in your health. But I just want to see you guys come together and make this work, and not have these insecurities about one another, whether it was sparked in good fun in nature, but in
anger or animosity.
Right.
There's no need.
And bring it together.
Listen, I could have responded to all of this, and trust
absolutely.
me,
I've
often thought about it.
Yeah.
But
what would you have
to react?
Yeah, but what would you have gained?
Right.
Yeah.
What would I gain?
Yeah, but more anger and
more. So I've got a heart condition as well. Sorry, I'm just lumping my medical issues out. But I have a heart condition, and my wife is telling me always to calm the fuck down.
Right.
So I refrain from that because it was just silly. You don't pour fuel on a fire if you want the fire to go out.
Yeah.
So you just want. So Andrew and Kent will attest that I said to them off air one day, I said, look, if you want to go and check this out, go and check it out. But the bottom line is, we're not engaging, we're not responding, we're taking, if you want a moral high ground, we're just, look, what he does is fine. It's not my thing. Just like Hardware Jams is not my thing, or I don't go and watch the Hardware Jam stuff. It's just not my thing. All right, I'm not going to pretend to like something. However, with the Hardware Jams. And the people that do the Hardware Jams, I am always bigging them up and promoting them, sharing the links or whatever. I support them wholeheartedly, because their heart's in the right place and they're doing it for a really good thing. But when somebody personally attacks you, both with silly names, silly teams, and I'm sure he won't disagree that there have been some slightly more personal barbs.
Digs.
Yeah. Right.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm a chunky fella. Okay, I don't deny it.
Yeah.
But
when you say that, do you mean fat cunt?
Yeah, I'm a fat cunt.
Oh, okay.
Fat twat.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
No, I am. And I don't try not to take myself too seriously.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But the other side of the coin is the whole point, as I explained much earlier on in this conversation, the whole point of the ProSynth Network Facebook group and the ProSynth Network live show was as a place where like-minded people could gather. And the one I do at least 4 shows a year where I go around the country with a boot full of vintage synthesizers, and I set up a stand with the help of somebody like Peter, who's going to be, you've probably seen on our show this year. Peter helped us with a whole bunch of stuff, and we put vintage synthesizers into the hands of people. When I took the DX1 out, which isn't, only 140 of these ever made. When I take the Fairlights out, only a few hundred of those ever made, and way beyond the financial reach of most mortal human beings. The feedback and response that I get from people who say, my God, I never believed I'd see one of these in the flesh, let alone play it, is just immense reward. And when I go to places like Superbooth, Synthfest, and so on, Bristronica, it's not mostly about the synthesizers, it's about the people. It's about those people who I reach through this channel or through my writing, who come up to me, and we know each other even though we've never met, and we have this shared love of electronic music and musical instruments, and it's a family. It's such a rewarding thing. That's all I want from this. I don't want any nastiness or animosity.
Yeah.
I mean, for all I know, Nick at Sonic State hates my guts behind my back, but we're professionals.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that isn't the case, but he might do. But we're always seeing each other. I come on his show. I tried to get him on mine, but he's always busy. Maybe he doesn't want to. Maybe he does hate me. No, but
and it's such a small community, and at the end, I know, and in the end of the day, he even said it was all love. Don't take him serious. My brother and I and Marilyn and the three of us we have this thing like life's too short, and some things that irritate others not exist, right? Like they shouldn't. I know it's fun and games, and you're free to do whatever you want, but it's a very small community. And I just think that if we're not supporting each other and helping everybody grow to make this thing all worthwhile, because that's what music is. It's a unison thing. It's this conscious web that brings us all together.
Right.
I would be happier to promote. I want to know his name. I just want to know. He knows mine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would.
And it's funny.
I would be happier to promote Synth Samurai show, as we do at the end of every show.
Yeah.
Say, hey, look. Coming up on Saturday, you've got Randy, you've got Synchrotron, you've got the Symptoms of Reality guys, you've got Get Jervis, and don't forget Tuesday night or whatever, you've got Synth Samurai with one of his shows. I'd love to do that. I don't want to sit here and stew.
Right. Yeah. No. Well. No one does, because what affects Robbie ultimately, and I'm just speaking my troops. It affects me.
Us.
So if you're attacking Robbie and you're attacking us, right? Because we're a family now, and we can't have in-house eating, right? Because if Robbie's pissed off and not having a great time at it, that leaves concern for us.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm no longer having a great time because one of my family members feels like they're being disrespected.
It's concerning.
It's concerning.
But we're also very much on the lines of, we judge people, and we've always done this, always. We judge people on how, on the relationships we have with them.
Personally.
Personally. So when Synth Samurai landed in our chats for the very first time, we had a lot of people send us a personal message on the side and told us, hey, be careful with this person for X, Y, and Z. And we're like, oh, okay. We were just like, oh, okay. And, we talked to each other outside of it, and we're like, we're just going to be who we always are, and we are going to judge this individual for ourselves.
And how he treats
and
us.
how he treats us. We're not going to bring anybody else's experiences with any other individual into our experience with, said individual.
But they are noted.
Whoever
They are a postage
Yeah.
stamp. Like, okay, there could be something here
Yeah.
that we're not aware of. So we take it in and we note it
With a
for
grain of
sure.
salt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's always based on our experience and stuff. And, we went on Synth Samurai's YouTube, went on some of his lives and watched some of his YouTube stuff. And he was very present in our channel. He was always super respectful in our channel, never said anything, never mentioned.
But again, we don't hold the same clout and the same accolades that Robbie has.
Right.
Right.
But when he did mention Robbie or Kent in our chat,
it was in a respectful manner.
Always very respectful. Always.
And I was never sure how to take stuff like that, given.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Right. Here's the other thing. When you're big, right? When you're Donald Trumps of the world, when you're Fender bassist, right? People come after that because not only is it a thing that people want as a desire to be what they perceive that's like their end game. When you stand out, you have to, like any celebrity, when he goes out on the street, he stands out and everybody's going to throw everything at him. You two, even Justin, you guys are the celebrities. So you no longer get to walk to the mall and not be recognized and
It's funny
not
you should say that.
and-
I
and
was
have-
in a supermarket and got recognized.
right.
Who? Wait,
So-
who got recognized?
Robbie.
Right.
Oh, that's funny.
Unfortunately, you're no longer like the normal rest of us, right? You guys are you're up there. So expect things like that. I'm not condoning it. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm just saying this is what comes with the territory.
But here's the bigger issue here. Like, life is based on polarities. Not everybody's going to get together. Not everybody's going to get along.
Right.
I'm a firm believer in polarities.
Right.
But there are ways to go about through this life without making more friction than you need.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to sit here and speak for Synth Samurai. I think actually what we are going to do is have them on our show
Tomorrow.
Okay. We're going to speak with them. We're going to leave the link for you and the Pubness to come on.
3 p.m. 3 p.m.
And I think Synth Samurai was the first to say, hey, you guys are the Continental.
Yeah.
That's him just respecting us and going, I like what you guys are doing. I'm not bringing no bullshit here.
And he said he was honest too. He's like, I like what you guys are doing. I could do without, all the cussing and stuff.
Right.
And that's his opinion. And he is more than welcome with that. But he said, I do like your channel.
Yeah.
What I would just like to say, because I think that the main reason this kind of kicked off was that there is a perception that those of us, you called me, Kent, Justin, celebrities. I think we're recognizable,
right?
And as you say,
right.
we put our heads above the parapet.
That's the meaning of a celebrity.
Yeah, but
when you're recognizable.
Yeah, in the synth world, because it's so small, Robbie.
Yeah.
In the synth world, because it's so small,
it makes you
that's who you are.
And it makes Synth Samurai a celebrity too. Like I don't there's a way of genius that he's done this, but there's a lack in context as into how it was done.
So hold on, we're doing a lesson right now.
Yeah.
So the definition of a celebrity is being recognizable.
Yeah.
Well, shit.
Carry on.
Yeah, but go on, Robbie.
Go on, Robbie.
Go on, try to be humble about this shit.
No. So I was going somewhere with this. So because I'm in the position that I'm in, and I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but as I said earlier on, no other cunt's going to do it. So
Kent will do it. Go ahead.
No, he fucking slags me off. I got to where I am today by a long trail of hard work and networking, connecting with people, making friends with people, ingratiating myself to people, and making contacts and connections and writing and honing my craft writing and honing my craft creating podcasts, and then the opportunities, success is what was that phrase? Success is opportunity plus hard work. Or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I got the Sound on Sound gig because of I was noticed by the guys at Sound on Sound. They initially asked me to do a seminar at one of their shows. It was their most popular seminar ever. They gave me the gig to do podcasts, and then that has got me in front of other people. When it got the interview, and I had to interview for Gear News. It's not just like, can I write for you? Yes. I had to sit down with 2 interviews and write pieces that they said, we want you to do this. So I had to write this and submit it. So there's a lot of hard work and effort goes into that. The reward for that, other than being a small, and it is a small financial reward, but it's enough to pay for my hobby. So I take the money I make with my business and I reinvest it back into the studio, or I reinvest it back into putting on these shows. The other reward from that is that I'm very fortunate, and I have never taken it for granted.
Mm-hmm.
I am incredibly fortunate to be invited by manufacturers, developers, and so on and so forth into their world. And that, in doing so, you are incredibly fortunate as you get to see things earlier than other people. I get to see the things that excite me, like this, months before anybody else does. Shall I tell you? I'll tell you a story about this, okay? A video leaked on the internet just after NAMM last year. So I think first week in February. I was in a pub just like this.
I was there.
You were there.
Yeah.
And I'm sat here. It's about 11:30 at night UK time. And whilst I'm talking, I'm just scrolling through. I don't know why. And in my Facebook feed, up pops a video. It's a little vertical video. And in this video, a gentleman by the name of Pierre, who works for Arturia, is sat in front of one of these. And I look at it and I think, what the fuck's that? That looks like a poly. Oh, it's bigger than a poly. It's a different color. What's going on? In the background from that was another synthesizer. I had no fucking clue what it was. I thought I had stumbled across a massive scoop. As a journalist for a site whose, the clues in the name, kids, Gear News, I had stumbled across some very exciting gear news. And so I wrote this article. As the pub was going on, I'm like, I write this article, I've got the video, I've uploaded it, blah, 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 and I've published. And I think in the morning, my editor's going to go, nice work, pal. Thank you very much. We've got a bit of an exclusive leak there. That's all good. That's going to drive traffic to the website, blah, blah, blah. 3 o'clock in the morning, this pub finishes, and I go upstairs. I do my ablutions, brush my teeth, wash my armpits, give my balls a scratch. I go sit on the side of my bed, and my phone goes bing, and it goes bing again. And I look at it, and it's my friend from Arturia, who is based out in LA. He's Arturia's AR and PR guy out there. Rob, you need to take that article down right now. Please take it down right now. This is very bad. And my bowels just like... Because I'd been building this relationship up with Arturia for many years, very slowly, very quietly. They've, I've done reviews, they've sent me stuff, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, what the fuck? So he said, look, these are new instruments. They're not supposed to be out there for some while. We need to get this down. But of course, the internet being the internet, this only about 3 hours had passed. It was fucking everywhere.
Oh, jeez.
So at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, I've come all the way back down to the studio, fired everything up. I'm back in. I've taken the post down, but of course it's now cached in Google servers. So if you go onto Google, you go onto Reddit, there it fucking was. So there are ways that you can get things removed from Google's caches. It's all legitimate. Anybody can do it. I went on there and I did the fucking hard work. I got the story down from maybe 90% of all the places there it was. And I spoke to my editor first thing in the morning, and he said, don't worry, it's fine. You just did your job, but you also did the right thing in getting it taken down, because obviously we, as Artura are a big company, we need to observe their secrecy or whatever. Turns out some distributor from somewhere in the world who was at NAMM secretly filmed this. I assume right now he's no longer the distributor in that particular company. I then get an email from my direct Arturia contact in France who says, can we have a call? And I think, oh, fuck. We get on a call, and this is where all those years of hard work pay off with a specific company. They said, look, it was unfortunate. It wasn't your fault that that video was out there. Somebody would have picked up on it, maybe hours after you did. But thank you for, trying to get it down, and we'll try and sort of clean up the rest. What I'd like to talk to you about is what you saw, so that you've got the information, and they now know that I'm a trustworthy, reliable person they can deal with. And that's a privilege. It's a great privilege, and I don't take it lightly. And it's not just that company that I have those kind of close connections with, but it is not, and I repeat, it is not a closed door secret society of any kind whatsoever. This is the press, it is journalism, and it is marketing and PR.
And it sounds like circumstances too.
Yeah,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And since then, I now enjoy an incredibly good relationship with Arturia and other companies, because it kind of has a knock-on effect. And I learned a lesson. Okay, I learned that as a journalist, if I come across another major manufacturer or minor manufacturer, and I come across something that seems to be a bit of a leak, but I'm not sure of, why not speak to them first? You don't always have to be first to break a story. So speak to them first and say, look, I've just found this online. Can I talk about it? Invariably, they'll probably say no. But if they don't respond, well, you've given them the courtesy of contacting them first. So I learnt a lesson, and what I thought was going to destroy a relationship actually made it stronger, and I still can't get over it. And I have regular conversations, just friendly conversations with these people. And yes, I do get advanced information like the rest of the community, or the journalistic community, the news community. It's just a privilege. It's something that you work hard for and you earn. It is not a secret society. And what I see, and what I thought I saw, and I don't know, maybe he'll be able to tell me otherwise. What I see with channels, and it's not just him. There's lots of them. What I see with those is almost, and I get it because I think I was like it once as well. There's an envy. Okay, there is an envy to, if you're really into synthesizers, and that guy's really into synthesizers, but he gets them 6 months before you do, or he gets to try them 3 months before you do, or he gets to play with them at a show, an off-site thing. There's an envy there, but what should be understood is that, yes, it's okay to be envious of what somebody else is doing, but appreciate that that's just the fucking job. It's not a secret society. If I come out and tell you right now what I know, I breach the trust of all of those manufacturers who have spent millions or hundreds of thousands on specific marketing campaigns to make sure their product hits at the right time to the right audience with the right amount of frequency.
Because they're in competition too.
They've got to make money to make more synthesizers.
Right.
Yeah,
Trust me, I
all,
know
also another level, isn't there? Because, like for instance, when Rob was saying about what he does as a job, in terms of being a reviewer and working in that area of with manufacturers and publishing for Gear News and stuff like that, is separate from what he does in ProSynth Network. As much as ProSynth Network is separate from what I do here. And one thing that really, really does separate it, Robbie, as a journalist, will get somebody like, I don't know, say Arturia. They got a new product that's coming out, and they send it to Robbie. He's going to review it and all the rest of it, blah, 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 right? And that's where the separation shows up between PSN and what Robbie does behind that.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it was via PSN, where the fuck's my one then?
Right.
Yeah.
I don't get them.
I do try and
Do you know
get
what I mean?
you.
Yeah, no, I
when it's
understand that. But that's because of the work that you have done as a journalist. It's still separate from PSN, right? So Robbie was the only sort of like, what should we say, the benefit that comes from it is Robbie goes, oh, this has come out. Well, what do you think of this? And show it to me. And I go, oh, no, that's good. Oh, how much is that going to be? Oh, don't know. They haven't said yet, and all that sort of thing. So yeah, but then I'm automatically NDR'd on this because it means I can't tell anybody else about it.
Right.
And the only wouldn't make any money if I did. You know, do you want to know something? Give us a £5, and they go, no, fuck off.
But if you did say something, which I know you won't because I trust
Yeah.
you implicitly, but if you did, I would be the one that gets into trouble.
Yeah,
My
not
neck
me,
is on the
him.
line.
Yeah. So when people say, you know, like when Robbie says to me, he goes, look at that. I go, yeah. So, and that's yet again another example of what separates what he does from PSN, and and how PSN is separated from this.
So here's the thing: there's a gentleman in the chat. I won't embarrass him, but he knows who he is. We're both in the industry. Him in a slightly different field to me, but we got to know each other, and I consider him a great friend and an inspiration in many ways. But trust me, there are things he knows that I don't know, and if I ask him, he won't tell me. Do I lose my shit about it? Of course I don't, because he's only doing what I do. But it's not a secret society that nobody. It's just the thing that he's working on a synthesizer that we can't talk about. He can't talk about.
Yeah.
If I come to know about that through my own connections, I'll then go to this guy and say, so that's what you've been working on, and then we know we can talk about it to each other. But he's got integrity because he's been in this industry a lot longer than I have. Sorry, but you have, and I have that same respect for him. You know, there has to be these barriers. I don't like to use the word barriers, but they're gateposts.
Yeah, boundaries. Yep.
Yeah, and things will only be able to cross those boundaries when it's good and ready, because these companies are in business. And I know a lot of bosses, owners of these companies. Trust me, none of them are driving around in a Ferrari. None of them live in mansions. They all live incredibly modest lives. And you only have to look at the amount of these companies that are ceasing to do business. Just this year alone. This industry isn't the industry of wealthy elites or cabals or anything like that. Yes, he does. Yeah. And he'll pull your molar out. So yeah, there aren't rich people in this game. Trust me, there are no rich people. Not even at Roland or Yamaha or Korg. There are not rich people in this game. There are passionate enthusiasts who just want to make a living, put food on the table for their families, and have fun. And that's what this is.
That's very similar to like my industry. Like I have to constantly sign NDAs, and Lamont will be like, he'll come into my office and be like, well, what are you working on? What's this? I'm like, I can't tell you. You know I can't tell you. Well,
Do you think
who's
she's
on
in a
it?
secret cabal? Of course she does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I can't tell you who's on it.
Yeah. Or I would always ask, how much does Tom Hanks make?
I'm like, I can't tell you. I can't do that.
I mean, there has been keyboards that have come through here to be repaired. Small repairs. It doesn't really matter. That's not what it's based on. But there are keyboards that come through and they're to be repaired, and I actually have to physically sign NDAs at the door.
Yeah.
That I cannot divulge to anybody, not even Robbie, that machine is here. Or if he does see it, and he says, "Oh," well, although you don't, it's not something you go, "Oh, who owns that?" You just go, "Oh, that's
on
nice."
me.
Yeah. But if it's owned by somebody who, for whatever reason, you need to sign an NDA on it for, but you know, but I can't say who it belongs to.
Yeah.
Right.
Other musicians
Right.
couldn't give a fuck. So when Soulwax sent me all that junk and everything, I go, yes, this is Soulwax's stuff. This is what they're using. I go, oh,
Yeah.
that's cool. That's interesting. It doesn't hurt anybody, but there's nobody making money from it or anything, you know.
Yeah.
But
I
Yeah.
think these are all good points, boys. And tomorrow, 3 p.m. our time, Synth Samurai has agreed to come on the show.
Your Eastern time, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
So the
was that about 8?
That's
8 o'clock,
Your
UK
what do you
time.
what do you call it? Kent? How do you say it? Old time? Or?
Yeah, it's 8 o'clock in old money.
Old money.
Old
there
money,
you go.
Okay.
So you got to
So
remember that Greenwich Mean Time is where time is made.
right.
See, you have to follow the time that we make here.
God.
Time is British. Did you not know that?
Yeah.
No. No.
Shit.
Yeah, man.
I wish we had LA time.
It's serious. Yeah.
It's LA time. It's not.
So let's
Leave it here.
let's leave it here.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we can get everything out that we need to get out, and hopefully everyone is at ease and everyone is okay with what has been said. You know, and that we always say when we go into conversations like this at the Continental,
At the
check your
Continental.
egos at the door and check your swords and check your guns, because we're going to get down to the nuts and bolts of it.
Or
Well,
should
I
we
mu-
say
I
the
must
synths
admit-
and strings?
If anything, I am still perplexed at where it all came from.
Yeah.
Right.
And we'll clear all of that up, you know,
Yeah.
and we won't throw words into Synth Samurai's mouth.
No.
We'll actually hear from him on this whole thing. So I think it's a good thing, you know.
For
Ken-
for better
Ken just
lack.
popped in.
Huh?
Ken
Ken-
Flux Pierce just
Yeah, he
popped in.
he did a phenomenal
Yeah.
review on the steam pipe, by the way.
Yeah.
It's just
For better lack of words, we'll hear it straight from the horse's mouth.
Yep.
yes.
Ah, you see,
I'm
you see what I
excited to
did
do
there?
that.
I like
you
it.
See,
Yeah,
you see what I did
I like
that
what you
there?
I like
Yeah.
what you did.
Uh-huh.
Yes,
We-
Ken. This is the shit that keeps giving.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's actually, it's going to work itself out to be, I think, something big and beautiful that's going to benefit us all.
Yeah,
That's
I think
at
so.
least my dreams and goal of
Yeah.
this.
Maybe you guys all this time just needed SOAR to come in and figure shit out.
We're the Continental. That's what we do, damn it.
And with that said, before we get out of here, I'm going to tell you guys right now, it's such a blessing to even be in talks with you all, even
Yeah.
with Synth Samurai. I think you guys are all big to do people with phenomenal channels, and the three of us here just
We're
are,
always floored as to who
we're floored that we're even having
in
this fucking
cahoots,
conversation. So
that you guys even look at us the way you do. Like this
Yeah,
is just
Justin, Robbie, and Kent,
And
you guys are great.
to get on and
Great.
play with us and to share your guys' time with us means a great deal to us, and we just want to keep that family tight knitted, and we just want everybody just to wake up happy, go to bed happy, and just live happy lives. So
Yeah.
yeah.
The feeling's mutual, and we appreciate you guys. I mean, I didn't know who the fuck you were a few weeks ago,
Yeah.
right.
and now you're in my fucking life, and I can't shit.
Yeah, and you dream, and Robbie, and you dream about me. So
Shit.
I know
hi,
what you look like now.
hello.
I'm off to watch Aliens.
You're not doing that now?
That's as close as I can get.
yes, Vasquez from Aliens.
Yeah. Justin, we would love for you to come on the show so we can interview you. I have a high
Interest in autism.
interest in you alone, because I've sat here and watched you on the pub many of times,
Yeah.
all of us, and we just would love to have you on the show to give you a proper interview, because you are a man that is very extraordinary, and you remind me very much of my son, and that would be a very highlighted conversation for us.
Yeah, we would love
Yeah,
it.
I must admit, I used to
Absolutely.
think I was a good player until he came on.
I know.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
I
plays,
know.
he's phenomenal.
I know.
See that
Yeah.
shit
Yeah.
right there.
As he's looking at me personally.
Yeah. Jeez.
Oh,
We only got one camera.
Yeah.
Right there.
I
Okay,
decide
And that's
who
perfect.
you're looking at, goddammit.
Yeah, yeah,
You're
yeah.
looking at me.
And I
so-
want you to be in that pose like you're on the shitter at all times.
Yeah.
Yeah. the throne.
The throne.
Yeah.
The
This is a
Bolg.
throne. Let's see, what is it?
Right.
There it is.
It
Have
is
I-
25 past 3.
Have I done an 8-hour pub?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
geez, you
think
guys
you
are.
have.
Yes.
I've got to be up in 4.5 hours.
Oh,
Probably a record.
jeez,
for the
Robbie.
pub.
And then do
Yeah.
a day's work.
Yeah.
Well, we got a lot accomplished.
You know
though.
what? And we only have one. We only have one life to live. I think this was well worth
Yeah,
our
this was fun.
our sleep. So
Mm-hmm.
we'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know what you guys are going to do with the show. Maybe you're shutting it down, but it's been a blast.
We're
and,
leaving.
Yeah,
We're out of here.
we'll see you at 3 our time tomorrow.
Vasquez out.
I think we're calling it a day here, even though
Yeah.
it's not the same day we started.
Yeah, it's a different day.
Different day.
Yeah.
For some reason, I had this weird feeling to just go ahead and cue our music like
Right?
we're signing
Yeah,
off on
we're
our own
signing
channel.
off. Yeah. And the monkey that says "Thank you for watching." Yeah.
Do we have a song like "Sora's in the Pub" or something?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
shit, there you
Come
go.
up with something.
Oh,
You gotta
kids,
come
sing
up
to
with something.
us.
You gotta come up with something.
Sora's in the pub.
Like, isn't
No,
that?
fuck
No,
that.
it isn't. In the house thing, that's copyrighted, isn't it?
Yeah, but you got to say in the pub. That's why.
Why would it
Yeah,
be copyright?
I don't know. We're going with it.
Fuck copyright.
Yeah.
Not from us, at least. You
Yeah.
got
Oh,
our
that's,
permission.
that's how we got into this shit.
All right, guys.
All right.
Good
We'll
night.
see you tomorrow.
We'll
All
see
right,
you.
everybody.
Love you guys.
Take care.
Bye.
Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Look after yourselves.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.